Boom, 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 boom.
Hello, hello, hello. Hi, guys. How's it going? GBHL Steve here. I'm joined by Damien, of course, as usual. How you doing, Damien?
Very well, thanks. Hello, hello, hello. How are you, Mr. Crow?
I'm very well. I'm very well. I've had a very good day, like yourself. Very, very good day. I
You don't
think,
know about my day.
yeah, it's been a good day all round, really. I planned it to be more like yours. It didn't end up being as Middle Earth related as your day, but it was a good day all the same. So I'm happy.
So let's not leave them in the dark. What's your day been? You can't
So
jump in halfway through a conversation.
Well, I got up this morning and
Lovely.
tuned into Mr. Andy Serkis on YouTube. But unfortunately, I had to have it on subtitles on the big TV in the lounge because I was homeschooling. And then I was doing a bit of running around, so I was catching bits here and there. But the bits that I did catch was outstanding. It was just I could listen to that every day, every day. How did you find it? I can tell that you're excited. I can
I'm
tell.
absolutely buzzing. I am so happy with today. I thought it was a cool idea for the one. He's going to read The Hobbit. That's amazing. I've had a really crap few weeks at work. Really, really stressful, and because it was bank holiday, I was up till stupid o'clock last night, and then I basically put an out of office on for all my team saying I'm not doing anything this weekend. I'm out, which I
Yeah.
haven't done since Christmas, I think. So I was like, and there's a few of my team members that have got my mobile. I was like, if you desperately need anything, you can ring me, but I'm not checking emails.
Yeah.
And so as a result of that, I wasn't working,
Mm.
which was huge. And then I said to him, I was like, I've got a mad idea. I was like, what if? Bear with me. What if tomorrow I just listen to Andy Serkis read The Hobbit, and you do all the housework and look after Charlotte? Huh?
Just pretend I'm not here.
And and obviously, crucially, what I said was on Saturday we swap it around, and
Mm.
she's got her own hobby. She does like crafting stuff. So I was like, we'll have a day each, and she went for it. She went for it because she's a hero. And so today I've basically been since about 10 o'clock watching that. I think it was 12 hours long, and I think I've probably seen about 10 hours of it.
Mm.
And I've just been hobbying all day long,
That's cool, man.
and I'm buzzing. And I thought that today was magical.
It was really good.
I got a little emotional at the end. I thought it was absolutely beautiful, and it was on in like Emma was listening to a lot of it as it turns out downstairs. It was on in about 3 rooms of our house. You could just walk around our house, and Andy Serkis was reading The Hobbit. I thought amazing. And last time I checked, I think he'd raised 220 grand. I think.
Was it?
Yeah, was that where it was? I'm sure it's higher than that now. But
Yeah. And that'll keep
yeah,
going as well because
just amazing.
people will be able to watch it on replay.
Yeah,
And it'll keep because not everyone would have been able to do that. Like watch it all day. So people will probably be watching that in sound bites, an hour here, an hour there, over the next few days, and hopefully
yeah.
donating to the cause. And yeah, it was brilliant. I was really happy that I caught the Riddles in the Dark chapter.
So good.
I was in the van. I was driving.
So
I
good.
was driving. I was driving when it was on. And I got to where I was going, and I just stayed sat in the van just till that bit was
Yeah,
over and done with. It was great.
it's nice because the scene in the movie is pretty faithful, but
Mm,
just the book's got about twice as many riddles.
yeah,
So it was just,
yeah,
although you don't get the Smeagol Gollum stuff obviously in the book, but it
mm,
was I just thought it was great.
yeah,
I
yeah.
just thought it was so good.
It was
And
cool.
some of his voices were brilliant. You could hear the influence, like having Thorin. He wasn't doing a
Mm,
Richard Armitage impression, but he was from Yorkshire.
yeah,
So he
yeah,
had
yeah.
the same kind of lilt, and Dwalin was Scottish, and
Mm, it
I
was
thought his
really good.
Thranduil was brilliant, and I loved it. I just thought it was absolutely amazing.
Mm. I've just seen in the chat quickly. We will go into the chat in a minute, but it's Al Wood to let us know it's up to 267,000.
Oh, that's amazing.
So
I will say
that's
the
us.
only thing that we were waiting out for is on the GoFundMe page. He said there's if he hit the target, and this is when the target was 100K.
Yeah,
He said there'd be a surprise,
yeah.
and I don't know what it was. I was hoping or thinking that Martin Freeman would do
Mm,
Riddles in the Dark with him, or Benedict Cumberbatch would do Inside Information,
yeah,
or that it'd be a guest voice.
yeah.
So
That's
I don't know if I don't think he mentioned anything about it because, as I said, I was listening to most of it. But
mm.
who knows? But yeah, I mean, I hope they keep that up there. I hope it's a permanent thing because I'll download that and listen. Oh, it just
He
blew
might.
me away.
The other thing is, the way that he worded it, it might not have been that he was hinting that something was going to happen on that stream. Maybe he was seeing how popular it was, and if it does well and hits the target, might do a Lord of the Rings read through.
I
hopefully,
was just gonna say, like,
you know.
I reckon I'll be up there for. I did think that you could do. Because what is it? It's about 1,200 pages, isn't it?
Mm.
So it's about 4 times the size. So you could do Fellowship and Two Towers and Return of the King, or you could do the 6 books.
Mm.
But I would love it.
Be
I'd
awesome.
be all over that, mate.
Yeah.
But yeah. So I was in a good mood about the hobby anyway. Like
Mm.
recently, and I've just had such a wonderful day. I can't remember the last time I've painted for like 12 hours in a day.
Mm.
Just never get to do this.
It is
Hooray
rare.
for the bank
Yeah.
holiday.
Yeah, it's rare. Even for me, who at the minute can't work, loads of people have said it before. You kind of, in my head, I kind of had it that I was going to be in here in the man cave a lot, doing loads of stuff, and I have spent a lot of time in here, but not constant. It's like dribs and drabs, and I'll be in and out of the house because the kids are here. So during the day, Anna's on calls and stuff with work, and I'm doing the homeschooling or doing some of the homeschooling, which is great. I love it, but yeah, I'd love to get like a full day in here where just not disturbed all day. That'd be fantastic.
Yeah.
But no, it's been
But
great.
obviously, one of the many things we'll talk about tonight, or we want to know, is let us know. In the comments? Were you watching it? What did you think?
Yeah.
I presume you were. Me and Steve had to have this chat. Was it yesterday? It was like, we can't go up against that.
No.
It's like, it's not irrelevant to the fact that I want to watch it. No one will be in.
I know. That's what I mean. No one would be in listening to The Hobbit. They'd all be here, obviously.
A Tolkien nerd got a free Friday evening. And they go, oh well, Steve and Damien are talking about painting models again, or Andy Serkis.
Well, they're not actually talking about painting models. They're supposed to be, but what they talk about is chocolate
beans,
cocktails.
beans and cake. Yeah, so do let us know. What we should also probably say is welcome to episode 8 of Battle Games in Middle Earth. Don't think we've said that.
Couple of things as well, just before you jump in, Damien, because I always forget to say it at the beginning. I have set a thread up in the Great British Hobbit League Facebook group, which is a thread rather than you guys PMing me, messaging me, downloading. It's an absolute nightmare. If you pop them in the thread, what I can do is I can get the thread up on screen, and as I'm scrolling through it, we can see it live, and then me and Damien can talk about it and put the names in for the competition and such. Yeah. So there is a thread. Do check that out. And also, guys, if it's your first time in on Battle Streams, do say hi. Let us know that you're watching and where you're from, etc. It's always nice to know who's watching and who's in the chat. But yeah, I'll pass back over to you, Damien, if you want to sort of do the usual...
Do our usual Battle Streams blurb.
Yeah.
So welcome indeed to episode 8 of Battle Streams in Middle Earth. This is our currently now weekly series. Missed one last week. Happy birthday, Mrs. Crow.
Yes, it was a great birthday. Kate was had.
Yeah, I saw you hobbying away with your cake, working Vegas cake. It's awesome, mate. Hope she had a good birthday. And we are... what is that?
What is it?
I think Emma might have started playing loud music downstairs. I think she's having a rave at the moment. Just sort of hear... You know, like when you hear Father Christmas coming around outside your house near Christmas time, you know, when the float comes round. It sounds like that. So yeah, we're doing these pretty much weekly now, which is kind of cool. And in every episode, we look through an issue of the old serial Battle Games in Middle Earth. It's here, and we are up to issue 10. We've done a few with combined issues, which we are very confusingly on episode 8 and issue 10. But the idea is that this serial came out back in the 2003, 2002, and came with 3 models every week. And the idea is that you get those models out, you dig them out of your collection, and you paint them. And you help clear the backlog and give some love to unloved models. So you're obviously very, very welcome to paint along with whatever you're painting week by week. But if you want, we have a prize draw every week to win a priority token courtesy of Tim McKnight. And if you want to be in the draw for that, you have to be painting the models that came with it. And with issue 10, it was Fighting Uruk Hai, Plastic Fighting Uruk Hai. They've already done these on the stream.
Second appearance,
Yeah, I think issue 4. I think. So we've already done a set of them, but yeah, the thing that came with this was you'd really have an army by this point, I guess, because you'd have Lur as a captain and 20 Uruk Hai, which would be quite cool. But another sprue of 10 Uruk Hai. So just like we did for issue 4, what we're going to allow for this one is plastic Fighting Uruk Hai, plastic Uruk Hai scouts, and plastic siege troops, Uruk Hai siege troops. So any of the plastic Uruk troops. You can paint any of those, and if you're working on any of those in the stream, make sure you let us know, and we'll put you in the prize draw for the end of the stream.
Yeah.
Other than that, I think that's it. And then about halfway through, we'll have a little flick through the magazine and any of the changes in the rules that we've seen since then, and we'll just chat. Really, that's pretty much it. Steve, what are you working on?
So in general, or tonight, you mean?
Well, let's do tonight.
So tonight, I don't currently have any plastic Uruk that I need to get painted, so I'm kind of cheating. I'm not even sticking to my own rules. And I am finishing up the Uruk Shamans that I started a couple of streams ago.
Still in the right race, at least.
Yeah, they're still on the bench. They're still not finished, so it's a good opportunity for me to get those done. But I can't win the token, unfortunately. Shame. What about yourself?
So I painted the Uruk Scout Captain last time. Shall I swing over to
Don't say it. Don't say it.
That's not bad, is it? Let's have a look at that.
Yeah, it's not 4K, guys, but
we didn't have
bear with
time to plan this, but not him. I painted up this chap last week and got him. Was he finished on the stream? I can't remember.
No, you finished him just after, if I remember correctly, because you posted it on Facebook. Yeah, it looks awesome.
That's what my lighting needs to be. So that was the captain from last week, all completely finished.
Yeah, he's cool.
It's really tough of him. Cool.
He's very good.
He came
very good. Yeah, he's very good.
I like that. And then, so he was the Uruk hero, and within the same pack, I did have an Uruk warrior, which is this guy.
That's a cool model as well. I think that's a pretty underrated model, you know.
Yeah, it is. It's lovely.
Yeah, I like that.
So Rohan Banner. So I've based him, shaded him, and I did a set of highlights. I knew we were going to have a shorter stream tonight, so I did one set of highlights this afternoon just to get him going, essentially. And I also knew, because he got a bloody banner, that's probably going to take some time to sort of get right. So yeah, I don't actually have. It's working, Steve. It's working. I don't have any plastic Uruk Scout Siege Troop or Fighting Uruk because I cleared them out the first time. So that was what I was chuffed with. So there's none for me to paint. So I dug out Uruk Warrior. So that's what I'm going to be working on. And I've also on the desk. I'll probably give this guy a bit of love because I'm far more excited about painting him. But I'm working on this dude as well.
Very cool.
Which is the stunning new Saruman model.
Nice.
Which I've been doing some work on today, which I'm really chuffed with how he's coming along. He's ready to lead. So there we go. Those are the models I've got on my desk.
Cool.
Oh, I'll show you what else I started on today, actually.
Go up.
It's kind of funky. I also got these guys assembled today. I told you I'd be doing a
lot.
I've
seen them on Facebook, yeah.
And base coated and shaded.
These
are the original Watch in the Water tentacles.
Very cool.
From about 2006, I think they were, with the Fellowship of the Ring journey book. They came out. I'm feeling very fellowshipy at the moment. You know, I'm doing some Sarumans, doing some Fellowship Heroes, and I saw these come up on the trade group, and I was like, oh yeah, I fancy that.
I was just about to ask, have you had them tucked away since when they were released, or were they a newish purchase?
Yeah, I bought them. I bought them 2 weeks ago, and they got shipped over by Dane Ordway in Canada. He comes in sometimes. He's sometimes in the chat, so I have to see if he turns in. And I didn't have any immediate plans to do them, but I just got them, and they were so cool. And I was feeling all the Fellowship love that I thought, well, maybe I might even be able to get them done tonight.
Yeah.
I don't want to spend too much time on them. You know, I'm just going to dry brush them, a few light colours on them, and have them done. But yeah, so that's what I've been working on.
Cool. Before we jump in the chat, Damien, should we announce what our chocolate of choice is for tonight and
of
drinks?
Course. Have you managed to hang on to it?
I didn't eat my chocolate because we had some cake left from last week, so we finished the cake off. So I managed to save my chocolate. So this week, a bit out there. It's a bit of a new kid on the block, but I'm looking forward to it. It's only a Cadbury's White with Oreo pieces. Look at that!
What madness is that?
Cadbury's White with Oreo pieces inside.
So is that white chocolate with bits of Oreo?
Yeah, bad boy.
Gangster that,
isn't it?
With that.
Look at that.
I'm not a huge fan of white chocolate. I can't eat it. It's around Christmas.
What about yourself? What's your chocolate tonight?
Well, good news on my chocolate. I've gone for my old favourite, but also as you can tell, been working out a bit this week, and my hands are looking pretty ripped. You can see that. Check out the size of those bad boys.
What is that? A wisp? Is it a wisp?
It's a wisp. But, it's in the Sainsbury's shop, right? And this is how exciting my life is. Like 10 of these bad boys, which were about 250 grams, were less money than like 4 of the normal size ones, which were like 200 grams or something like that. These were the better deal, and also better for weight.
Yes.
Because now what I'll do is I'll eat one of these every day for 10 days instead of eating one of the other ones every day for 4 days.
Or you could eat 10 of those in a day and then buy 10 more tomorrow.
Could it really be something? I can't actually buy any more tomorrow because, Steve, I go to Sainsbury's once a week in this new world.
You were in the queue at Sainsbury's at the same time I was in the queue in Asda, right?
Yeah.
That was crazy.
No, I think I was done.
Oh, were you done? Oh.
In the morning.
I mean, the weather was nice, so it wasn't too bad. But yeah, that was a shocking.
You take a book?
No, I didn't expect it. That's the first time I've gone to our local Asda and the queues have been like that. Normally it's quite... No. You know, you're waiting 5-10 minutes. I was waiting for a good 40 minutes to get in.
Yeah, no, I know it sounds mad, but I genuinely quite like that now. I go every Thursday morning. I'm always queuing for about half an hour, and I just take my book and read in the sun. It's quite a nice bit of time.
The weather was, like I said, the weather was good, so it wasn't too bad. Like if it was raining, I think I'd just swerve it and just get essentials from the local little corner shop. But yeah.
Have you got a cocktail of choice on go?
No, nothing alcoholic because I drank it today because I've been out in the sun, I've been out in the garden, so I've been. I bought 4 Moretti's for tonight, and earlier on I was jet washing the flags in the back garden just because the kids had put chalk all over them and it had all gone a bit weird. So I was jet washing the flags, and I thought I'll have one because the weather was nice. So I had one and it went down really well and really quick. So I thought I'll have 2.
I know what happened.
I thought I'll have another because then I can still nip to the shop because like 2 bottles I'm still way below the limit. I can nip to the corner shop, get some more bottles. Yeah. But then I started getting that in the ear, do this, do that, blah blah blah. I didn't get a chance and I thought, well, there's no point bringing 2 bottles to the stream, so I might as well drink them. So that's what I did. I drank them. So I've got Lucozade, cherry Lucozade.
I'm triple parts normal. Got tea to have with my chocolate, although the tea's now nearly gone. I've also got my my cocktail choice, fancy cocktail choice in my rhubarb and ginger G&T.
Nice.
That's sweet. It's hot in here as well.
What's the ratio of gin to tonic?
So in that, you can hopefully sort of see the size of it. I'll hold a fairly large tea mug next to it for comparison.
Yes.
It's about a large mug of tea essentially, and that's got 2 shots in it. Two shots of gin.
So is that 25 mils or 50 mils overall? Is it? Is that
what shots?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'm just curious. Just curious.
This little shot glass. Yeah. I don't know what a shot glass is, to be honest.
Anyone know in the chat? Be handy to know. I thought it was 25 mils, but I don't know.
It's probably more. I'd say it's more likely to be 25 than 50. I think. But we've started doing that because I've talked before about the massive bottle of gin we bought.
Yeah.
We've been getting a bit free poury when you got a bottle of gin that big. It's like that. So it's that, and then a fairly big dose of tonic. Beautiful. And then I've also got a squash lined up, ready for when that goes.
Yeah.
No beers in here yet. I thought having 5 drinks up in might be a bit mad. I might pop out when I get through these.
Yeah, I'm gonna do a booze run tomorrow because the weather's nice tomorrow. It's not so good on Sunday apparently. Yeah. So we're gonna make the most of it tomorrow. I've got a busy day, family day tomorrow, but I am gonna go out and get enough beers so that next week I will have beers in. I'm gonna stock up. Because that's what I'm doing. I keep saying I'm not stocking up because if I stock up, I'll drink it. You know what I mean? But I think I'm just going to try.
You want to drink it?
I'm going to have to just try it. I'm just going to have to see if I can contain myself.
I actually didn't buy beer this week because I had enough left, and I had that same sort of thing. I was like, if I don't buy beer, I won't drink a crate of beer in a week.
Yeah, It's a weird one. As I don't normally drink in the house, really. It's quite rare.
Every day's Friday now, right?
Yeah, but it's just there, so you drink it. Shall we?
You and Andy Serkis is reading you The Hobbit.
I know, it's crazy.
So good. Oh, can I tell you my one last thing on that?
Yes.
For now that it was on, and Charlotte is really properly starting to like it now. I thought it was going to go one or two ways, but she's like, I don't think she understands what she likes, but she is going for it.
Yeah.
And she said at dinner today, her exact quote was, "I really like The Hobbit now It's so amazing. It makes my ears sparkle. It's like,
There's no higher praise than that. There's no
it's
higher.
not
There's
the
no
best
higher
review I've
praise.
ever heard.
When your ears sparkle, that's
Yeah,
it.
exactly. It's
Done.
so amazing. It makes my ears sparkle.
That's
And I was like, is that when Daddy reads it or when Andy reads it? And she went, Andy.
it.
Good job, Andy. I'll take it.
Yeah, that's high praise indeed. High praise indeed.
I'll take it.
Right, let's jump in the chat.
Yep.
I am also gonna join you and have a bite of chocolate because I've been dying to see what this tastes like. So, do you want to see who's in and do kind of a roll call?
Yep. So, I'm going to run through anyone who was chatting at the start. We have James Mincher Space, Frederick Schulz, Green Tree, Matt Prescott. Lots of people. This is before we started chatting. Clearly, having maybe we should. There's a few comments in here about the thing. They've all been watching it. Al Wood, Pat Block, Joe Holzman, Henry Marshall, Max Malice. We've got 39 in at the moment. Awesome. Glyn Seymour, Bruno, and then we start. So I'll start reading from here, I suppose.
Yeah.
But if any of you have put particularly pertinent comments before we started, just stick them in again, and we'll get to them. Al Tree, that's just talking about lockdown. I think they're having a little conversation about lockdown being loosened or whatever. Oh God, let's check out that Oreo. Looks exciting.
Very nice.
Stephen Damien's never late. They provide privacy when they mean to. Indeed. Damien, your hair looks weird, does it? Yeah, my hair does look weird at the moment because it's far too big. I don't know what I'm going to do with it.
I shaved mine off.
Well, I've never done it, and I haven't got clippers, so it'll go at some point. I've never shaved my hair head in my life. Here's the live stream of this reading archived as in can you watch it back? I don't know. I would suspect so.
YouTube does automatically do it.
Says, so. Yeah, Pat Block says asymmetry is beautiful even in hair. Thank you very much. Aaron's in. Al Wood says it's up to 267 grand now. Pat Block says, I wish we could hear or see some more actors read the book bases of the movies they're in. The Harry Potter, so like Daniel Radcliffe has done some reading recently as well. Yeah, that would be cool. I think it's a very lockdown-y thing, isn't it? Yeah, it's a good way of that sort of stuff happening. Joe Holzman says he was looking out for the surprise too. It did say there may be a surprise, so maybe it didn't work out. Hamdizzle doesn't want us to forget the beans. Callum D is in. Pat Block says, "I'm sorry there was no Tariel or Evangeline Lilly after all." Did you see that on my thread? Yeah, I put it up and he said maybe the surprise is Evangeline Lilly reading all the Tariel parts. And then someone underneath didn't get it, which was quite humorous as well. Reese Taylor, how do guys just finish Gandalf the White mounted? Got foot model next.
His Shadow Facts, the new plastic one. His Shadow Facts that he painted. I've not seen the finished Gandalf, but he posted up that he'd done the horse. And that was a stunning paint job, Reese. I really like it. Really cool. Stark, really clean highlights. Very good. Very good.
I've got this guy in the to paint drawer. He was meant to be done for the GT in February and obviously didn't get done, and now he's perilously close to never being painted.
It's a great model as well.
Yeah, it's a beautiful model. Beautiful model.
That was very nice.
Tom Turtle, is that a no to Metal Scouts? It's a no to Metal Scouts in the prize draw, Tom. It has to be plastics. The whole point of it is meant to be like clearing out those models we don't love, and so it's the old sprues of plastics generally. Benji B SBG is in. Evening dudes, evening Ben. People are saying hello to Ben because he's a celebrity. Al Wood says painting metal alerts and the resin Uruk drummer. They're both heroes, Al. I know the drummer shouldn't be, but they are both heroes, mate. Ross Tomlinson, evening lads. Hamdizzle, White Oreo. Yeah, what new devil is this? Completely agree. Michael Haskell says his Uruk Siege crew are metal, so missing the draw tonight. Yeah, it's got to be the plastic siege troops. Reese says, where did you find that? Steve looks mega. Oh, where did you find that, Steve? I reckon you found it in Asda.
It was in Asda, yeah. It was in Asda. I've never seen them before, and they weren't there the week before, because normally I get peanut lion bars from Asda because they're like £1 for 4. So this week I got them and peanut lion bars. Why not?
Jackpot.
Why not?
That's Asda price.
I've put a stone on already. I may as well put 2 on, right?
You're already fatter. Why not get fatter?
May as well.
I'm already fatter, so if I just get a bit fatter, I'm still fatter.
Yeah, you're still fatter than you was prior. Yeah. Exactly.
Reese says, like a Sports Direct mug. Yeah, it's a bit smaller than a Sports Direct mug. And yeah, you go, 2 shots is 50ml. Woo-hoo, we got it right. Green Tree is having full fat Coca-Cola and a crunchy. I'm sorry about the crunchy, but full fat Coke's good. Green Tree says diets are for girls. I can't condone that kind of sweeping gender stereotype.
I can't condone that truthfulness, but yeah.
Pat Block, how many beers are there in a crate? Either 15 or 20, depending on what you get normally. I think Bud's 15. I think they're 15s.
Yeah, I'm not too sure.
And I sort of think if I'm drinking 15 beers on my own, that's probably too much for a week. But it's really easy to drink like 2 beers a night.
When the weather's nice though, and you sat in the garden, it's too easy. Yeah, it's too easy. Because you're kind of looking at the clock, thinking, "Can I drink yet? Can I drink yet?"
Oh, yeah. Charlotte brought me a beer at 11 a.m. the other day.
She's starting to pick up on things.
Exactly. I was like, hang on. I just came in from the kitchen with beer and she went, there you go. I was like, shit, I kind of feel obligated to have it now. I have my Weetabix. But yeah, we do a pub quiz on Saturday night. You saw some of it a few weeks ago, didn't you?
Yep.
And on that, we start at 8, and it normally goes on to about 12:30. So that's like being in a pub.
Yeah.
And I've had about 6 beers on that or something. So God Almighty.
Max Malice.
Yeah, Max Malice. I love feeling like a complete degenerate buying a week's worth of beer from Lidl, even if it is with the weekly shot. Absolutely. There's 24.8 mil in a shot. I think. All right, Ben.
Don't open. That's like they're old wounds. It's not a full inch. All that. Yeah.
Yeah, like shot glasses have control zones as well. Nick Gardner says, "Have fun following Mr. I presume that means had fun following."
No,
Mr.
he means. I think he means. Amazing. I think he means kind of good luck following Mr. Serkis. Like we're not going to live up to it, which we won't.
Oh, I see. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we could get the book out. Could do some more whispered readings with Damien. In Australian, maybe I could just whisper down like this. Maybe talk about some of the things I've liked this week. People like that last time.
The views just dropped by about 15 people.
Richard Clammer, yo. Finally made a live stream for the first time in months. Not sure how long I'll be in for. I hope you guys are okay and enjoying your chocolate on VE there. Indeed.
I was waiting to get through the chat, and I was going to say one thing we forgot to say was happy VE Day.
Yes, indeed.
Day to everyone.
It is important. We should mention it. It was very nice. I thought when you missed the Serkis that she stopped to have the 2 minutes.
2 minutes. Yeah.
Indeed, it's a time for reflection. We're very it puts things into perspective slightly about the coronavirus as well. I think, doesn't it? Yeah. We are lucky to be living in the time that we are living.
Yeah, definitely.
Nick Gardner says, "I have some plastic Uruk Scouts. That's it. Get some paint on them.
Get them out.
Get a picture on our wood. No plastic Uruks, mates. Are just kept to theme.
Fair.
Ham Dizzle, bigger means better. Yeah, depends. I think that's whisper related. Green Tree, Cadbury's picnics are 4 for £1 in Morrison.
Are picnics? Have they still got raisins in? I don't like raisins. Yeah,
they're all right. They're not. They're a decent bar. My dad really likes them, so sometimes I'll find them in our cupboard because he's bought them in for when they're down. Not anymore. Yeah. And then I'll just eat them, and then he'll come back and goes, "Have you eaten my picnics?"
Where's my picnics?
I like picnics.
No, I threw them away because they had raisins in them.
Yeah. Raisins are right. Threw them, that's right. Oh, it's Larry's vodka update. Excellent. I've been slowly working my way through a whole bottle of vodka. Technically not a bar, as I'm out of those, but going to grab some caramel Galaxy buttons in a moment. I think he's talking about chocolate, but he's also just confessed about the vodka problem. Yeah, Galaxy buttons. Green Tree says, "I'm a confectioner for a living, but have never managed to mimic the crunchy bar. It's impossible." Yeah, because it's that bad.
I don't love. Anna loves a crunchy. I think crunchy is Anna's favourite chocolate.
Happy VD Day. I don't know if that's satire or a dreadful typo.
Yeah. Oh, you've had that many crunchies, you got fat fingers now, and you just can't type.
Yeah,
that's what it is.
I don't want VD.
Happy VD Day.
That's not what you're after.
That's a black page in your diary. That.
And Larry says, "Having them in chocolate seems completely unreasonable.
Nice.
There you go. And we're up to date now. Smash that.
Cool. So I'll just reiterate for anyone who has just joined. We are doing our regular thing on these streams where we have kind of a theme, which is Battle Games in Middle Earth, issue 10. Is it all right? And in issue 10, you got plastic.
Have you just given up any pretense of reading it at this point?
Yeah. I've been in the garden. I've been in the garden all day drinking, mate.
He's been busy.
Ain't nobody got time for that. So yeah, in that magazine, we did receive, for those of us who purchased it back in the day, some plastic Uruk warriors. So to be in with in the prize draw for tonight's stream, you have to paint some plastic Uruks. They can be Uruk scouts, right, Damien?
Yep.
Just they've got to be plastic Uruks.
Yeah. There's three plastic Uruk sprues.
Yeah. That doesn't mean if you haven't got plastic Uruks that you're painting tonight, tune out. Stay.
Oh no, absolutely.
Still show us your work in progress pics
yes,
in the thread, and stay and get involved in the chat because we'll have a bit of a giggle. It's nice just to nerd out. Yes, we will not be able to follow up to Mr. Serkis, but we'll try our damnedest. So yeah, that's pretty much an update. So where do we go from here, Damien? I forgot.
I don't know.
I forgot what we do.
I kind of want to paint some stuff, but then I'm just buzzing about life at the moment.
Yeah.
Feeling really positive.
I need to dampen my wet palette.
For half an hour. I suppose we'll crack on. I'm
gonna get
some
water.
on this.
Get some water.
Scouty boy.
Yeah.
I've also just dug out. If I swap over because I think I've just tried to change the angle on C-cam. That's probably hopefully a bit better. But I've also dug out this dude from the depths from my old Isengard army. Because that was a white hand banner that I'm quite happy with, so I wanted that as a kind of reference point.
Yeah.
But the problem with this one, have you done this guy? Have you painted this?
Yeah.
Banner?
Yeah.
It's all folded up.
He's on the shelf. Do you want me to grab him?
No, it's not worth the risk.
No, he's literally 2 foot away from me. 1 second.
No, he isn't. Don't lie.
He is. Just let me wet my palette.
But yeah, I think this being folded up is going to make it a bloody pain in the arse to paint the hand on. So any tips gratefully received.
Uno momento.
Uno momento, Stephen.
Right. Okay. So let's.
What time do you think we have? Blurry sound right feeling. I like the fact that everything's backwards.
Yeah, that's weird.
Let's see if we can do it this way. Oh, power cut. Time? What time do you think we have? Still blurry.
There you go.
Hello.
There you go. Beautiful, that mate. I like that.
Lovely model. Lovely model.
There's my banner should be up on screen
in 20 seconds.
Pretty much. Unlock that.
Oh, it's a nightmare. Did you do it? Oh, you done it. Oh, you did a little hand. Oh, cheating.
Yeah, boy.
That's good though.
No.
Oh well, let's chuck some paint on it. I think I might start with that because it'll probably piss me off and I'll have to come back to it a few times.
Whoa, beeping it out.
You what?
Swearing. What's that?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, might have had a gin.
I always forget on these things. It seems for some reason that all bets are off in here.
Yeah.
In the Battle Streams Lounge.
Wasn't as bad as trying to keep the two Australians' language in check.
Oh no! God.
That was, you know what, that was a really fun stream. That really
yeah,
fun.
great.
I had a lot of fun in that stream. Right, okay, so I need to remember where I'm up to with these guys. These two fellas.
Want to see how I paint for a while? Probably, very, very dreadfully. But
I've got both.
more interested in my face.
What I'll do, I will move this across.
That's
That's fine.
So yeah, let us know in the chat like what you thought of the Hobbit. Was there a favourite bit for you? I know you didn't hear it all, did you?
Yeah, I couldn't possibly say because I am gonna the bits that I missed. I'm gonna listen back to. So yeah, well, I'll get back to you on that.
Great, I'm glad we had this little chat. Could have lied.
I've got a feeling it is going to be Riddles in the Dark. The bit that I was glad that I kind of made sure.
There's something really magical about just hearing him turn that voice on.
Yeah, and it does it like with ease. It's like just in and out, in and out, in and out. It's great. Right, okay. Get some highlights on these underpants. Oh, hang on a minute. I nearly forgot my gigs, didn't I?
Well, that's what the people are here for, man.
There we go. Look at these bad boys.
Oh, there you go.
Sexy.
I actually, when I was doing Saruman's face today, and he's got those lower eyelids, and it was really, really fiddly stuff. And I tried to get this. I've got this light attack. I've got this. Oh God, I'm tied to the computer. I'm glad I'm on this camera because you can't see what's happening there. But I've got this thing.
Oh yeah.
This bigamizer that attaches to my light. It's kind of it's on a big snaky kind of thing like this. But it didn't really work. It's the first time I've dug it out, I think, ever, because I thought this might just be the time I need this. But it didn't. I didn't find it particularly useful, if I'm honest.
When I first used these, I was very similar. I thought I've wasted a lot of money here. It takes some getting used to the perspective, but once you do, your brain clicks with it, they're great.
I presume you're worried about all the ridicule as well for how you look.
No, I'm not asked. Not asked about that. You know me.
It's very powerful. I might just be happy with this. I need to do a couple of extra layers on it just to smooth it out. But I think placement-wise, I might just call this done. It's good enough that I think I might be able to.
Gordon Ramsay done or done?
What?
Gordon Ramsay done. Remember, he used to say that. Done. Camembert cheese and steak. Done.
Just try and curve that finger around. It's my rough shape. I think that might do. What I got? Oh, it's bloody awful on the camera at the moment because of the reflection of it. I have to move my light. It's more like Sauron's face on there.
Move your light.
Looks pretty good in the hand.
Move your light. So how's life generally now? You had a good day today. You feeling positive now going forward?
Yeah, as I said, work's a nightmare at the moment. All our students are submitting, so it's just incredibly busy. But it's been really nice to properly switch off. And I feel like I earned it. I was up till 2 a.m. last night doing work emails, and like that to then kind of, as I said, I sent a couple of colleagues this thing just saying, right, as of tomorrow, I'm out for a couple of days, and it's been really nice to do that. And I get because I keep the tabs open. I get email alert. I get audio alerts when I get them, and it's been quite nice hearing these alerts going off today and just ignoring it. But yeah, no, that's cool. But otherwise, I'm feeling good. I had a really good chat with Ben the other night.
Yeah.
For a video for TTG.
Yeah.
I think you'll hear at some point, maybe next week. I think.
Yeah, it'll be as soon as possible. The problem we've got, it'll probably be Ben's internet connection at home's shocking for uploading.
Yeah.
But I'm sure once he does manage to get it uploaded, we'll get it out there. I'm looking forward to listening to that myself.
Yeah, it went well. It was good. It was good fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had a good chat about it. And that was nice, just kind of hanging out with a pal and just talking about the hobby, and just there wasn't any we weren't doing any kind of I don't know, vlogging or anything at that point. It was just chatter, which was quite nice. And I also managed to get my next hobby vlog done.
Mm-hmm.
Don't know if you managed to catch that.
No.
But good. Always the potential to lie and not be hurtful.
I told you what I've been doing today. I told you. You know.
For most of the week. That's the only thing.
Is it?
Yeah. It's all right. It's just a channel that you help to run.
It's been a very busy week. Very busy week. I mean, you've seen that I've pretty much made a board in a week, right?
Yeah, well, between making the cake and sitting in the garden drinking beer, you've been run off your sleep. But yeah, so I had that, which was it's been I filmed the start of it in February,
Yeah.
like halfway through February, and then I just haven't done any filming since the coronavirus stuff. So it's basically a 10-week hobby vlog,
Yeah.
and whilst I haven't been filming it, I have been doing lots of hobby, a lot of it through this. And so I had loads and loads of models to show off, which then made me feel really good about what I've painted.
Yeah.
Which is cool. And then so I just got to do that, and I got to catch up on my my goal this year to paint or sell more models than I buy. And so I caught up on a few months of that and did a kind of stock check. And at the end of it, I was just having this chat. I was just on the sofa, just kind of having this chat and debrief, and I was just like feeling quite zen about everything. I just feel quite good at the moment.
Good. That's good.
And I've now completely painted more models in the first 4 months of the year than I painted in the whole of last year, which is rocking.
And that's like you say, that's something that there is for us people who are into hobbying and gaming and miniatures and stuff. Some positives that we can take from being stuck at home, I suppose. These streams, like you say, have really helped.
A lot of that was pre-COVID.
Ah,
just
right,
a
okay.
positive start to it. But yeah, the COVID time's been good. Sorry, what were you saying? These streams?
I was saying these streams like really help get stuff done.
Yeah.
Because they kind of
completely.
they kind of in a way make you do it.
Yeah.
Like, there's been times when I've come to the man cave with the intention of thinking, right, I'll get this done, I'll get that done, and then I come in and then you start watching YouTube or just sitting there, or start reorganising your desk, which I've done probably 3 times in the last 2 months, and get nothing done. So they kind of make you do something.
Yep.
Which is good. There's a lot to this naked shaman dude, isn't there?
Yeah, he's cool. So this hand looks worse than it did a few minutes ago, so that's something.
Worse?
Yep.
What do you mean?
I've made it worse.
You don't want to do that.
Because I've got mad skills. I now can't get away from the fact that it looks like Sauron's head. I can't not see it anymore. If you have a look at this.
Yeah, it does. Just put 2 eyes on it and be done with it, mate.
That is Sauron's head right there.
Yeah.
Because it's got this little. There's a hole in the banner, and the hole is the eye.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a secret Mordor supporter.
You sticking with it?
Well, I'm going to try and tidy it up, but I'm not going to. He's going straight in the case. I don't care enough, but I'm also completely. I keep saying this, and then I'm just completely a perfectionist.
I don't know how much I had to drink when I started painting this guy, but there's a bone in his belt, and I've painted it silver.
Remember, you couldn't type during the last stream.
So I'm going to have to sort that out. Silver bone.
The thumb's too long. That's see that's huge. That is huge. Making the thumb smaller, that has greatly increased the amount this looks like a hand.
It now looks like an ear. So what about you guys in the chat? Like Damien said, what did you think of Mr. Serkis' stream? What are you guys working on at the moment? What have you got planned? Do let us know. If there's any questions you want to ask myself or Damien, if there's any subjects that you want to talk about, we don't have to talk about Uruks and Andy Serkis, and we can talk about whatever you want.
Jam. Favourite Heinz
product. I must say that Oreo white Cadbury's chocolate was very, very nice.
That was good, is it?
Yeah, I couldn't eat 2 on the bounce.
Is that because you only bought 1?
It'd be too much. No, I got 4. There was 4 in a pack.
Got 4, went huge.
It was very sweet, so I couldn't go more than 1 in a sitting.
This is so annoying. Like, I'm looking at this other hand in front of it, which looks great, and I'm painting all the same bits white, and it looks complete rubbish. Looks nothing like it. Right, I'm gonna have a break and jump in the chat. See if I can come back to it.
Okay.
Frederick Schulz is converting some metal wild riders with corresponding dismounts. Put some pictures up on Facebook. Every model we use. That's amazing. Those metal wild riders are brilliant.
Yeah, I
Let's
love
see
them.
them. Hoping to pick some of them up as made to order when the time arrives. Ham Dizzle says, "Why the crunchy hate? All chocolate matters." Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but crunchy tastes funny. It makes my teeth feel funny. You bite through the chocolate, and then you got this weird. It's like eating sandpaper or something.
There's just not. I don't. I think it's the ratio. I think there's not enough chocolate to honeycomb. I think there's so much honeycomb.
There is some honeycomb.
It's
the ratio would be much. If it was just chocolate and no honeycomb, I'd be much happier with the ratio.
I mean, there's not. You know, if there was less honeycomb and the chocolate was thicker, or if it was just pieces. Why is my chair going down? My chair is going down.
It's because you put one stone on and then you put another one.
I think that's what it is. But I can hear my chair going.
Don't get another chocolate bar. Paplock says, "Please don't use vodka and problem in one sentence. You've got at least one Polish person." I'm sorry. Clint Seymour says, "Had a fairly bad last few days, so it's good to be cheered up by the SBG NASA." I just realised I've left it on crap banner cam.
You're gonna say it one of these days, aren't
you? I'm sorry to hear that, Glyn. Hopefully it's nothing too serious, and yeah, if this banter Natter helps to cheer you up, all the better. Hopefully you caught some of Andy Serkis. That would cheer me right up.
Yeah.
Glyn says, "Hope the chat cheers you up. They're a big help for me." Oh, thanks, Green Tree. That's lovely. Gamling wants a word about folded banners. Yeah, Gamling's banner can do one.
Transfers, man. There's a video out there.
Yeah, you just got to come up with a way of making your own, haven't you?
It's that easy.
Dead easy. Just do it.
Just do it.
Get it done. Reese Taylor says, "Just bought a red grass wet palette. Nice. Love it. Don't know how I paint it with one." Yeah, I'd like one of them, but I haven't got space for it.
You can get small ones now.
No, I've just not got space for it.
So what do you mix your paints on? You don't paint it straight out of the pot, do you?
No, I'll mix them on a palette. It's a gag about me not having space for things. Come on, Steve. Battle streams of Middle Earth running gags here. Yeah, I do fancy trying one, to be honest. Do you use a wet palette?
The red grass XL in front of me as we speak. Want to see it?
Yes, I do.
It'll pop up on your watching.
See, that thing's massive.
Yeah, that's the big one. That's the XL. So the other one is half that size.
God, your paint itself so fit.
Yeah, boy.
I'm such a
I got
amateur.
2 of these today. I got 2 of these off eBay.
What, the drawer units?
Yeah, 2. They fit perfect in the IKEA furniture things. You know, for all my bits, like my snips and tool, like sanding things and that. So yeah, it's good.
It's super cool.
They're good. I've got some new paint racks coming because these paint racks are really old. A bit naff.
Have you seen my paint racks?
No.
I'll show you.
So a lot, man.
Yeah. Pretty good, right?
They're freaking awesome.
I do have like this sort of thing going on.
Oh, a box.
Yeah,
I've seen them before. Yeah.
Drawer.
I've seen them before.
So you say you've seen boxes before? You've seen drawers before, mate. These are pretty big news around where I am.
I've just got a load of the Element Games ones coming to hook me up because they're pretty awesome.
Cool.
And Jay was telling me that I just need to get my life together and get better paint racks, so I took his advice.
Cool. I will say as well, whilst this is on, do you know what this? I will tell you about this. You see this?
I'm look at. Yes.
Have you seen one of these before?
What is that, a table? Is it a cutting mat?
Above the table. No, thicker than a cutting mat.
Don't know, what is it?
Bit of wood, mate. Bit of wood. And I would have thought you'd know that. You're in the trade. But
but I'm not. I'm too. I can't smell it. If I could smell the wood,
I'd have known if it was a red wood, a white wood, you know.
Well, it's multicoloured now. But this
Yeah.
piece of wood, right? Get this. This has been my painting board for as long as I've been in the hobby. So I got this piece of wood in 1993.
Jesus.
And every model I've ever painted, you know, apart from when you know travel or whatever, has been done on this. So the spilt paint on this goes right back to my childhood. And every now and again, I can see there's a pot of emerald green, because I've spun it around a few times. There's a pot of emerald green that I can remember knocking over when I was 14, and the stain's still there. You know, it's cool. And here, I don't know if you can pick up on this. Can you see this bright green?
Yes.
That is, and all around here, I really don't know if you can see it, but there's little dots of the bright green.
Yeah.
That's Nihilak oxide from painting my Army of the Dead.
Nice.
And like it's splashing on, so you can sort of see the history of my paint jobs.
You know that there's not just one piece of wood in the world. You can get more, so it's quite cheap.
One piece of wood in the world for me. You could say that about wives, mate, and yet you don't just chuck your wife away.
Yeah. Don't know. We're in lockdown. You know.
I think you quit the stream for her birthday. I think there's a hidden romantic in there.
I baked her a cake, for goodness sake.
Exactly, yeah.
Baked her a bloody cake.
Folded banner squad from Pat Blog. Chris Murphy, the legend that is, says, "Evening, gents." Larry says, "Is it time for a Steve looking for things segment already?" I tried, mate. I tried to talk him out of it.
Found it. Found it.
I hope someone's keeping we need Ryan Ratchford from the Planter. He'd keep a running record.
How many times I got up to find something?
Yeah, your hits to loss ratio. Glyn Seymour says, "Cheers, yeah, cheers. Between chat and these two, I should be able to relax." Murphy did a nice job with his scout banner. He did. Lots of people have. It doesn't help me at the moment. It's just at that point, it's just bragging. Max Malice, I finished that flag guy last week. I'll put a puck up in the Facebook thread. Do please. Frederick Shaw's didn't get the entire stream as I made some cake for my birthday tomorrow. But Riddles in the Dark, the Goblin voices were great. Yeah, they were.
Go cake makers. Yeah, boy.
Yep. Cake making club. Pat Block says the Riddles was his favourite bit. Green Tree, I've heard rumours of a new animated Lord of the Rings adaptation.
What?
I love the book Faithful version.
What?
I haven't heard anything about that.
Where have you heard this malarkey? Get it in the Facebook thread. Let's have a look at that.
Maybe. Alex Kaiser says, speaking of banners, I painted a Mirkwood Palace Guard holding an American flag because of patriotism. I think it was Devin Moreno did that when he came over to Nova for the first time. He had like the Confederate flag. Tim Pasha, print out the banner design to size and fold it over the banner to see how the design flows with the banner fold. That's a really good idea that I cannot be bothered to do. It's a really good idea, but no. Robert Cron, hola amigos, what did I miss? Rob Cron, what didn't you miss, mate?
White chocolate with Oreos in it, just as a start.
Yeah, white chocolate with Oreos, some drinks. Rob's nearly a dad.
Hey.
That's some exciting news next few weeks. Good luck with that, buddy. Keep everything crossed for you, and hopefully you can stay in the hobby.
Yeah.
That'll just sap your time, but good luck, buddy. You just jumped.
It's annoying when it does that, isn't it?
Green Tree, you have missed Damien do a swear. He's talking to Rob. It was disgusting. I unsubbed. Yeah, I'm sorry. We lost a lot of people through that. Michael Haskell finished Desolation Appendices recently, just 5 hours to go, getting a better appreciation of parts of the film. Loved the evolution of Smaug, even if it meant tweaking the start of Unexpected. Yeah, the extras on the Hobbit films are amazing. So good. Really, really, really great. Little documentary stuff. The Smaug one's like an hour and a half long about how they built him. Wicked. For the white, this is Tanya, for the white hand mark, don't connect the fingers to the palm. Leave a little gap. Oh, because but this shouldn't. That's for a print, right? I don't think it's meant to be hand printed on this, unless it's by a massive Uruk. I think this is. I don't know how Sam would do this. I don't know if he had a print factory running, but yeah, it's a good tip though. Certainly for the for when you're pressing it onto people. Cheers, Tanya. Ham Dizzle, can we talk about beans again? Absolutely. Maybe a bit later. Benji B loved Andy Serkis' reading. Had it on for most of the day. It felt so wholesome. Yes, I agree. I think I keep going back to words like lovely and magical and wholesome. I also noticed his humble brag. I mean, you know how crazy rich he probably is anyway, but he had the Gollum next to him.
Yeah.
Which is it $3,000? I think that thing is. It's from Weta, and I know you. They made them to order, I feel, and it has no shipping cost because they say contact us and we'll discuss shipping on an individual basis. It's like if you can afford to buy this, the shipping cost doesn't matter to you. I loved his that he'd actually put the headphones on him, and that was the little thumbnail pic. Was wicked. Joe Holzman, how'd the fractions go this morning, Steve?
Oh, don't get me started. Don't get me
What does that mean?
Columns and rows, that's all I'll say. Columns and rows. That's not how we did it when I was a kid. It's not how we did it when I was a kid.
What's it talking about, Precious?
So Lily's doing fractions at the minute in maths.
Oh, because you're the maths, sorry.
Yeah, so it's like the thing I struggle with is teaching the way they want to be taught. I could teach her the way I do things in my head, but that's not what they want. So I'm learning a whole new way as well, and I'm sick of rows, and I'm sick of columns, and I'm sick of things like that. It's really annoying me. But she's doing well. She's a bright kid, so she'll be all right.
Cool. Richard Clammer, what's your favourite shaman pose of all races? Oh, there's a question. Tell you which one it's not. It's not the bloody Moran and Orc shaman. Just painted that. Yeah, you know the one going.
Yeah.
Hated that. Hated the paint job. I did a bad paint job on it. Horrible model. Rubbish.
Does Kardosh fall into that? You reckon? Or not?
Yeah, I suppose he's a shaman. Named though, isn't he?
I enjoyed
painting.
Maybe.
If you're allowed named, maybe Druzag.
Yeah, Druzag's good.
I like Druzag. He's cool.
Mm.
The Moria ones, I think, are probably the most Lord of the Ringsy ones for me. I don't really like shamans. As a general rule, you know, they feel a bit GW to me.
Yeah.
What else? Is there there's a Moran. There's not a Mordor Uruk High shaman, is there?
Mordor.
There's the two Orc ones that are very very similar. Just be there's a shaman. He's a war priest, isn't he? They don't get shaman.
There's a black shield shaman, isn't he?
Oh yeah, I like him. He looks like an angry baby. I'll probably go Moria. Yeah, so either the Moria normal shamans or Druzak, I think.
Yeah.
Good question. Benji V working on Bomber from Thorin's Company tonight after both chatting to Damien and the other night and listening to The Hobbit today. Yeah, it's awesome. I felt a bit dirty. I was painting like Saruman and Watcher Tentacles and Crebain. I wanted to paint something from The Hobbit. Yeah, it's cool. Glad you got started on Bomber. Ben put his post up asking for people to vote, so I guess I went for Bomber. I guess Bomber won. Lovely models, all three of them. Joe Holzman, love listening to stream. I've had a similar day to Damien. Listened to about 10 hours of it whilst painting my Rohan. Isn't it marvellous? It was like a lovely day. All the more so because they're so rare, I think. I feel like I really appreciate it. Reese Taylor, just working on the Gandalf foot model now. I'm going to finish the War Priest next. Cool. James is Miniature Space, painting up resin Council of the Wise Saruman. Is that cheeky hand on chest? Is that the one we're talking about there? Never done that. Also, just put some pictures of my best models on the GBHL page, trying to explore if I might do commission work to raise money. Yeah, do. If you undercut Steve, you'll do well out of it.
Oh, I've got enough on. Yeah, do it. I don't want any more.
It's good to know, mate. Good to know. Alex Kaiser, Damien, just paint the stars and stripes instead of a white hand on your back. I think I might accidentally paint the stars and stripes. It looks more like that in the hand. Big chap, happy VE days, fella, indeed. Yes, and to you, sir. Tom Turtle, either of you got Disney Plus? And if so, have you checked out The Mandalorian? I haven't. We've been talking about it, but we haven't got it yet.
I've seen it yet. I've seen it.
Have you got Disney Plus?
No.
Have you seen it? Then?
Can't tell you, mate. It's not what you know, it's who you know. You know what I
Mm.
mean? I know Walt, don't I? So.
You know Walt. How's he doing?
Not so good.
I haven't heard much from him.
Not so good.
He never returns my calls anymore.
It's good. I feel like a lot of the newer Star Wars stuff it's very much aimed at the younger viewer.
Yep.
And there was starts off really well, and then there's bits around the middle where I was kind of like, I don't know if this is getting a bit silly now, and then it kind of brings it back at the end. But overall, I'd say it's definitely worth a watch. Yeah.
Cool.
And anyone else seen it? Have similar things or disagree with me? I'd be interested to know.
I haven't dived in. I'll give it a watch at some point, but I'm not a massive Star Wars fan, so it's not like top of my agenda or anything.
Yeah.
Aaron, any of you boys need to find an Agrax Earthshade yet? Is that because you're running out?
What, one of these full bad boys? One of them full ones there?
Let's get braggy. So that's my in
What?
progress
What?
Agrax.
Full ones?
We're talking 4 ones.
But then
Throw them.
there you go, Steve will sort you out. But then I do have this bad boy waiting in the wings, ready to come in. However, where I am struggling is the Nuln.
Ooh.
My Nuln is low, and I don't have any more of that.
You see, this is where I have a problem. Because I have no sympathy for people who run out of washes. Because
Why would you not buy 2 and just always have a full one?
Yeah, I've got a drawer of like my most regularly used paints that are unopened.
yeah,
Keep that. It's like your hand soap, right?
mm.
You don't put hand soap on the shopping list when you finish the hand soap.
No,
You put hand soap on the shopping list when you take the last hand soap out of the cupboard.
yeah.
So then you've got your
same
hand
as
soap.
tea bags.
What?
You don't run out of tea bags.
Yeah.
You know.
That's it. You should never run out of non-perishable things.
Mm.
But yeah, top pro tip there.
Yeah.
From middle-aged boring men.
Buy 2 of everything. Buy 2 of everything you use a lot of.
Buy in bulk. You make bigger savings.
Buy it now.
But yeah, well, I got a lot
Not loo
of
rolls,
during the lockdown from 7th City Collectibles, and they didn't have Malnor in, so that's why I'm still low on that.
Yeah.
But I don't use Malnor for a lot, to be honest.
Well, there's a video out there how to make your own. Just saying.
Oh yeah, but that's the dodgy guy.
Just saying.
I don't like to trust his stuff.
Just saying. There's a video out there. I've got
Is that one of those phishing links?
I've got 2 full Agrax and then I've got homemade Agrax. Just.
You don't even need to make it yourself.
I don't need to make it. That's the thing. I thought I may as well make it. I've got a green, I've got a blue, I've got a red. You get a couple of bottles of this.
You sound like a toddler bragging.
You get a couple of bottles of this stuff.
What you got? I've got a green, I've got a blue, I've got a red. What are you doing? what are you doing me like?
Get some ink. Cost you about £7 for a bottle of ink, and you only need a couple of drops out of it to make a bottle of Agrax. Done. You never need to buy it again.
There you go. Tip. A different kind of tip from a middle-aged boring man.
Yeah, there you go.
Hamdizzle, looking to up my brush game troops. What would you recommend as an upgrade on GW Citadel brushes?
Artis Opus are very good. I've got many Artis Opus. I flip between Artis Opus, Windsor Newton, and Element Games' own, which I know you use as well, Damien.
Yeah, I'll do my standard plug. Yeah. And I'm not in any like this boy Crow is completely affiliated with them now, which is fair enough. I'm not. I get nothing out of them, but this bad boy.
Look, just so happens. Hey, just so happens tonight. Guess what I'm using? The Regiment.
Element Games character Regiment.
Element Games.
So for me, Element Games character. This is my.
I paint eyes. Paint eyes with that. I paint the cloaks and eyes with that. It's
unopened, right? And I've had 2 of them, and the number keeps going up. But when did I start talking about August? Yeah. These are my 2 that I've been using, and these models I have painted every part of every model since September with these brushes.
Yeah,
which I think is staggering, particularly for someone like me who, as we've seen already on this stream, is wonky as hell in terms of wet palettes and soap. I just wash my brushes in water. These are the best brushes I've ever used. And so today I've been painting Saruman. I've painted his eyes with this, and I've painted his cloak with it. Yeah. They hold their points like nothing I've ever done. And this one, finally, the oldest one, you can start to see this one here is just beginning to kind of widen out a bit and get a bit bigger. Yeah. But that's after about 8 months of use. So for me, I no longer have any sort of, I've got them all in the pot, but I don't use any form of like detail brush or a large brush or anything. I just use these, and they work an absolute treat. So yeah, Element Games character for me. So changed my life.
On the same note, I've got 2 Element Games Regiment brushes. One is the old one with the old gold print, and you see the newer ones are the silver. I still use both, but I can use the new one to do eyes, which is amazing because I think it's probably the regiment is maybe somewhere in between a number 2 and a number 3. So it's pretty damn good. I'm that confident in my wash. I'm going to use my wash now on this model, my own wash.
Oh, I was just going to say, because you didn't seem to do painting, I thought you might take over on the chat.
Yeah, once I've
gone back into ruining my banner.
Once I've showcased my wash, I'll jump in. Standard. Just let me get my Element Games regiment.
So yeah, that has absolutely been my my vote. Maybe my fingers aren't long enough.
Yeah.
I'm looking at a really good hand in front of me on a banner, and I just can't work out why this one looks worse. What can you do? Just make it better, I suppose.
Yeah, definitely.
Put your big boy pants on and just make it better.
Do it now.
Do it now.
So what have you got planned in the coming weeks, Damien?
Painting wise?
Yeah, well, hobby wise, anything exciting?
Well, I have finished my Crabane today.
Yeah.
18 Crabane, so they're done. Which means
pretty awesome.
Yeah, thank you.
Those leaves though, mate.
Yeah, so that was the. So I could put one of them on the camera in a second, actually. But I'll swap it. So I'll swap it over to Dreadful Banner Cam while I'm doing this, while I'm painting. Yeah, I've been working on them. Obviously, through the stream, I've been painting lots of other stuff on and off over the last few weeks, like for this and bits and bobs. But I think all told, they've taken me about 5 weeks, like dipping in and out of them.
Yeah.
Which has been really good because it's actually made it not horrible.
Yeah.
Like painting 18, it's 189 birds, and then a lot of scenery on the bases, and it could have been quite a slog, but I've actually really enjoyed it. And so I finished it off today, again during the Serkis stream, with putting the foliage on, which was a really fun little job that, and I felt like it was a good natural end to the project,
Yeah.
So once that's done, I then need to get this Saruman finished. And then once the Saruman's finished, I've got to submit the. You may have seen my article that I wrote for.
Oh yeah, I did. Very cool. Very cool.
Thank you very much. But that I then need to submit the second part of that. But I can't really do it until it's, the project's finished.
Yeah.
So once Saruman's done, I get to do that and get that kind of sent in, which should be cool. So yeah, Saruman's the key thing, and then after that, kind of linked to that, and also thinking potentially for the magazine, I'm in a Crabane kind of mood.
Yeah.
I'm painting up the original Aragorn and the original Gimli from the Fellowship set.
Very cool.
So I'm painting pre-Lothlorien Fellowship heroes.
Are we
Essentially,
talking?
that means. So ones with like no elf cloaks on, essentially.
Yeah, these guys. How's that go?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so they're probably going to be the ones I do next.
I've been dropping onto Boromir. I've had a lot of fun with him. Like the old Boromir.
Yeah.
It's a really nice sculpt. Can't get that to focus for some reason, but.
If I was you, I wouldn't finish him for about 7 days.
I'll leave his horn. Right, okay. I'm going to jump in. Before I jump in the chat, I'm just going to jump in. Oh, you're not ready to start taking names, are you?
Taking names.
Taking names.
Oh, I've just finished my latest ruining my banner with black, so I can potentially stop.
Where did you get up to in the chat, mate?
Well, now you're asking. I believe it was one about brushes. Hamdizzle 13 about brushes. Your next one is Chris Murphy. Look at Steve, his fancy hobby corner. One of the days when he sneaked away from the weekend to play golf.
Hey, them days are well gone. I've even got Anna playing a game and painting tomorrow. Right? Tomorrow is the day. We are cracking out Hero Quest. Me, Anna, and my 2 girls who are 6 and 8. She said, "Oh, do you want to find something for us to do? We can all do together." So I was like, "Yes."
Who regrets that?
I'm in there. What I did was I sort of pitched it to the kids first, so the kids were fully on board and had the heart set on it, and then I knew that she wouldn't be able to. But to be honest, she went, "Yeah, fine." So I was like, "Get in."
That's what lockdown does to you, right? You try anything.
Yeah.
I like how there's an interesting note on what Chris just said, that what you used to do was run away from your wife to play with toy soldiers.
Yeah.
And now you want to be fresh tomorrow, so you're running away from your toy soldiers to play with your wife.
Yeah, standard. That's the way it should be done. Apparently. Let me get rid of that for now. I will also hide that. Then I'll jump in the chat. Right, so
I think Emma's having a proper rave downstairs.
Getting on it. Right, let's have a look.
Oh, fuck.
Well, we'll have to demonetize this stream, Damien.
Sorry. I want to watch this on YouTube now. It's 20 seconds long. I'm going to watch me just slam my model down. I was like, that the finger you're watching, right? Oh, it's all going to be late, but yeah, that one's going all right. And then I'm going to move on to the second one any minute. Obviously, not as the way you're watching it. It will have happened by the time you get, oh, look at me in the past. I'm so happy. That finger's good, yeah. And this one is about to go wrong. And bang, there it goes.
What happened? Did you get one of those weird, uncontrollable? Sometimes when you get like a little twitch.
I just put. I was working on the fingers, and I just put white in the black gap. Sorry for swearing.
Yes, shocker. Paplot says, "I'm going to assume it's paint and not vomit on your painting desk, Damien. It looks quite busy with the colours and stuff. You can see the vertical build up. Yeah, it's like a rock face now. Like a rock face." Ross Tomlinson, is there any reason to why the Lord of the Rings plastic troops released in the early 2000s have so much more momentum and still look all right today compared to the fantasy and 40k models of the same era? I think the Lord of the Rings miniatures that Games Workshop were releasing at the time were more so they tried to get them to look like they called it real scale, didn't they, rather than like fantasy scale, and maybe it's something to do with that. They haven't really aged, whereas the fantasy-esque stuff, if you compare like the Age of Sigmar models now, that's how delicate they are and how detailed they are compared to how fantasy-esque models used to be, there's a vast difference, like a massive difference. I don't think the Lord of the Rings style, although techniques have come on, I don't think the styles changed that much really.
No, I mean we took when we've been painting those old Moria Goblins and those old Uruk Hai, like they're obviously not what they would and they normally be now if you were to remake them, but they're still pretty damn good.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, no, I agree. Larry says that wood is almost as old as me. It's lucky that we know what that sentence means in context. Because that wood could have been the making of you, Larry. I shouldn't drink before this. Oh dear.
Big chap about me yelling the F word anymore.
Big chap saying, "Welcome, big chap." I think it's the first time I've had you in a stream, so welcome, my friend. And
he says, to arrive.
Yeah, he says at Ross, Perry Brothers sculpting with Peter Jackson approval process. Yeah, that's true as well. A lot of the older stuff was done.
They all had to be approved by the actors.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, they don't now, do they? The stuff they're doing now, they don't now. So I can't remember where I heard that. I don't think they do now. They've still got to be approved by New Line and stuff, but I don't think the actors get a say in it anymore. I could be wrong, by the way. Don't quote me on that. Ham Dizzle says, "I made banana bread on Wednesday. Does that count as cake making?" It's a sweet. It's a sweet, so I'll have that. Yeah.
You don't get to win the token.
I mean, I don't know who's in the chat who's seen my cake, but I was pretty goddamn impressed with my own cake.
Your cake, mate.
It was amazing. I'm tackling chocolate cake this weekend. Just saying.
I mean, eating it.
Making it. I'm gonna make a cake. Make a chocolate cake.
It's a new thing for you. This baking lock.
Do you know what? I like it. I like it that much that I even bought a load of utensils off Amazon and one of those spinny cake things. You put your cake in and spin it so you can ice it properly. That's where I'm at. That's where I'm at. You know, keep your painting grips. Al says, been watching the previous battle streams to catch up. Really enjoying the banter whilst painting. Thanks, Al. Green Tree says, I remember knocking over a pot of Citadel paint onto the living room carpet as a boy. I also remember my mum kicking me up the street good times. Do you know what I can remember? It's funny. So I can remember once. I must have been about 15, 16, like of that age where I was still in school, I think, but I was going out, and at the weekends, we look forward to going out and hanging out with girls and stuff, and you start to take a little bit more interest in your clothes and that. You start to iron your jeans instead of just grabbing them out of the wardrobe and putting them on. And I remember we got a carpet in the bedroom. I used to share my bedroom with my younger brother, and we got a brand new carpet in the bedroom, and I got the ironing board and the iron, and the carpet had been down about a week, and I put a big melted mark in the carpet. Hiding it.
You're just ironing on the floor.
The point of the story is my mum didn't find out for about 3 years because I moved the bedroom around, so it was under the bed, and it was only when one time I think I come home and I might have moved out actually. I think I might have I'd moved out, and she decided to get rid of all the old furniture, and I can't remember what she did with the room. I think she made it into a sewing room or something. And she said, "When did you burn a hole in the carpet?" And I was like, "Well, that was like a week after the carpet got laid."
I had another in my old bedroom at home. I knocked over a pot of emerald green, and that stain was on the carpet for about 20 years or something until they changed it. It was always like my desk it was in the middle of the room because my desk used to be in the middle. It kind of came out in an L shape.
Yeah.
And that had obviously long gone, and it's just like a nice open plan room, and this green patch in the middle.
Sam Page, welcome, Sam. Good to have you in, my friend. Good to have you in. I hope you're well. He says, no hobby tonight as I'm wrapping presents for my better half's birthday tomorrow. Well, happy birthday to your better half. I hope you have a good day. Make the most of it that you can do, my friend. I know it's
happy birthday, Nick.
It's tough times to have a birthday. It was Anna's birthday last week. It's funny, like Anna said, even though we were stuck in and we couldn't go out, we normally make a thing of it. She said it was probably one of her best birthdays, and I think it was all to do with the cake. Definitely.
I was just about to say, I think Anna's birthday might be the new 4K camera. Did you make a cake?
Mate, it was unbelievable. I'm not gonna lie, it was unbelievable. I'll make you a cake. Do you want me to make you a cake?
Yeah.
I'll make you a cake. I'll make a GBHL cake. How's that?
GBHL logo. I'll ask the fire. That is a GBHL format logo.
Is that on? Is that still on that video?
It's on all the videos.
Is it?
Yeah, it's on every. Watch your own channel video, Steve. You got to.
I don't have time.
I watch the crap you put out on TTG.
I don't have time.
God.
I don't have time. Alex Kaiser says Damien, the Morannan shaman, doesn't actually have a profile. It's just an orc shaman.
Yeah, but the model's rubbish.
And Michael Haskell has retracted a message, so it must have been full of foul language.
Yeah, you know what Michael Haskell's like, always swearing his
Tell you. Paplot says, damn it, why did a headache have to strike now? Got to go, guys. I'll watch the stream later. Have fun painting. See you next time.
Sorry, dude.
Yeah, sorry, man. Some people get really bad headaches. My younger brother's one of those. He gets cluster headaches.
I had a bad one last time we did this. That's why I didn't have a gin.
I've had more headaches. I don't know if it's just because you notice them more.
Drinking 4 beers in the afternoon.
Yeah, that's true. It could be hangovers, but I've had more headaches whilst I've just been hanging around at home than I think I've ever had in my life. I don't really get headaches now, really, which is weird. But yeah. Tom Armitage, painting the old metal Radagast, loving the chat. Thanks for joining us, Tom. And don't forget to get some pictures in the thread, which is on the GBHL Facebook group. There is a thread.
That's a lovely model as well.
It is, yeah. If you search my name in the if you can't find it, you search my name in the GBHL group, you'll find it. It's the last post that I did, and I think it just says stream thread post you whips in here. Rich Clammer says there are 2 more shaman poses in addition to Druzag and Ashrak. I'd class a shaman as any model that can cast fury, so the war priest would count. Yeah, there's the metal one. Yeah, he's quite good in it. He's like, is he pointing and he's got his spear upright?
What, the Morio one?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a pointy one holding a spear.
Yeah.
I painted them both. I can't picture the other one.
Yeah.
There's one with a little knife, isn't there? Yeah.
I don't know. Hamdizzle says Mando was ace, couldn't get enough. That's Mandalorian. Yeah. Michael Haskell. When I helped my sons with maths 15 plus years ago, discovered long division was done differently for an hour's young madness. Yeah, it's crazy stuff.
Wrong division.
Big Chap says, and bog roll. I think this was when we were talking about bulk buying stuff. It's but you know, like the toilet roll madness. Just before it all kicked off, we'd bought toilet roll before we even knew this was all happening, and we didn't have to buy. We were very lucky we didn't have to buy loo roll the whole way through the madness till it all calmed down again.
Right.
So yeah, just a little bit of a fun fact there for you about loo roll.
Well, I'm not surprised you had it, given you're a sensible man. You'd have that stockpile.
Yeah. Always have buy two. Just always buy two. Ham Dizzle.
Loo roll, make by 9.
two. What are they called? Is it a bale of loo rolls? A punnet of loo rolls.
Punnet of loo roll.
Ham Dizzle. No, done that one. Yeah, Ham Dizzle. You stockpilers. You're the reason the country's on its knees. Yeah, because we bought all the Agrax. James's Miniature Space. Fun fact: I've never had or used Agrax Earthshade, Seraphim Sepia all the way.
All the way? What's that mean?
He uses Seraphim Sepia instead.
Oh, I see.
I understand why, but I don't think I could do that. I love Seraphim Sepia. It's great on golds, and it's great on silver if you want to create like a really sort of light tarnished gold. Just put it over silver. It looks fantastic.
Do you know what I use it for? I think I've put them away now because I did my hobby vlog. I've still got my new. Yeah, I've got him out. I'll show you my Seraphim Sepia. It's exactly that. It's for turning silver gold.
Yeah, it looks cool.
I'll finish this because I think this is nearly done.
Nice.
I'll show you. Yeah, I've turned it around. And then I'll talk about that as well. Remind me when I show you CCAM.
Yeah, will do. Aaron says it's the inside joke from Zorpazort Lucky, aka Agrax Earthshade. Yeah. What was it? Was it 2.5, 3.5 minutes? Was it?
You what?
The Agrax Earthshade link to Lachlan and his streams. Do you not remember? You were the one that made a point of it.
To what?
So you know when we were talking to Lackey the other day on Speak Friend?
Yeah.
And I was saying, how the hell do you go 6 hours?
Yeah. I know what you
mean.
Agrax.
Rich Clayman says, what's Harrison doing during these extraordinary times? I can imagine rock study is a key job. How is he? Have you spoke to him?
Yeah. We chat a fair bit on Facebook Messenger because we're doing the magazine.
Yeah.
So we're sort of going back and forth with that. But obviously I haven't seen it. Not allowed to. So that, there's some perks to it. But he's all right. He's still working.
Yeah.
But he's not. His job hasn't really been affected. So he's just working from home. But he posted on these things, like he's messaged me, like I think quite early on, at like 10:02 or something, and said something along the lines of at 10:08 he was like, yeah, I'm not up to much tonight. I'm just going to do some editing. I was like, oh, cool. We're doing a stream at 8. He was like, cool. Nothing. Like, did not come in. Did not fancy it. It's like, he's definitely free. I know he's free. But yeah, he's all right. He's editing away. We got
he's editing away, not watching streams. Standard.
Yeah, absolutely. We had one of our outstanding articles submitted this week, which means for issue 10 there is only now one article outstanding that hasn't been submitted.
I hate when that happens. Why can't people just hand things in on time?
Why can't they just get it in? Allow us to finish the magazine.
Let me know what it is and I'll send him a harsh email, mate.
Finally, the annoying thing as well is the person who wrote it sent me it about 6 months ago and it's like 80% finished. Just needs about 200 words. And the guy hasn't done it.
Oh God! I'll call him. I'll call him out tomorrow.
That's cool. So we've actually been doing a fair bit on the magazine this week, sending a few bits and bobs back and forth, and it's come together quite nicely, which is cool.
Looking forward to it.
So that's been good fun.
Any idea of release with everything being the way it is?
No, mate. I saw James's video about Ardacon.
Yeah, I tuned in for a couple of minutes when it
said. He said they're still planning for it to happen, which I guess is fair enough. But I think he's dreaming. It would have launched at 7 Stones, and then issue 11 would have launched at Ardacon. Yeah. Obviously, we're not going to do 7 Stones, so Ardacon was the next one we were looking at. If it doesn't go there, it could be at yours, right? We were chatting about that.
Yeah.
Scouring of Cheshire.
Yeah. So
which is
you're welcome. If there's not, you can't get it out before, you're more than welcome to.
we always like to launch it at an event.
Yeah.
So that would be it. But then of course that also pushes back 11 to whenever that would be, which is weird. Which of course then pushes back the next one. But it's interesting. You know, I know it sounds mad, but you know what a weird thing is? On the magazine it says spring 2020 on it.
Yeah.
So we're obviously going to change that to summer 2020, and then maybe autumn 20. You know what I mean? It's this odd sort of thing with that. And there's articles in it. My article in particular, because it's looking back over, because it's the 10th issue. It's looking back and it includes things like it says like 5.5 years ago, and it might be that we have to change that to 6 years ago. And there's quite a lot of references to dates and stuff throughout the issue that we're kind of flagging up now and highlighting in red, so that whenever we get a firm release date, we get to go and check all that those are all correct essentially.
Yeah. It is mad. It's like you say, like you're probably highlighting them, and it's not even like you can highlight them and go, right, we need to change that too, because you just don't know what you need to change it to yet until well, nobody knows. But
shall I show you these things?
Yes, shows them things.
Oh, I'll just grab Leggy.
Are these the Seraphim Sepia things? He's gone. He's not listening. He's gone.
That's how you do it, mate.
You can put your earphones
down, Legolas.
Nice.
So this is my Seraphim Sepia. This is how I've started doing what I kind of think of as pretty gold.
Yeah.
So like not, kind of like your elf gold or something, but always need to change the light to classic O'Byrne.
Yeah, standard.
Somewhere like that, I believe. So this Legolas, the gold on his bow there.
Yeah, very nice.
And the gold on his quiver is. I don't think it really
beautifully painted that, my friend.
You what?
Beautifully painted. Very nice.
Thank you.
Very nice.
Very kind of you. I can't honestly remember what the base is. It doesn't really matter, but it's normally something like Retributor Armor, Agrat Shade, and then I think Liberator Gold or something like that.
Yeah.
But then I put a Runefang Silver highlight, and then I get Seraphim Sepia, and I just do the lightest coat over it. Yeah. And it's not washing it at all. It's like you have to knock it almost all over your brush, so there's like nothing left.
Yeah, it just tones it down.
And then you just brush it, and it turns it into this. It turns the silver into this just beautiful, light, natural-looking gold. I think.
Yeah.
That's what I've been using that for. So that's that. And
nice.
Bit better, isn't it?
Nice. Yeah. Very cool.
That's what I'm going with. And obviously, the finger kind of curves around inside the fold there. That's why you're missing it there. Yeah. So I'm pretty happy with that. It doesn't look like Sauron anymore.
This is very cool.
It'll do.
Yeah, that's very cool. The Seraphim Sepia, I did a similar thing. I remember painting, I think about 6 high elves, and I painted them in silver, and then I'd done about 3 layers of Seraphim Sepia, like thinned down, and you just got all like the gradient, and it just turned it into gold armor. It looked really nice. It was a really good way of doing it. But then I got painted high elves and never finished them. Where were we up to?
I can jump in if you want, mate.
Yes.
Finished.
So I've just read out Rich Clammers asking about Harrison, and we're up to James's miniature space. If you can see that.
He says, by the time you gents are 70, you'll be getting Agrax Earthshade Shade. You'll be getting Agrax Earthshade several times a day. I already do, mate. Richard Clammer, I guess whatever he is doing, it isn't a hobby vlog. No, God, no. If you're holding out for Tom Harrison to do a hobby vlog, you're just hurting yourself. There's no chance of that. Al Wood says, not sure I know what's your favourite Aragorn, Steve.
Oh, changes. With Damien mentioning like the original Arms Out Fellowship at the minute, I'm sort of still painting him, so I'm really enjoying that.
Give me a hug, Aragorn.
The face on that sculpt is something else. It's beautiful.
Well, it's not Aragorn.
But if I had to pick one, if you backed me into a corner and threw things at me, I'd have to say it's Amansul Weathertop with a flaming brand.
It's cool, Aragorn.
I just think that's the one that just captures it captures the Aragorn that I think of from the movies for me.
It's Strider in it.
Yeah.
I think the Mounted Strider or Breaking of the Fellowship Aragorn for me.
Yeah.
They're my favourite ones. And then he says to me, what's my favourite? Legolas. And that is, I think it's the Breaking of the Fellowship one again.
Foot on Rock?
Yeah, it's one of those two. It's Foot on Rock or Breaking of the Fellowship.
Yeah.
And then Defenders of Rohan, sorry, with his knife behind his back, is a solid third.
Yeah.
But I flip between those ones. I really enjoyed painting that Fellowship one though. That's a gorgeous sculpt.
Yeah.
I think we've talked about Legolas before when we've done a Legolas issue, but I think Legolas is served incredibly well by his sculpts. I think he's got some amazing ones. You for Legolas?
Foot on Rock is definitely up there, 100%.
Foot on Rock.
I really like the Mounted Legolas, the old one, shooting the bow. And I like the sort of the ninja-y stabby one.
Yeah, that's Breaking Fellowship.
Yeah.
Ninja.
That's cool, man.
Hamdizzle13 says, sadly, our Hero Quest names can't be shared here with them not being PG. So, we talk about Hero Quest names?
Because you used to make up your own characters, didn't you?
Yeah, do we link? What's the connection
I don't know. I think he was just saying.
I missed the link there. So. But yeah, indeed. Alex Kaiser considered rage quitting the stream for profanity, Damien. I think you need some more, Mr. Serkis. Reese Taylor, wash your mouth like Damien, almost as bad as Jay. Yeah, apologies. Frederick Shaw's plastic wire guys look horrible next to metal ones. Yeah, they are. They're relatively dreadful models, but the metal ones are beautiful. Good to see more. I never thought that Mr. Obama would say such a profanity. This is devolving into a TTG stream.
We don't swear.
Me, yeah, well, this is it. Anyone who knows me, although I'm quite the opposite. It's just that obviously on the GBHL we've always been no swearing, and on the Facebook page we're no swearing. So I think people associate me with not swearing, which is very much
not the case.
Steve Hamdizzle says, Steve, you had no hand in that cake. It was clearly your daughter.
It was their idea. And they're like, yes, daddy, let's make this cake. So I was like, yeah, okay, come on, girls. And like, as soon as like the work started, they bailed and just kept checking in. And like,
I hope you didn't have your hand in that cake.
They kept just checking in and like asking could they like lick the bowl and lick the spoon and stuff. So yeah, I shot myself. It was very, very good. Shared it with the neighbours as well. The neighbours really liked it.
Yeah, he made a great cake.
Do you want me to make you a cake?
Oh God, there's more cake. Oh, there's cake chatter. It's not going to go anywhere.
Might do a cake stream on a Tuesday.
What's your favourite kind of cake? For me, it's cheesecake or carrot cake.
What? That's yours? Or that's what I said?
That's Reese. I'm going to go out and say Reese has made some dreadful choices there.
See, I wouldn't class. I know it's called a cheesecake, but I wouldn't class cheesecake as cake. I do like cheesecake. Don't get me wrong. It's a great. It's a dessert. I
bloody hate cheesecake.
Oh dear. Oh, I like cheesecake, but I just plain. I don't mess about with it. Like New York cheesecake, vanilla filling with the crumbly biscuit base. Boom, smashed it.
I like the carrot cake, but I don't like the I want to say cream cheese. It's not cream cheese. It's cream.
The buttercream.
The cream frosting you have on it.
The buttercream.
Buttercream, yeah.
Yeah, I like buttercream. Yeah, I like it. I'm very. I'm not a lover of jam, so when I make cakes, I don't put jam in them. So it's just normal white sponge with whipped cream filling and then buttercream icing.
I'm not a big cake connoisseur. You know, I'll eat cake, but I don't have strong feelings on it in the way I do for like a chocolate bar. Really. It would be, if I got to choose any, it would be a chocolate cake. And I agree, I wouldn't go for any fruit. I wouldn't go for like jam or Black Forest Gatto or anything like that. I hate red velvet. That doesn't taste like cake. That tastes like some sort of tax you have to pay for having a dessert or something. I don't know, horrible stuff.
I don't mind chocolate cake. Chocolate cake, I like some chocolate cakes. A majority of chocolate cakes for me are too heavy and too rich and too nice. I like a really sort of subtle chocolate cake. This one's like, where you get chocolate.
I use the word subtle.
You know where you get like a chocolate cake and it's got chocolate filling and it's got chocolate icing. It's too much chocolate, man. Like, back off with the chocolates. Back off, mate. Back off. Just have a break from chocolate. Look, it's chocolate flavoured sponge. Leave it at that. Just put some normal icing on it and we're cooking.
I'm painting again, so you're up.
Yeah. Right. Okay. So let's get off cake for a minute.
I think the next one says
No,
top table
yeah,
bacon.
we're not
so
getting
probably
off
not.
cake. Top table bacon. Let's do it, man. Big chap. My Airfix troops blocked my mum's Hoover so many times back in the day. Michael Haskell, my youngest, a decade ago, had a big stretch with paintbrush in hand. The bolt gun metal mark is still there. I've just done it on my desk. I've literally just done it on my desk when I was grabbing washes. Can you see it there? Look, I have to wash that with some ISO.
Well, do you know what? Why I never have to wash my desk?
You can tell, mate.
Wood, mate. Wood.
You can tell.
You never have to wash it. When you're working with woods, you never have to wash it.
Where are we up to? Oh yes, Joshua Crosby. If the War Priest counts, then it clearly takes it as best shaman. It is a nice model. There's no denying it's a nice model. Larry's with me. He likes Kardush. The game needs more throwing octopi. Rich Clammer, yeah, Pointy Finger is the one, and Pointy Sword is the other shaman. Pointy Finger is sort of, what's that? Cradling his spear like a baby in his left arm. Yeah, that's the one I can picture. But Pointy Sword is holding his spear with his right hand. Still can't picture that one. No doubt when I see it, I go, oh yeah. I've got them both painted. I'm the same. But when I see it, like I say, I'll go, oh yeah.
I can only see one in my head.
Chris says you can do the issue at the league final, issue 11 at the league final.
Is that in sterling?
Must be, yeah, because he's touting for something.
That'd be a stretch, mate.
You know, typical Scott. That comes in here, he's trying to sell tickets. You know.
Yeah, it wouldn't be like you, Steve. I believe this guy's promoting an event.
Oh, it's jumped. While I'm looking, if anyone wants to buy a ticket. Where are we? Here we go. Joe Keel, hiya from the US. Hey man. First time catching the stream live. I've watched most of the others on replay. Quality hobby talk playing in the background is indeed ideal for painting. Thank you very much, Joe. Appreciate it very much.
You don't need this then.
This
is quality cake talk.
But yeah, thanks for joining us, buddy. It's good to have you.
Yeah, that's awesome to know, mate. Thank you.
Tom Turtle, what's the likelihood of spaces opening up for scouring, Steve? Had picked up a tick for Winchester, which was going to be my first event, so pretty keen to get one in ASAP. It's hard to say. Like, I've had events where, you know, right at the last minute, 10 places might come available, and then I've run events where they haven't. It's hard to say. Just if your name's not on the reserve list, drop me a private message and I'll put your name on the reserve list. And that's pretty much all I can do. But if people do drop out, which, to be fair, in the climate that we're in, if it's going to happen, it's probably most likely to happen now because like people have been a little bit more careful on money and things like that. So get your name on the reserve list, and yeah, fingers crossed. But you know, people are more than welcome to come down anyway, even if they're not playing. I don't know whereabouts you are, if it's too far, but if you're not, you're more than welcome to come down and hang out. Always up for that. That'll be a laugh. And you can get a feel for an event there.
Get to meet Steve Crow.
Get to meet possibly someone else as well, Mr. O'Brien, very famous in America.
Yeah.
Very famous in America. Very famous in America. Very famous. I'll never forget that. I never. And he called you Mr. O'Brien, didn't he, Devin? You remember?
Oh, Mr. O'Brien, yeah.
Damien O'Brien.
Damien O'Brien won that. He managed to take that again. Can't believe it. Can't believe that Tom Harrison won for 2 years running. So utterly unfair. I think he should have let Damien win it 1 year. That's so unreasonable.
Where are we up to? Are you making me lose where I am? Oh, Reese says, looks top your Legolas, Damien.
Oh, thanks.
Greentree says, I think the Andy Serkis Live Hobbitathon may have just been removed from YouTube. I'm betting the publishers of Tolkien's work Waterlight stale. That's a shame.
I did wonder. He made several references to the fact that saying thank you and it had got permission.
Yeah. It's a shame that.
Yeah.
It's a shame. Do you know what? I'm pretty sure though, like, it'll pop up somewhere. Surely they're not just going to leave that into obscurity.
You know how when you do a TV series, sometimes they do the accompanying book.
Yeah.
I wonder he'll do like an audiobook and donate the proceeds to the same.
Yeah.
I'd buy that in a heartbeat.
Yeah, it was cool. It was very cool. Green Tree's also retracted a message. People just with foul language. James's Miniature Space. I use Seraphim Sapius for so much. On its own, on top of Stormhold Silver, like Damien just showed. Mix it with Bealtan Green for a perfect wash for Elven Cloaks. I've not done that before.
Mix it with Bealtan Green for a wash.
That's the really bright green one as well. Really bright.
Yeah. I've got that.
I'll try that.
When you say Elven Cloaks there, do you mean like the Fellowship's Elven Cloaks, or do you mean kind of generic cloaks for elves? What kind of colour cloaks are you showing?
And what colour are you going over?
Yeah,
that'd be
that's really interesting. I'd like to try that.
Yeah, because I've done on some Elven Cloaks on maybe a Legolas, couple of Legolases years ago. I done them grey, and I did do like a very thinned green wash on it just to give it a tint. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see that, or even post it in the Facebook thing, because I am gonna get onto the Facebook thread in a moment. Al Wood says, thanks for the figure answer, guys. I have to go. Sorry, stay safe. You too, Al. Thanks for joining us, and thanks for supporting us.
Al said, by the way, I don't know, he sent me this in a PM, or it's in a comment on one of our videos.
Yes.
That he said that at least in part, these videos have made him dig out his models from the loft and get painting again.
That's good. That's awesome.
That's just awesome to hear, mate.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
Awesome. Because Al used to be quite prevalent on the old GBHL videos, and then it went a little bit quiet, and it was nice to see him come back. It's
also kind of it's exactly the point of the videos. The idea was not necessarily to get people back into it, but to get you painting old models. So we've also managed to get your hobby interest back up. That's just super awesome.
Yeah, it is. James Miniature Space. I use it on. I'm gonna try and read that. Karamshar Red, 3 layers to do Uruk skin and leather. James Miniature. Corn. Don't know why it come out of Karamshar. It's been a long time since.
You just pronounced corn as Karamshar.
No, read the chat. He said he's put another post saying it's been a long time since autocorrect was useful on a hobby stream. Glenn Seymour, lemon drizzle cake. No, I'm not into lemon.
No.
Not into lemon at all.
No. Incorrect.
Yeah. James Miniature Space, TTG, BBOBL Steve. What's that?
TTG Bake Off, Big Bake Off.
British.
Could be anything.
Top Table Gaming, Big British, Top Table Gaming. I don't know. I'm lost. I get what you mean, but I'm not going to try. Green Tree says, not a big cake fan. I'm more of a crumble or pie man. You see, I'm not a sweet person at all. I never even used to eat chocolate before I met Anna.
For the stream.
But I eat chocolate now. Like in the last sort of 15 years, it's like my tastes have totally changed. I used to would rather get a starter main and another starter, than get a dessert.
Right. Yeah. Well, if it was 2, I would always go starter and main.
Yeah.
I'm definitely more savoury.
Yeah, 100%.
I agree with him. If you give me those options, I'd have a apple crumble over a cake all day long.
Yeah, I'm not into apple crumble. I'm not really a fruity person.
Or for me then.
Yeah, I'm not really a fruity person. James Holden just arrived. Sounds suitably off topic for the stream.
Absolutely. What people coming for?
Rich Claver, I love apple crumble. You've made about 3 big ones since Kickdown. Oh, we've made about 3 big ones since, I think it means lockdown.
You're getting pissed off. You go, don't tell me what I've made, Rich.
Pixar didn't happen, Rich. Pixar didn't happen. James Holden was only able to see a tiny bit of the Serkis stream today. Oh, it's just jumped. How was it? Very good. I didn't see it all. Damien soaked up as much as humanly possible and absolutely loved it.
Yep. So good, mate.
Yeah,
so
it was really good. I will be watching it all back, definitely.
No,
I won't. Sugar. No, I won't.
You know what the weird thing is? I was tempted to record it as well.
Yeah, I toyed with that, and I thought, no, it'll stay on. It'll just stay on. Because this program that we use, so the way I'm doing this now, me and Damien are on a browser-based program, and I'm able to, using the program that we use to stream, to grab that browser and then stream it out to you guys. And I have two choices. I can either click stream to do this, or you can just click record for pre-recorded stuff. So I could have done exactly what this is and recorded it, but that might have been known as piracy, so I wasn't going to do that.
Oh, you can just do it in QuickTime, mate. Like
Okay.
QuickTime, just a
You're
screen recording.
You're an Apple person, or I'm not Apple. I don't have that.
You don't get QuickTime? Well, they do QuickTime for Windows.
Yeah, but I don't use it.
Oh, I see.
So, you know, pointless.
Yeah.
Pointless comment, really, but a little bit pointless.
It's a really good screen recording.
Oh, I've got an Apple computer. Oh.
You made a cake recently.
We'll get on to camcorders in a minute. Where are we? Glenn says, Andy made a 30-second video saying thank you and that I'll try and get the Hobbitathon out there. Awesome.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Awesome. Maybe they want to edit it because some of the bits I watched, he did make very minor, like, just slips of the tongue, didn't he?
Yeah, I was like, bloody hell, Andy.
Yeah, but you'd expect it. But maybe they just want to tidy it up. And because some of the, I don't know if it was because it was being streamed and restreamed, some of the audio wasn't fantastic either sometimes that I was listening to it. So maybe they are just going to really,
good.
I think they might polish it up a little bit and maybe re-release it, which would be amazing. And I'd pay for that, to be honest.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think that's kind of, if there is a copyright issue, like, you know, not a copyright issue, but, you know, they're being funny about it. That's how you get around it.
Yeah.
You put money into it.
Yeah.
And you say, look, we could put it up, but there'll be a charge, and then either you'll get some money out of it, or it will look like you're doing something for charity.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they'll go with that, I think.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. That would be awesome. Where are we? Oh yeah, Nicholas Gardner. This attempt at painting an Uruk Scout turned out into painting Galathrim Guard of the court. That's
classic Nick Gardner.
That's how stuff goes down. Ross Tomlinson. Yeah. What did you think of Austin Adil, Steve? Yes, I've seen that, and yeah, it is pretty much kind of the imagery that I was looking for. So I have saved those images, and it will go on to one. In fact, it already has. I've got a file on my desktop of board ideas, which has just got loads of like images off the internet of mostly Middle Earth. Some of them are not Middle Earth. Some of them are just sort of nature photographs with nice scenes. So
what the hell did any of that mean?
You're not a board builder, so you wouldn't know, mate.
You just keep putting barriers up between us.
Talking of boards, I'm going to point the camera over there, which you won't see for a minute, Damien.
You've been working on a new board since
the road into Hobbiton is looking very, very cool.
It's a bit small.
That's it over there.
That looks awesome, mate.
I need to make more trees. I need some sage bushes. So there is American people in the chat tonight, guys. If you know anywhere that will mail sage bush branches to the UK, please link me, hook me up with who they are.
This is the stuff you were raving about last week, wasn't it?
Yeah, sagebush trees.
You ran out.
Yeah, I've run out. I didn't double buy, did I? I didn't double buy. I'm a victim of my own advice, and I've run out. But the trees that I made,
you got a double buy, mate. You got a double buy.
The trees that I made are awesome. So go and get one. I'll go and get one.
Oh, here he goes.
It's literally on the board, so I can't not find it. Give me a sec.
Place bets, guys. Is he coming back with it or without? I think we know.
Okay. I don't know how well it's gonna. Might whack it on the. Does it come out better on that? It does actually. Yeah. So if I change that. These are the trees that I made using the sage bushes.
Let me have a look.
It'll come up for you in a second. And that is basically just sage bush branch and flock. And I think they look pretty darn good.
I can't see anything. Are you on the wrong camera?
It'll come up for you in a sec.
Really... Oh, you're not changing it on Be Live?
No, on YouTube.
Ah, right.
Yeah.
Oh, there is. Yeah, that looks awesome, man.
Yeah. Because just the branch structure is just so much like miniature trees. It's really awesome. So yeah, if anyone in the States knows of somewhere that is selling those and will ship to the UK in this climate, please let me know. because I'm desperate for some. I always like to have stock, as I've mentioned, you know. I'll hide that now and get rid of it and get the chat back up. But yeah, so I don't know why we started. Oh yeah, we were talking about terrain. So that's nearly finished, that board. I've got to do the waterfall tomorrow, and then I'm starting another board straight away, straight off the bat. Well, I've got fire in it. Pardon?
You say what the next one is yet?
No, I've not made my mind up yet.
Make my mind up.
I'll look in my board ideas folder tomorrow. And I'll see. Adam Garnett's in. Evening, lads. All well. Hi, Adam. Yes, very well. I hope you are well. Also, my friend. Nicholas Gardner says, I thought Andy channeled Martin Freeman's billboard quite well. He did really well. James,
near the start, I don't know if you're in, but I thought it was really lovely that he wasn't doing impressions.
Yeah.
But they were clearly influenced by the movies. Which was really cool.
It was cool. It was really cool. James Space. Fellowship Elven Cloak. So I base coat Castellan Green, then highlight up, adding more and more Rakarth with an edge highlight of pure Rakarth, then add the wash. I put it on the Facebook thing. Cool, we'll have a look at that. That sounds awesome.
That sounds super cool.
Yeah. Glyn says, Damien, did you ever go for golfing weekends like Steve to hide from the other half? Damien came out from day one, didn't you, Damien?
Yeah, well, I was living with her when there's only so much I could do. No, I did get back into it once she agreed to marry me. That's fairly important. When we got together, I was out of the hobby.
Yeah.
And then we got engaged, and as I've said multiple times, she actually got me the book. She got me the blue one ring rule book, and said, "Didn't you used to do this?" And I was like, "Yeah." And then the poor lamb didn't know what she was getting herself into.
Yes.
But then
it's all her fault, basically.
The first tournament I went to was Warhammer World Doubles, and I just went with my mate. We just liked playing the game. He never collected it, and he liked Lord of the Rings. We went for basically a stag do. Yeah. It was a mini stag do, the two of us. Like, no one was getting married or anything, but it was like we could just go away for a weekend, hang out, drink, and play games. And that's what we did. The community was very different then. There weren't necessarily the same big meetups, but me and my best mate just went to Nottingham, went out for a curry in the evening, went and played games. That's where we met Tom Harrison. The rest is history. But and then just went and hung out. So Emma's always known exactly.
Yeah.
In our old flat, I used to have like a little painting desk set up. So
she's always regretted that book. She always regretted buying that book.
Definitely. It took me a while to come out, to essentially come out on Facebook in a way, to just be, say, post stuff up. I don't post too much because most people just don't care about it, but I do.
Yeah.
People know that I'm a nerd now on Facebook, and I posted the Warhammer community article, for example, on my normal Facebook, as a kind of any non-nerd fans on here might just find it mildly interesting.
Yeah.
But so yeah, I don't know really. I just certainly never. You can't really keep it from. Why were you telling Aunt Anna you were going on golfing holidays? What was the reason for it?
Do you know? I don't really know. I don't really know at the time. It was because I was playing golf to an extent, quite a lot. At the transition when I started to take this hobby more seriously, I was playing golf. I'd stopped playing. I used to play a lot of Saturday League and Sunday League football, and I stopped playing that probably 18 months prior, and I wasn't into hobby, painting, gaming, nothing then, and took golf up. So I was playing a lot of golf, and I used to go on a lot of golf weekends. There was about 4 or 5 of us, and we used to go to Ireland and went to Spain once playing golf. So it was kind of an easy excuse, because I'd say, "Oh, we're golfing on such and such a weekend," and she'd just go, "Yeah, right, okay." And it was a lot easier just to say, "I'm going golfing," rather than going, "Yeah, what it is, there's these little plastic toys that Cole doesn't want to play with anymore. And I'm a grown man, but I quite like playing with them, and I want to go play with loads of other men who play with toys." Like, that conversation, it wasn't a comfortable conversation for me to have, so I just lied, basically.
Well, because we used to joke, I remember, like, in BFIT and stuff. We used to say that, like, if Anna, I'm sorry, I'm fucking frozen. If Anna ever talked to your golfing mates or whatever and found out, she'd be like, "He's been lying to me. He's having an affair." And then we'd be like, "No, look, it's not an affair."
At the time, I probably would have preferred to admit to an affair, though.
Are you having an affair? No, I'm going away with a bunch of men you don't know and I'm playing toy soldiers. What?
I know you're not playing golf. Have you been having an affair? I think I'd have gone, yeah.
Yeah. To explain. Yeah.
I'm definitely not playing with toys. I'm having an affair. Where are we up to?
We did that. You know the king. You know the Throne of Skulls one with the King of the Dead.
Yes.
We went into the Beefeater on, I think, Sunday night.
Yeah.
Afterwards, and I went up to the bar, and obviously everyone was in there, and I was dressed like the King of the Dead. And she went, "Oh, are you on your stag weekend?" And I sighed and just went, "Yeah." It's gonna be a lot easier than explaining what's actually happening here.
And they're thinking, "Oh, he's got a Beefeater on his stag weekend."
Yeah, what a crap stag.
Who's organised this? Who's organised this? Nick Gardner says, "Wouldn't Elven Stormcaller count as a shaman? He gets my vote either way."
Always the elves with Nick.
Jesus Much Space. He clears up the TTGBBOBHL. So it's top table, Great British Bake Off, British Hobbit League. Can't have British in there twice. It confuses you.
The Great British Hobbit League.
The top table, Great British Bake Off, British Hobbit League. Chris Murphy, Andy Serkis has put a statement out saying that they are looking at opportunities of showing it one-time event again. Glyn says, "Steve, due to your business pre-lockdown, do you have easy access to builder's sand?" No. Funnily enough, building sand was like rocking horse excrement just before the lockdown. I could not get it for love nor money. We were on a small extension job, and I didn't even need that much. It was only just a point of ridging on the roof, and I couldn't even get a bag of building sand. So, B&Q and stuff.
About that, I was after some.
What sand?
Yeah.
Well, B&Q's back open now, but you have to click and collect. And I went, so the boards that I'm building, I went and picked up the 6mm ply a few weeks ago. I clicked and collected, and I went and I was waiting for about 3 hours in the car park for them to come out, because you can't go in. So you have to come and say, right, here's my order number. But they go around about 15 people and take all them order numbers and then go in and just come out with trolley after trolley after trolley. So
Is it really 3 hours? Or are you exaggerating?
No, I was there for about 3 hours. It's crazy. It's crazy. It was rammed. It was like the first day that they'd opened, so it was hammered. Right. Yeah. So I don't know what it's like now, but I can't be bothered.
But yeah, is that what you for your basin, for your your sand? Do you use builder's sand from a building merchant
for models?
Yeah.
No, I use what's it called? So on normal bases like this, I use a mix of what's called chinchilla dust, which is it's kind of like sand. It's very, very fine. It's called chinchilla dust.
You use the normal stuff, do you?
No, this is amazing.
What do you use for making trees? Dead sage plants, obviously. Why? What was anyone else?
Listen, I'm telling you, chinchilla dust. You get, as your hobbyist, you need chinchilla dust in your life. It's so good for so many things. So I use it for basing. That's what it says on the tin, mate. It's chinchilla dust. It's like when they get
ground up chinchillas.
Yeah, they get chinchillas. They dry them out and grind them up. But it's amazing. So anyone in the chat uses chinchilla dust, and please explain it better than a Manc can to a southerner, please. But it's amazing stuff. It's really fine, and it's really cheap. You can get loads of it. I bought a bag, must be 10 years ago, for about £7, and I'm still using it. And I've used it on boards and everything.
What is it? Is it like a pet supply, or is it a modelling product?
Must be, yeah. I'm not sure. I seen it on a video, a railroad building YouTube video years ago that they were using it, and what they were using it for was they were mixing it with PVA, and they were making muddy tracks next to a train track. And what they can do is they can put it in, but then you can run like an old Matchbox car or tractor wheel across it, and it leaves the treads in because it's so fine. And I thought, I'll get that, and I just use it for it. It's just a really fine sand, and it's just great. It's great for everything. And I've got.
Yeah, go on. Sorry.
I was saying, all I do then. So I have a pot on my desk. So I've still got a big bag of it, but when it runs out, I just scoop some more out in the pot, and then I put like heavier sand in as well, and tiny pebbles, and so it's a mix, so it's not all the same. But I highly recommend it to anyone. It's awesome stuff.
I've got this pot here. I'm on the wrong camera. Oh, that's all right. I won't switch cameras. I'll just move it. You see this tub?
Yes.
Yeah, and there's a bit of sand in there, right?
Yeah.
This is again like my 25 years in the hobby. When I got back into it, I had that tub of sand from 10 years ago or something. And so basically over the last 10 years of painting, I've basically used it all up. And so now I'm for the first time ever, I'm in a situation where I need to get that sand. I have no idea what sand that was or where it came from.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, you can buy, like, if you want, if it's easier for you, then just do it. But you can go in Games Workshop and you buy a tub of sand. It'll cost you about £3 or £4.
Can't buy sand from them anymore.
But
you can't get sand from GW anymore.
You can't get it from GW anymore.
I don't think so. They just do their plastic stuff.
All right. Well, loads of modelling places will sell it. But just buy yourself. Go on eBay, search chinchilla dust, and just buy yourself like a kilogram bag of chinchilla dust. You will never need to buy, if it's just for basing miniatures, you'll never need to buy sand again in your life. And
well, I mean, I wouldn't. In all honesty, I wouldn't go on GW anyway because the prices is crazy. But what I found quite interesting is I was digging around during the lockdown to see if I could find something, and nowhere sells bloody sand because they all call it something fancy, so you don't know what you're buying.
Yeah.
You go onto Element, they've got like fine basing grit in about 84 in 84 thicknesses. It's like, which one of these is sand? Just tell me which one is sand. And of course, the picture without any scale, you don't have a clue.
There you go. Right, I've just found it. See, it's so cheap, and it's used for lining the tanks for hamster tanks and gerbil tanks.
Right.
It's what they line that with.
Line hamster tanks with ground up chinchilla.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's like sick stuff. Yeah. But you can get it. It's like $5.99 for a kilogram, which is a lot. You'll never need to buy any more. But then what you do is you go on eBay and you buy yourself 3 different sizes of railroad ballast. So 3 different size grits, and then you sort it for whatever you want to base. Then you can just add or take away. You could have a tub of really just chinchilla dust if you just want like a really flat but textured base, and then you could have the fine ballast in, or the thicker ballast if you want it to be more rough terrain. And the world's your oyster, basically. Right, okay.
What I really need you to do is just buy the stuff
and send it,
and send it to me.
Premix it.
If I haven't made this clear what I'm after, Steve, I'm sorry, that's on me. But I really don't want to.
I might do a video.
So
I'll do a video.
You could do a video on how to make chinchilla.
What do you do? You get this chinchilla, you ring its neck. Let's have a look. That was Glenn's comment one about sand here. That was a good question, Glenn. That we went on for ages with that. Everyone's like, well, they stopped talking about sand and chinchilla dust. Green Tree says, I actually just threw away my last board build yesterday. I chucked it into a skip to make room in the house. Ooh.
Whoa.
Yeah, that's crazy talk.
That's huge.
Crazy. Rich Clammer says, that's crazy good, Steve. Now get back to painting. Reese says, those trees look top, Steve. Really realistic. I'm really happy with them. The way that I've done them, I've never done before. And again, it was something... I watch a lot of railroad modelers videos because the way they do stuff is totally different to the way like Wargamers build stuff, because they do most of their stuff is like diorama type. So some of it doesn't cross over because it's so delicate, but then other things you can take.
Very much like Rex Fire does it. He's building display stuff rather than gaming boards.
Yeah. But them trees are really hard wearing as well. Like you could throw them against the wall and just bounce off. They're great.
Can you show us?
No, because then if it breaks, then I look like an idiot, don't
I? I would dearly love to see just throw one of those trees against the wall.
The stream would just go off. It just go beep.
Guys, I want you to vote, please, and we'll if you would like to see Steve throw his tree against the wall, put tree yes.
Tree wall.
Remember it.
Tree wall.
Tree yes. And if you don't want to see him do it, tree no. And I suspect you'll be getting Steve to throw a tree against the wall pretty soon.
All right, you might not have to throw it against the wall, but the hard wearing, all right. The take a dice hitting them. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, that's the same, isn't it?
Where are we? Josh Crosby, any tips on making waterfalls, Steve? It's funny you should say that, my friend.
Well, what you do, you start with a small cat and you grind it up.
Let me see if this is dry. It's getting there. So, what I used for the waterfall is this stuff, which is basically clear.
Just get up. Did we just miss one?
No, you'll see it in a minute if you watch on YouTube.
I'll just switch back.
So it's Clearfix silicone, and spread it out on grease-proof paper like this. Don't know how well it's coming out on camera because it is very clear.
No,
like
that's
this.
fine.
And then when it's dry, you can peel that off, and you can cut it to however you need it, and you put it over the waterfall. And then what you do is you get your resin, your actual resin, and you just mix a little bit top and bottom, and it fits in perfect and looks great. Jobs are good. Again, that's a railroad trick. Check out, there's a fella on YouTube called Luke Towan, Towan. You will be mind blown by the stuff he does. He makes dioramas, takes them outside, takes photographs outside, and you can't tell it's a diorama. It looks like an actual real life scene. It's crazy good, crazy good. Where are we up to? Yeah, so I hope that helps, Joshua. I will be doing a video on it soon as well, so you can see it in action, but it's pretty basic. Thomas Maynard's in. How you doing, Thomas?
Hi, Tom.
Is there any flock or static grass that you use or would recommend? The GW pot I have used since I started the hobby back in 2012 has just run out, and I want something that would fit in with the rest.
Get a chinchilla.
Get a chinchilla, yeah.
Yeah, they've stopped selling it.
They have stopped selling. I've still got some because I bought. You remember when the Realm of Battle boards came out?
Yeah,
they did one where you could just you paid a little bit more and you got like a terrain kit not terrain
right.
kit. You got like a big massive tub of bestial brown, a tub of like ochre, big bag of static grass, way more than you needed, and some PVA and stuff. And I never used it for the Realm of Battle. I just sort of stuck it in a drawer, and I've still got that static grass, and it's a very odd cut. It's actually on that board, funnily enough. It's on the Hobbiton board on the tops of the hills, because it's got lots of oranges and reds in it, and it's quite doesn't really normally go with anything else I've got, but it went well on that. But what I would suggest is getting a load of 2mm static grass in different colours. Get some browns, get some yellows and some greens, and just try playing about with it and mixing it. Chances of... Sorry, go on. No, go on.
I was just I was so polite. I'm in a very similar position to that, because every single model I've got, if it's not done like on a generation shift base, has got GW scorched grass on it. So this guy, for example, because he's about, he would have been painted 8 years ago or something. I know that's not showing up particularly well, but it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
That's old GW scorched grass.
Yeah.
And this guy, the Legolas, I painted up the other day. That is GW scorched grass on it, because all my bases done the same from over the years. And so, if I don't use the scorched grass on any kind of display board I make, because it's too valuable.
Yeah.
And so whenever, as and when that runs out, I'm in real trouble, because it's a beautiful color, because it's got lots of like reds in it, and it's very but it's not autumnal, but it's just not all green.
Yeah.
And then I'll have to suddenly get something to match it. So the other day, you know, when we did like the Fighting Uruk and the Moria Goblins,
yes,
I didn't have to. They look exactly the same, because it's exactly the same stuff. But you know, 10 years later, but that's always in the back of my head.
Yeah. There will be stuff out there that matches it, because there's that many. If you just go on eBay and search static grass, but you want, if it's to match what you got from GW, I'm pretty sure it was 2mm, 3mm max. It was very fine.
But you've got, I think with anything like that, that's why I was asking about sand. You've got to see it in person.
Yeah.
To know if it's the same size you're after and all that.
You can't. That's what I mean. You can't tell off pictures, because depending on the lighting, where they took the picture, and you know if they've done any color correction in the image before they posted it, it could come out totally different. So you would, but you can buy it in small like snap bags, so you can get it for like £2-3. I bought
loads of Woodland Scenic stuff when I did Bag End.
Yeah.
So I've kind of got lots of different ones. You know, some of them I used, some of them I didn't. But I've got a variety now.
Yeah.
But none of them are exactly that one. Should I ever need it?
It's probably unlikely you'll get exactly the same, because that's the other thing. Even if you bought, it's like, like when you buy like wallpaper or something, they say always make sure that the batch numbers are the same. Do you ever do that?
Yeah.
It's the same thing. So if it was made, the stuff you bought might have been made like on a Tuesday, and then the stuff that was run off is supposed to be exactly the same as made on a Wednesday, was slightly different because it's a different guy putting the ingredients in or whatever. So it's highly unlikely you get exactly the same, but you'll get close as damn it. And in worst case, you can just mix your own. You've got the different colours.
It doesn't matter hugely, but it's nice to have that.
Yeah.
Seeing it.
Yeah. Don't panic that you're not going to get it. Try something new, man. You never know. You might shock yourself.
Be afraid of trying it. Be afraid of liking it.
I said that years ago. It's stuck, that, isn't it? Where are we?
That's what Steve Crow on.
Adam G, you could say it was miniature golf now, I suppose. Yes, that's it. I'm all out now, mate. She knows I'm painting for money now, so it's all right. I had a good excuse.
I remember laughing. I said this to you at some tournament. I feel like we were in the Beefeater in Nottingham just quite late in the bar. I remember saying to you, you know how you used to
tell lies?
Long ago, you say that you were going on golfing weekends.
Do you remember when your marriage was built on a bed of lies?
You're doing a YouTube channel about it. What the hell happened there? How did that a huge swing?
I know. It's crazy. It's crazy. The thing is, like, obviously in hindsight now I know how she's reacted. I probably could have just said, yeah, I'm gonna be a nerd. But it was like that.
Guys, for anyone young out there, because I know we've got some like 13-year-olds, 16-year-olds, and just some people maybe who aren't married yet. I would always advocate not consistently lying to your spouse for a long period of time. That would be my vote.
But then on the same breath, someone with a bit of experience in life, let me tell you this is fact, right? It is a lot easier to get forgiveness than it is to get permission. Let me tell you that.
Don't listen to him. That is flat out garbage. Don't listen to him.
That is 100% true. And if anyone tells you different, they're lying.
You need to listen to Steve when you're trying to make your trees and waterfalls, and when you're trying to murder chinchillas. You must not listen to Steve.
Marriage advice. Where are we? Tom Turtle, what base material do you use for your boards? Do you mean like the actual like raw materials that I make it from? If you do, so it's a sheet of 6mm ply 4x4. And then some 25mm by 25mm batten around the edge and just to strengthen it in the middle, and then polystyrene on top of that, and then I build up the levels in polystyrene.
What you want? Bit of wood.
Yeah, a bit of wood. I used to use 9mm ply because it was so rigid, but the boards were quite heavy. And then I'd seen how Luke on Luke's APS did his, and kind of sort of morph that into the way that I do mine now. So yeah, they're nice and light. They're very light. One person I can pick that board up very easily, which is when we're doing events.
Hashtag humble brag.
When we're doing events. Well, Glyn will tell you. Glyn's helped put our boards away and get them out at events in the past. There's some, the older ones are a lot heavier than the newer ones. But yeah, I hope that answers, Tom. If that's not what you meant, if you meant like the modelling stuff, then just let us know. Glenn Griffiths.
Aren't they?
Huh?
I'm loving the board talk.
Loving it, yeah. Loving it. Glenn Griffiths, welcome, Glenn. I don't think you've been in the chat before. I don't recognise your name. If it is your first time, welcome, my friend. He says use birdcage sand. I think that's very similar to chinchilla dust.
So is that birdcage ground up?
That's bird cages when they're of no use anymore. They get them and grind them up. Make sand out of it. Tom Armitage, I have 2 chinchillas, a ton of their sand. Had no idea it would be good for basing. Tell you, mate. Tell you. Pets at home, cheap as chips. Yes, Tom.
Yeah,
me and you are on the same page.
What you're going to be left with is no chinchillas and a load of chinchilla sand. I don't think that'll help you in the long run.
Oh, the chat's just gone somewhere. Where are we? Oh, stop.
It's gone somewhere else.
Glenn Seymour, waiting for Geek Gaming to restock Tufts, then going to get a nice amount of basing material. Yeah, I was desperate for Tufts. and they were out the stock of the ones that I was after, and I had to get War World Scenics. They do really nice tufts as well, so check those out if you are struggling. Well, I think Luke's restocked now because he did send me a message, but I'd already bought them. Tom Turtle, if you want a bit of extra stony texture, try out the Jarvis Countryside Desert Sand.
Cool.
Jarvis stuff is nice.
Yeah,
it's nice. They're based in Stockport, Jarvis. I didn't know.
Yeah, that's all the stuff I got for bag in.
Yeah, based in Stockport. Where are we? Yes, we are. Tom Armitage, you put it in a bath and they roll around in it. YouTube chinchilla in sand bath. It's crazy in slow motion. Isn't it funny where our streams go? Chinchilla baths. A chinchilla bath.
Oh yeah, this is on like.
I knew it was for something like that, but it's called chinchilla dust.
I'm just losing it.
Tom Turtle, tree, yes. Let's call it the NHS
fundraiser. Please throw it against the tree.
All right, never. Ian Whitehouse, welcome Ian. I admit I have drunk 2 bottles of Carver. Am I really sat here enjoying chat about chinchilla dust? And Tom Turtle says Scorched was class, but current GW stuff is dross. Used some on an orc the other day, and it looks like it's in the Peppa Pig universe, not Mordor. Jarvis Auto Mix is a good enough replacement. Yeah, it's just trial and error. You can get it. I mean, I shouldn't really say this, obviously, because we're affiliated with some people, but trust me, just to try out colours, go on eBay and just buy like the, not from a store, just the no name, the little small bags, and you'll find the colour you want to do, like autumn mix, summer mix, blah blah blah, all different mixes, and you find the one that you're happy with, and then just buy a mass of it. If you buy half a kilo of it, you're never gonna ever have to buy it again. And it's
Steve's message for this whole stream is stock up, isn't it? That's
stock up, mate.
Like,
stock up.
We're in lockdown.
Yeah, we're in lockdown. Just wait till I go Asda next. They'll be out of them Oreo white chocolate things. I'm telling you, 6 boxes. That's why I go in the van. That's why I take the van to Asda.
That's why Steve's go to Asda.
Michael Haskell, I started doing static grass for good and scorch for doing static grass for good and scorch for evil, so that they'd work interchangeably. My War of the Ring movement trays all gone to pot now though.
Oh, that's a cool idea.
Green Tree. Okay, lads, I'm going to call it a day. Thank you very. Oh, it's jumped. Thank you very much for the chat. I actually lost my granddad to the virus in the early hours this morning, and this has been a welcome distraction. Take it all. Really sorry to hear that, man. Really, really sorry. And yeah, take care, brother. And by the way, mate, if you ever just want a distraction and you want to talk nonsense, you know where we are. Just come on. But yeah, take care.
Sorry, pal. It's absolutely grim.
Lots of love and thoughts to your family, man. That's terrible. Where are we? Chris might get T-shirts saying I was one of Steve's dirty secrets. Paper's Pirates come in. Evening all. How you doing, Paper's Pirate? And Glyn says, need those flowery tufts for my Rohan. Love a flowery tuft. Love a flowery tuft. Joe Keel, it's easier to get forgiveness than get permission. Would make a great T-shirt or advice for the planning hashtag stroke going out for bachelor parties, stag nights.
Like a dreadful T-shirt.
It's what I live my life by. That saying, definitely. Glenn Griffiths, yeah, new here. Been following your videos for a while, but with lockdown, spending more time on YouTube, figured I'd chip in. Well, it is an absolute pleasure to have you, buddy. Let us know where you're from and what you're working on. Damien, I'm going to jump and get the Facebook thing up now. If you can start taking names.
Lovely.
What's that saying? Taking names. What is it? Kicking something and taking names. What is it?
It's kicking ass, isn't it? Kicking ass and taking names.
Kicking ass and taking names.
So before I jump in, I'll give you a little update on Banner McGee. It's been a while since I put him on here, so here he is as he currently stands.
Yep.
Actually done a fair bit on him.
Yeah, it's cool.
A lot of cloth highlights. Cheers, dude. I haven't done much beyond the first kind of highlight on his severed Rohan guy, so I need to do a bit of time on like the top of that.
Yeah.
But, he's getting there. He's one of those weird ones where, because it is a warrior,
Yeah.
I kind of shouldn't care too much, but then equally, I kind of want to paint him to the same standard as the captain the other week.
And he is a pretty model as well, to be fair.
Yeah. So yeah, but he's coming along all right. I'm pretty pleased with it.
Cool.
So I will go and jump in the chat. Do you remember what the last one was?
I think I'm up to date with the chat. So what I'm going to do, if you can now sort of
I see.
have a look.
List.
Get this up. Right, okay, so here we go. So the battle stream thread. Have you got a pen ready, Damien?
No, but I've got my electronic device with Note app.
Nice. So I'm going to start at the very beginning. So it actually went up just before we went live. And Aaron says, when are you going live? And I said 9ish, and it was a blatant
Good
lie.
question.
Blatant lie, because we started at 9:30.
9ish.
Jack Harper says, can't wait, and posted pictures of undercoated Uruk-hai warriors. So Jack Harper is in the draw.
Lovely.
Nick Gardner says, not models, but it's still old Middle Earth, and it is a picture that he found. I remember I've seen him post this on Facebook, I think in his mother's loft of the very, 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 very old Lord of the Rings card game.
Cool.
Let me make these images a little bit bigger, because the eyes aren't what they used to be.
Put your goggles on.
And let me just check that that's still honky-dory in the thingy me. Just give me a goddamn second, will you? Here we go. Look at this. It's like magic. It's like I know what I'm doing. Boom. So where are we up to? Henry Marshall, 4 of 40. And they look like Uruks to me.
4 of 40, what does that mean?
4 of 40 Uruks. Yep. So Henry Marshall's in the draw. He's got Uruk Pikeman.
Lovely.
And then Eric Schultz posted a picture of a glass of water and 2 Knoppers bars.
Nice. We know what a Knoppers bar is now.
Yeah. Matt Prescott, yeah, he's in the draw. Mr. Matt Prescott, Uruk-hai Warriors.
Quite excited about it. I think it was him like messaging all week, sort of saying like what are we painting this week? Love it. I love the enthusiasm.
Then we've got pictures of Uruk's. Of Frederick's Metal Warg Riders that he's converting. We spoke about them earlier. Pavlok's in, or Pavel. He's got a single Uruk that's been sat on his shelf for quite a long time, so it's good to paint him. So we know you're going to do a lovely job on that, Pavel, or Pavlok, whichever you want to put on the list. Max Bolter Drill.
Steve?
Yes.
Is it a plastic Uruk he's in?
Yeah, it's plastic. Yeah, he's in. He's well in. He's in. He's in and then some. Max Bolter Drill has Uruk-hai plastic. He's all over it. Max
Bolter Drill.
Yep.
Okay.
Joe Holzman, no Uruks, but he is painting Grimbold for his Forwards of Eyes and Force. He's doing a damned fine job of it. More pictures of Frederick's Wargs. Warwick Griggs is in with some Uruk-hai Siege Warriors.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, I love a Siege Warrior. Max Bottle Drill is also painting the exact same model that you are painting.
Cool.
Joshua Crosby's in. He put some Scorched Brown 10 years ago on these Siege troops, and he's going to get them finished off tonight.
That's awesome.
Kane Raystrick.
Yep.
He's in. A load of Uruks.
Spell the surname?
Raistrick. Raystrick.
Sure.
Michael Haskell. Work in progress tonight. Yeah, he's fighting the metal ballista and crew. Retailer's showing us his. I'm going to have to do a close up on this because the Shadow Fax is. I nearly said something else then, but Shadow Fax.
What? I've been watching B Live.
Yes.
And I've been patiently about to say to you, are you going to put them up on the
screen? It's on YouTube, my friend.
I haven't seen any of these.
It's on YouTube. YouTube. So if you look on YouTube now, you'll see a close up of Shadowfax and Gandalf, and it is absolutely stunning. You've done a fantastic job on him. The face on Gandalf looks awesome, man. Love it. Good work. Larry Miller Making a start on some Uruks, plastic Uruk warriors.
Lovely.
James Eachin. Oh, yeah, he's doing his elven cloaks.
Larry, you are going to love it. Me and Ben have done a video about Thorin's company. There's a lot of Thorin chat in that for you to get your teeth into.
Ah, so this is the Katashan Green. Shouldn't drink. With the, what did he say? Highlight. It was Rakarth highlights, wasn't it? Rakarth highlights, and then a glaze by the sounds of it.
BL10 green and Seraphim Sepia.
Seraphim Sepia, yeah. It looks quite cool. Yeah, the ones I done were a little bit. They were more grey than that, more grey than green. But yeah,
well, I'm really happy with my elf cloaks at the moment. But I've come up with a kind of blue scheme. If I grab, who came out well? I think Leggy did. Yeah. So if I switch to CCAM.
Yeah.
So this is kind of how I do mine, how mine end up. I can't even see that in the bloody pop-up windows anymore.
Let's put it to the side, to the side of the pop-up. Yeah.
What, there?
No, you had it there. Yeah. Bang on. Yeah, sweet that.
That's how I do all my elf cloaks now.
Yeah.
Can I get?
What's the base colour of that? Is that like Space Wolf grey?
Base colour, Stegadon scale green. But then all I do is I use Stegadon scale green, Eshin grey, and Nurgling green. And honestly, I mix up about 10 layers.
Yeah.
I just make a lighter one and highlight it, and then make a darker one and shade it, and then I make a lighter one and highlight it, and eventually, it lost focus on me. It looks rubbish for ages.
Yeah.
And then just, why is it focusing?
What's that like?
There.
Yeah, you had it a minute ago. There you
go. And then literally just one layer just
brings it together. Yeah.
And so I'm pretty pleased with recently how I've been able to match them, but there isn't they're all unique because you never get those blends the same, you know.
Yeah, it looks cool. I like it.
When we have a few of them, I'll have like the ones I'm likely to use with them next to them. Yeah. So when I was doing the plastic tree hunters, I had those 3 plastics next to each other and was using them as a visual guide. But it takes bloody ages. It takes absolutely ages to do it. But I think it's worth it.
Yeah, they do. They look cool. Nick Gardner's said this painting an Uruk guy hasn't worked out quite right, and he's posted a picture of his Galathrib court guard. Larry's shouting, "Throw the tree, throw the tree." Tom Armo, the chinchillas, after just having a bath in their dust.
grind it.
And then James Richardson has posted up the new Saladon foot mounted, which is beautiful, very, very nice.
What this also does, what I love about this is there's anyone on the GBHL who's not watching the stream every week. It's like, throw the tree, here's some chinchillas. Like,
picture of a chinchilla. Loads of pictures of painted miniatures and then just a random chinchilla.
What we want.
Tom Armo, Old Tool Radagast, pleasure to paint. Great stream, guys. Thank you very much. And yes, that looks beautiful. Aaron Noonan, he's in. He's painting a test Uruk before his order from GW arrives. Joe Holzman's finished Grumbold, and he looks beautiful. Very, very good.
Radagast is lovely, isn't it? I don't think I own that model, you know.
The old Radagast?
No, I don't think so.
I might
I'm quite, you know me, I'm pro Hobbit, and so I like new Raddy.
Yeah.
I'd like to have a complete.
But yeah, that's all the thread thus far. How many people's in up to now? There's quite a few there, weren't there? 10?
Yeah, I got 10.
I thought it was more than 10.
I need to run for a wee. Are you all right to hold the fort?
You know, I'll do the rest of the work. I may as well hold the fort.
You haven't read the magazine?
I'll jump in the chat. Right, let me get this chat back up, folks. Oh, don't maximise. I'm at that point now, the stream, where I should be painting. I can't be bothered now. Find where we are. Jeez. Paintbrush pirate. I can vouch for Birdcage Grit. It's a bit cut up, but actually, yeah. So I think I know what you mean. Is the bird cage grit? Is it like crushed shell, like crushed? Yeah, beach shells, like crushed really fine. If it is, then I'm on the same page on what you mean. But the chinchilla dust is so fine. I don't think I'll be able to show you on the camera because it's not like HD or anything. Let's see if that's how fine chinchilla dust is. You see that? It's finer than sand, like. Oh, I had it then, didn't I? There you go. And I don't really know what it is, what it's made out of, but it's great. And as far as scale goes, because that's the other thing as well, like when you kind of think that, because I do a lot of terrain, I think about scale quite a lot, and using sand, normal sand on your bases for your miniatures, it looks good, nothing wrong with it whatsoever, but as far as scale goes, what we're assuming is sand, to their scale, that's like big stones, like stood on big stones. And yes, it looks good, but I get this weird thing now about scale. Like modelling trees is the same, but chinchilla dust is awesome. It's as fine as I think you'll get. Larry says, don't you mean cheap as in bird cheap? Very good, very good. Paintbrush Pirate, have you guys painted a Suladan? Any ideas of what to paint on the banner? I've personally not painted a Suladan, but there's a fella in the chat, Reese, if you're still in, have you painted a Suladan? You've done pretty much everything else on the Eastern Kingdoms. If you have, I think you've gone for you do a lot of like scorpion themes, don't you? I know on your cards you're doing dragons, which look awesome by the way on the turquoise. Like something like that. Like Reese has done some scorpions, I think, and the dragon looks cool. Reese, if you could post some pictures of your stuff in the thread so that who was asking? Paintbrush Pirate can have a look. That'd be cool. We'll help each other out here. That's how we roll. Glenn Griffiths, London based, just chugging through my backlog, mostly Pelennor Field Box on the Nazgul at the moment. Magnetise the different necks with different wraiths on. Cool. Yeah, it's always handy to magnetise stuff. I never used to do it. I always used to think it was a lot of effort to magnetise stuff. But I kind of do it on everything now. I think it's worth the effort. Like definitely, like especially like different weapon options and stuff on models. The hardest one that I've ever magnetised was Azog. Azog, the new Azog, the Forge World Azog on his wrist. To change the flail for his mace. Like his wrist was literally the same width as the smallest magnet that I had. So like it left next to nothing. I had to be very careful, and it was squeaky bum time. But I did it. It was good. It was good. Where are we here? Aaron says Damien's off to get an Agrax. Yes, he is off for an Agrax. And Glenn confirms, yes, crushed shell with sand. Yeah, I thought it was. I've got some of that. I use that on my boards quite a lot. Tom says it's usually volcanic dust, so it's crazy fine. It is really nice stuff. Looking at it mixed in with some other grain sizes would be great. That's exactly what I do. So in that pot, I have the dust, and then I have different ballast in, which I think I got a load from Woodland Scenics. Yeah, just show off. You know, I've got no beers left, so all right. Don't worry about it. I'll drink my cherry Lucozade. It's okay.
Cheers, Steve. Always a pleasure, mate. How are we doing? Anything go?
We were just talking about chinchilla dust, funny enough. James' Miniature Space says, I'm off now, night all. Good night, James. Thanks for joining us, pal. Again, it's good to have you. I hope to see you on the next one. Stay safe, brother. But yeah, we're up to date. Up to date. Hang on. Joe says, I completely ballsed up magnetising it as I ended up just gluing the magnet on the end and green stuff around to cover it up. It is very, very, very precise that you've got to be with your drill bit. It took me ages. I wouldn't like to do it again, which is a shame because I do have another one that I need to do because I've got a converter. The Forge World Azog on his wrist to magnetise for the weapons. It was a nightmare. It's because I'm a legend, mate. Adam Garnett, would you consider doing a magnet tutorial? Want to do one for Gundabad Troll Brute so I can swap the Orc with both? That's exactly what I did. I think, did I not do a magnet tutorial? sure. I've definitely filmed one.
Do you know what? I'll give you a tip, because I've dabbled in magnets. I'm nowhere near the level of Steve. I can't do that sort of stuff, but I did it on both, and I think you can get away with this. With the chains, you can just glue. If your magnets are small, you can glue them on the end of the chains, and the way it attaches to Stumpy, he's got like a raised circle in his shoulder, and it looks. You don't have to cover up or hide the magnet on that. And it just looks like the circle's bigger, and then you just need to put one in the thumb. So that's relatively easy. But I did it on the Iron Hills Chariots. I've done some Iron Hills Warriors feet, and it makes me feel sick. I hate it. Came out all right in the end, but
the worst thing is when you realise that you've glued one of your magnets in the wrong way around.
Yeah.
Oh, that's grim.
Who was it that?
That's grim.
Didn't we talk about this? It's Sam Jeffrey, who magnetised his. I think it's Sam. His flying bases into his Eagle, and then they were such powerful magnets that when he pulled it out, it ripped all the green stuff out and basically destroyed the model.
Oh, jeez.
But when I did the mildly fun magnetising story, I'm always worried about how tired I am to the computer as I try and do it. When I did the Iron Hills Chariot, the reason I was doing it was because Dave had done our Champions of Variable conversions.
Yeah.
And so what I had to do, I can probably switch cameras for this. When I was putting these guys in here, I had to do magnets. If I pop out Keeley, for example, he says, doesn't want to come out because his magnets are so good. He's gone forever. There you go. So when I put that magnet in, I don't know how well you'll be able to see it in there. Get a bit of focus on it. You can see the little circle, can't you? Just there.
Yeah.
When I put that in, that's obviously for the other Iron Hills dude, the normal guy.
Yeah.
I had to put it in, and then I think I sent it to Dave and said, and now you've got to make your Keeley's foot
the exact same place.
Be in the same place. And we had to do that for all of them. And whichever, I honestly can't remember whether that was me doing it. We definitely didn't have all the models, but yet the magnet had to be in a place for all of them where it would be able to keep all 4 crew on, and the 4 crew are different models.
Yeah.
Which is no easy task on that. But that was, if any of you haven't had the pleasure, because this is another one of the things that I love to have in my collection. This was Dave Frederick's amazing work at making the Champions of Erebor.
Very cool. In
the Chariot, but I think more impressively in the outfits that they wear when they charge out.
Yeah, it's very cool.
Not what the Champions of Erebor are in. Super cool model.
Yeah, man.
There you go.
Very, very cool.
I have 2 things.
Yes.
Seeing as we're talking about trees, I thought I'd give you a little tasty shot of one of my finished trees I've been doing.
Yeah.
Ready for this?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Zana.
Very nice.
What do you reckon, man?
Yeah, it's cool, man. I like it.
This is the standard Crebain base, but because I've got so many of them, I say I wanted to add variation because I basically had 6 that are just like this. So 3 of this tree, 3 of the other tree. I thought put some foliage in all of them. Sorry, put foliage in 2 of them, and then I liked it so much I've put foliage in all of them.
Yeah.
So any of the ones that have got trees on, I've put clump foliage around the tree, which I think worked quite well. It looks quite natural, I think, the shape of it.
Yeah, it looks good.
And then chucked a bunch of kind of mixed flock that I've got over it at your suggestion and Emma's suggestion.
Looks very cool.
Which I think makes a world of difference.
Yeah, definitely.
That is one of my completed Crebain bases now.
Yeah.
I think it's cool. Makes it. I wanted to add a lot of green in as well because otherwise they're very, very dark. Yeah, so that's cool. I finished that today watching Andy.
I like those. I like those a lot.
Cheers, man. It's nice. It's good fun.
Very, very cool.
Okay, in a few weeks, hopefully, on Warcom. And the other thing.
Yes.
What's this?
Should
probably have a chat about this.
Yes. Do you want to go back on Facecam?
Indeed.
I hope that was your leg that we could see.
We have issue 10.
Yes.
of Battle Games Middle Earth. As ever, we'll have a quick flick through it, and we got some fighting Uruk Hai with that. Not a lot to say about them, as we go back to issue 4, and we said it all there. Good models. But what is big about this one, we get the courage rules.
Yes.
For the first time. Now, Steve.
Yes.
You played back in the day. Do you remember the old courage rules?
No.
There's going to be new players here who won't have a clue about this.
What were the old courage rules?
Oh, indeed. What were they? So this is, we always kind of look for differences in the rules and these things. This is a huge, huge change. So in the first 3 editions of the game, Fellowship of the Ring 2000, Return of the King, your courage rules were that if you failed your courage test for being broken, for example, you just retreated.
Yes, I do remember now you say it, yes.
Back. And a retreat was a full move directly away from the nearest enemy. And if there was no visible enemy, the nearest visible enemy, if there was no visible enemy towards the nearest table edge. So when you're broken, you set your courage test, you didn't get removed. You basically fled. So you would move your 6 inches away from the model, which, bear in mind, you've probably clashed in the middle.
Yeah.
Meant that games took longer.
Yeah.
It took quite, and then if you passed your courage test next turn, you'd move back forward again. You weren't all in.
And sometimes I bet when you've done that retreat, you were moving directly away from the closest model. That could have put you then almost next to another model. In theory.
Yeah.
In the mayhem.
There was also, so we can chat about that and more, but there was a couple of other big changes. When you did terror, if you failed a terror test now, so you're used to taking terror tests now, if you fail, you can't move, right?
Yep.
In the oldie days, what you did was you moved to within an inch and then you stopped. Then you took your terror test.
Yes.
And if you failed, you retreated. So you could potentially move 12 inches a turn. You'd move 6 inches, stop. Oh, well, 5. You'd have to stop an inch away. Move 5 inches, stop, fail your terror test, and then move 6, potentially in a completely different direction.
Yeah.
That was terror test. And then the other one was you also had to take a courage test when you were on your own. And that was if there were no visible friends within 6 inches and 2 visible enemies per wound within 6 inches.
Right.
So a warrior, if there were no friends and he had 2 models within 6 inches, you'd have to take a courage test, even if you weren't broken.
Yeah. No tagging up, baby. None of that tagging stuff you get these days.
If you were a 2-wound hero, you'd need 4 guys around you. So that that's a completely different kind of courage test and a huge change in what happens when you're broken.
Yeah. And
I remember reading the designer's notes from Alessio Calator, and it was the big blue rule book that change came in to make you leave the table. And I remember them saying, we've got a big change for courage.
Yeah.
Imagine playing the game for 3 years and you're just used to move your model back, and then you fail this and they're gone. It's like, what? That's a huge change, but I think a good one. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's better now. I think it's well better now. The games are more fluid. For starters, that just moving backwards and forwards is just crazy, and it could also positioning from the point of view of your opponent. They could put a lot into positioning certain models in certain ways that then might just be a waste of time because you failed a courage and backed away and cocked up something they were trying to do. By failing something, it doesn't feel like it makes sense. If that makes sense, how I said it, but yeah, it's much better now. Much better.
I think as well, it's a far more dynamic game now. If you think about what massive part of the game breaking your opponent is, and tagging their hero so they run off, because you can still do that. You had stand fast back there and stop them, but now, oh god, all my models move 6 inches away. It's all right. Next turn, they'll be back again. Whereas it's that is a huge part of the game now. The idea of breaking them and getting them to run.
Yeah.
And it's why I despise Survivors of Lake Town so much, because that stupid onwards Vescaros rule just removes that entire dynamic from the game.
Yeah.
The idea that if you break them, it makes no difference at all. And so it's interesting, but it was. Again, we've talked in the past about when match play came in. Proper match play with army lists only came in with Legions of Middle Earth. With real army lists as opposed to just arbitrary point values and match play scenarios, wasn't it? The match play scenarios came in with Legions of Middle Earth. And so up to that point, you're still playing narrative scenarios where maybe it doesn't matter as much.
Yeah.
And maybe that change was made for the point where they decided they were trying to actually make it a kind of, a tournament game, a kind of points match game more than a narrative game.
Mm.
But yeah, it was quite interesting to go. That's what I was hoping would happen in this. That it was the first time in a while where I was like, God, that is completely different.
I totally forgot about that. So you literally just brought it up. Oh, we've lost him. He will come back. So apologies, guys. I will just hang on a second.
All right.
You were back. We're back.
Yeah, I didn't know if that. I always worried if I go, it's fine because
no, it was. Guys, apologies. I think you guys may have seen that as well. We did drop off there for a second, but we are still here. We're still streaming.
Oh yeah, your connection was lost. We both go.
Yeah, we both go. So apologies for that, guys. Minor, we're back.
I'm presumably, was I chatting at the same time? Did they have heard that?
Yeah, you're saying how crazy you were about getting some chinchilla dust.
Oh, we're back. Wonderful. Yeah, you got inside this issue. You got your courage section, 2 pages there, talking about like retreats, courage in your battle game. You get exceptions to the rule, which you just stand fast. That stand fast was in there.
Yeah.
It does a kind of here's your added value. Go back and play all your original scenarios using the courage rules.
Using courage, yeah.
Solid line about courage from Gandalf. You got me a courage quote. What about run away? Yeah. And then of course we get to the thrilling denouement of the battle reports, the second part of the battle report.
The boards are getting better.
Yeah. So this is the same board as last one. Well done for remembering that. It's the part 2 of the battle reps. I think it's another 8 pages, and it's quite good. It's a fun little read. I won't hold it up too much because you see much, but it's a nice little read. And as we said last week, it was good to actually get a battle report. It was the first time because I don't think I've ever read that battle report before, so it's pretty much the first time I felt like I was reading something new.
Yeah.
I know all these old rules, and I know how to build a crap ruin, and I know how to drive rush. But it was the first time I was like, yeah, that's new content. And then we get onto a session called batch painting for your painting masterclass. Don't know if you've ever tried this, Steve, but what this basically is you can paint a bunch of models together.
Oh, it's good to know.
It's one of those things that every now and again occurs to me. Like I do batch painting. Everyone does batch painting. It's like, why is it quicker? No, so yeah, to do batch painting is quicker. But yeah, of course it is. There you go. Why is it quicker? You want an answer?
Well, you're cutting out the closing and opening the pots. So if you're painting 6 models, you're only closing and opening the pot once for each colour instead of 6 times. So just bringing a bit of clarity to the stream.
There's the paint drying thing, which is more important for a wash, but that you can't, if you're just painting one model, you can't just keep going with every colour because it will still be wet.
Yes. Yeah, that's the thing. If you're painting 6 models, by the time you get to number 6, number 1's completely dry.
Yeah, but I think with most of these paints, by the time you get to number 2, it's dry. It's just you can't do it. You can't do it as one. And I do also think there's something in the if you're painting the same sculpt, you find the same bit.
Yes.
So like if you get used to painting the same model, you find exactly which bits are skin and which bits are metal and all that. So a bit about batch painting, and then Steve's section, a Rohan building.
Oh, I've made many of them.
Have you made any? It's big. This is 6 pages, and there is your completed Rohan building.
Have we used the teddy bear fur yet?
I think no. This is. I don't know if you've ever tried this technique, thatching the roof. For this step, you'll need some ready mixed filler.
Oh, bit of spackle.
The filler needs to be smooth, like the consistency of whipped cream. If yours is a little too thick, again, pro tips here.
Yeah.
Put your filler onto a piece of card and mix in water. You can make thick filler thinner with water. We're being glib, but if you don't know this stuff, you don't know.
Yeah. Breaking the mold.
So it looks about right. And then once you have your filler ready, paint it onto the roof. Before it dries, scrape vertical lines into the filler with a.
Listen, boys, if I wanted a cabbage patch on my roof, I'd have done. Oh dear.
I don't know. Again, it works.
Once
it works. It looks
works. I mean, to be fair, like they've not done themselves any favours with the colours that they've painted it. They could have made it look more thatched by painting it like Xandra dust.
But that's what you end up. But again, you know, we're kind of being glib on these things. But that's for where we've come from. That's pretty good, isn't it?
I remember seeing that for the first time and thinking it was the Mott's nuts.
Yeah. So this is issue 10. It was fortnightly. So that's 5 months, isn't it?
Yeah.
So 5 months makes it look a bit crap, maybe. But you know, if you've been doing this entire hobby for 5 months, you can make something like that after it. It's not bad. So yeah, but you would, I don't know, what do you think, Steve? As I said, wonderful plastic kits. You've made loads of these, but this is what they go for. It's actually quite interesting, right? What they suggest is you get a box like that, like a tea bag box. Yeah.
Yep.
And then you basically put walls on it around it.
Yeah.
Rather than I would just, if I was, I just would have ignored the box and just would have made the walls.
Yeah.
I don't know what you start with a box, and then you basically enclose the box within a house you build, and then you smuggle your house around, giggling that you've got a hidden keyboard.
I think if I put my sensible hat on, I think most of these early ones are more about teaching you techniques, how to use a hobby knife properly, how to measure things out, you know, because then obviously them skills are heavily relied upon for the later builds. And if you've not got them, you're goosed. Because when you've got to build Helm's Deep, you're in trouble. Or Minas Tirith with a hot wire cutter, you're goosed.
It's interesting seeing how they progress, but there's a point where I think the first really good stuff's in Khazad-dûm, maybe they do the Moria stuff, but there's suddenly a point where the scenery does genuinely become brilliant.
Yeah.
The scenery getting these things is amazing.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was good. It was a fun one to read. The battle report I do think helped in that, and you know the courage rules are obviously stuff that we know now. The rule section, whenever I'm reading this every week, is a bit of a drag because you know the rules. It's not like someone's written an article that you've never heard before. But seeing the different, the changes was interesting, and really decent sized battle report for the first time. And the house stuff is pretty cool, I think. So there we go. That was issue 10.
Very cool.
I've got a little competition.
Let's do it.
Steve?
Yes.
I don't know if you want to play, because if you get the right answer, you'll either give it away, but we could give it to, we could let the audience have a chance.
Yes.
See the battle at the bottom?
Yes.
You've got the 3 hunters against some Uruks with Rohan building, yeah?
Yeah.
What's wrong with that picture?
What's wrong with it?
Yep.
I don't know.
Hold it out there for a while and let the chat see if they can tell me something about that picture. I'll come up here and see if you can.
What's wrong with it?
Yeah.
I don't know. Don't know. You lost me, mate.
Huh?
Yeah.
Well, let's see what the chat thinks.
I'm out. Let's jump back in the chat.
So Steve wants the answer.
Yeah, I guess it's just annoyed me because I can't see anything. Let's have a look. Lonely Brick says, never been a fan of magnetising. I think it's probably because I'd end up losing the spare arms. Yeah, that's a possibility. What I done with see what I mean? Dying for a beer. What I do with my Azog and Thorin on the scenic diorama base thing that you get is I put magnets underneath, so the spare arms are actually underneath up inside the base, so don't lose them. So you could just have a magnet somewhere, or just get a bigger magnet in your model case, and anything that's magnetised that you're not using just attach to a magnet. Larry Miller says, is Tifa having a nap in the background there?
It's upside down.
Glenn says, I sadly don't see the Weekender till next year, but I'll be there for scarring, just for the booze, food and chat. Good man. Yeah, we can't. The thing is, we can't do anything about the Weekender or the free event, which funnily enough should have been today. Our free community event Middle Earth
All right,
event.
raise a beer in the free events.
Yeah, it should have been today. I got the notification this morning that it was happening today. I was like, no, it's not. We can't There's no point even thinking about reorganising or putting dates in because we may have to change them again, and that's pointless. So we're just gonna wait and see. But we will get on top of everything as soon as we can.
Dave, bit of advice.
Yeah.
I've got my severed Rohan head on the top of the banner.
Yes.
I'll do some kind of crazy shading around him because he's proper dead.
Yes.
We go Carabao Crimson for the red around the eyes, or do we go Reichland Flesh Shade for the red around the eyes? I don't want to go crazy.
Go a like a thin down Carabao Crimson.
All right.
And then if it's not enough, put another coat on. You know what I mean?
I do, because you explained it in very simple words.
Joe Holzman says, I've got a great tool for magnetising. It's called a polar pen. Yeah, I've seen these. And it has different sided magnets on each end. Stops putting them in the wrong way on both sides. I keep saying I'm going to get one. They sell them at Green Stuff World. And every time I put an order in, I think, shall I get one? And I think, oh, I don't need one. I'm not that daft. And then...
haven't got space.
And then regret. I have now, because I've got my little organisers on my desk. But yeah, I've seen them. They're cool. There's a white end and a blue end, and you put the two magnets in.
White end and the blue end had a race. Oh, white end, blue, rest of space.
That's a great advert. Great advert. Chris Murphy, I magnetised eagle wings and used two powerful magnets that they curled up into a ball inside the eagle. The wings curled up. Plastic wings. Jeez,
you must mean the magnets curled up inside it, surely.
Say what you're using, like.
I think the wings suddenly osmosised into the centre of the eagle.
Usually, like you know, like you remember them like magnets in Roadrunner, the Acme magnets.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Sorry for your loss.
Sorry about the eagle, man. Tom Harbour said, what products, if any, do you guys use to finish your minis? I currently don't use anything, but looking for something matte that will protect them. We had this conversation the other day.
I just use paint.
Did we? Was it yesterday we had this conversation, Damien?
Yeah, absolutely. You called me a monster.
Yeah. I've not got his hand. This
horrified with me.
Yeah.
And this again is the next step in my. I'm pretty sure I'm an awful painter. Is that I've never varnished a single model in my life. I haven't varnished any of them. And do you know what?
There'll be a day though, Damien, where you'll be playing with a model, and you'll realise that the paint has started to rub away because you've handled it that much, and you'll think, I should have coated that in something.
Well, this chap has. I don't know if he's going to show up because I haven't changed the camera. You see, on his hair.
Yeah.
There's a couple of chips.
Yeah.
Grima has been to me. I think we said this before. Him and Mounted Saruman probably been with me to more tournaments than anyone.
Yeah.
So he's been knocked a few times from use.
Yeah.
I believe he's the only model in my entire collection that's been chipped.
Yeah, I do it religiously now.
I'm saying you shouldn't, but I was saying to Steve the other day, I'm terrified of varnishing my models because I've seen some horror stories, and I take so long to paint that I just wouldn't be. It doesn't feel worth the risk to me.
I'll re-say what I said to Damien the other day. I do it religiously just because
I warn you guys, it's really boring.
It would really annoy me if I had to repaint a model that I'd already painted. And I use different ones. The best one I've used is called Tester's Dull Coat, but it's quite hard to get in the UK. I know Element Games had some, but I don't know if they've got any left. They get it sporadically every now and again. But you can't. That's made out of chinchillas. Yes, yeah, no chinchillas were harmed in making Tester's Dull Coat. But that's the best one that I've found, because that literally, when you spray it on, you can't tell anything's on it. Another good one is obviously the Games Workshop one, which I've never had any problems with. And it's got a weird name now.
Is it Purity Seal?
It's not called Purity Seal anymore. It's got a weird. No, like they change the names of everything every now and again. It's called
Hard Coat.
No, oh god, it's got. I can't remember the name of it. Someone will say it in the chat. But yeah, I've never had any problems with it. It's fine. But I tend to do 2 or 3 layers of that. And I've seen people on Facebook who go, "Oh my god, I've just spent 3 weeks painting this model and coated it in this, and look what's happened. It's gone all misty and grey." All I'll say to that is, why are you not testing that before you spray it on the model that you spent 3 months painting? Why are you not spraying it on a piece of card or?
I'm an advocate on that. Would it have the same effect if you sprayed it on card?
Yes, because it would come out misty. You'd see, you know, if you spray it on something that's coloured, if it's not right, it's not right. It's either clear or it's not. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah.
And there'll be reasons why everyone goes, oh, is it off? How long have you had it on the shelf? How many years old is it? I've got a can there from Army Painter of matte varnish that I must have had for 5 years, and I've not had any problems with that. And I use that when I'm painting, when I'm coating models who are mainly cloth, because it's really dull and really matte, and it gives a nice finish. And then the Games Workshop one I use for mainly like metal models, armoured models, because it's not as matte. There is a very slight sheen to it. But yeah, any of them will be fine. Tend to give it 2 coats and make sure the first coat is fully dry before you go on with the second one, and test it before you put it anywhere near your model. And even then start at the back just in case, so you don't ruin a face or something like that. But I've never had any problems at all.
The thing for me is, given that how many tournaments I've been to with my models, and how little effect it's had on them, you know, the chipping, I think I would rather spend the 5 minutes at some point in my life touching up Grima than the potential 6 hours if I ruin a hero. Just based on my, you know, how much effect it's had on me.
Yeah,
that's kind of how I see it. But I keep going back to this. I'm fairly sure I'm pretty dreadful at a lot of this stuff. So I think you should obviously varnish your models and protect them.
I would always advise to varnish them, just to, and it's not like if you varnish your one, you drop it on a concrete floor or a stone floor, it's going to chip. But it's more for the handling of your models, because obviously human skin has like oils in it which deteriorate the paint. So if you're handling your models a lot, it can wear the paint away.
People handle the models. What kind of monster doesn't hold them by the pace?
Yeah, so it depends on the army, though. It depends. If it's an army that I'm really passionate about, then I'm very careful. But some models I'm not. I'll just go like this at the end of the game, just drag them off the table. Not bothered, like Goblin Town or something.
I saw Billy doing that with his Goblin Town once. It made me feel ill.
Yeah.
Like throwing goblins into his case. I was like, oh, please don't do that. Big sweet goblins.
But Tester's Dull Coat is definitely the best one. The Army Painter one is great, and the Games Workshop one is great. But I use them. You might just get one. You don't need to get different things for different things. I just do that because I'm
So
weird.
you're always by
I try things out. Yeah, try things out.
Would you say once you've sprayed it in, say you said the Army Painter one was the best one, right?
Yes.
Does it have any impact on the colour of your model?
No, it's the shine. So no, Army Painter's not. Tester's Dull Coat is the best one that I've had, because I only have to give that one coat and it's spot on. The Army Painter one is very, very matte, so it doesn't change the colour. It changes what light does on your model. So you don't get as much reflection from light. So you don't get them really, you know, when like light hits your model, it's hard to explain. I'd have to have one model next to the other and say, see how that one looks like that and that one looks like that, to explain it properly. Yeah. It's very, very matte, so it reflects the light differently. And like I say, I use that one for, like, I'll use it on this Gandalf, and I'll use it on most of Fellowship because it's a lot of cloth, and I think it suits that scheme. But when I'm doing, so like a Morannon Orc or Gundabad Orc or Iron Hills Warrior, the all armour, I'll use the Games Workshop stuff because it still does have a little sheen to it, and you want metal stuff to have that little bit of a sheen to it and that bit of a shine, but not be glossy, if that makes sense.
Cheeky little sheen.
Bit of sheen, yeah. So we'll just try different things out. That's the thing. You can actually just use clear varnish if you've got balls of steel.
I think gloss Ronseal, get your model, dip it.
Yeah.
Job's good one.
I remember reading, and I'm sure it was on the Heavy Metal Facebook group, and there was some very well respected painters in there, and what they were saying that they do is apparently Games Workshop used to do a gloss varnish and a matte varnish, but the gloss varnish was 10 times more hard wearing than the matte. So they would spray it with the gloss varnish first, which would make your models look terrible because they were ultra shiny, and then hit it with the matte.
Yeah, I remember that.
I wouldn't have the bollocks for that. Excuse my language. There's no way I'd spray gloss varnish on my models. Not a chance.
Just look after your stuff.
Yeah, man.
That's my advice.
Where are we up to? Oh, it was Chris Murphy ruining his eagle with his Acme magnets, right? Glenn Seymour. Oh, no, Harry Miller. How do you model that wisp of cloud? I like the fact that them jokes are still out there about the invisible ring bearers.
Yeah, I love it. I said it on
still going, and I read them, and I think half the people reading this don't get it, and I'm thinking, what are you talking about?
Time someone does that, I laugh. It's never ever not funny. Never, and now I never get to write them.
I think Owen Wright did the last one that I seen the other day.
Yeah, I just love it. And it's never ever not funny.
Lonely Brick Damien, tree yes to throw his at the wall. No. Slip of the tongue. Larry Miller, is this the rules where they run back and forwards for turns? That was obviously when you're talking about the courage. Yes. The old rules can work well for things like battle companies where you have less models.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, that's true, yeah. Michael Haskell says his eyes are getting heavy. Likely to have dropped off by the time you get to this. Been great fun as always. Sleep tight, everyone. Thank you for joining us, Michael, and sweet dreams, brother.
It's been a wonderful Middle Earth day.
Yeah. Aaron says it's back to front. What's back to front?
Yes, good lad.
What's back to front?
It's back to front, Stephen.
Should never back to front. Oh right.
We've got 300.
Oh yeah.
They're all backwards.
Maybe they're alternate sculpts that we'll get next year.
Yeah, or maybe they flipped it. I think you can get away with it with Gimme an Aragorn. I don't think it's that noticeable, but it's leggy shooting the other way.
Yeah, I didn't even notice.
But yeah, and then obviously every model on here is flipped. There you go.
Obviously suited the cover to be that way around.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, people have clocked it's reversed.
But you feel foolish now, Steve. They're all getting it right.
Yeah, I feel foolish. Adam G says, made me get my copy out for a better look. Joe Holzman says, I've got a box for my magnetised pieces that aren't currently being used. Yes, very organised. Reese says, nightmare that chipping metal models always varnish, even plastic. Yeah, I just do it. I do it with everything. Every time. That's the last stage when I finish. I put them on a stick with a load of blue tack. Done.
I need to, mate. Live on the edge.
Done, mate. Done.
Don't play by society's rules.
Chris says, I have had the dreaded white out from spray varnish on an army with GW Purity Seal. Never varnished a model since. Did you not test it first, Chris? Did you not test it? I always test it. I was going, I've got. If you look there, you see where that blue spray is on this board. This here.
I'm going huge. I'm going. Oh, I'm off C-cam.
So on this here.
I'm going mad with this head, mate.
You can't see it because it's clear varnish, but that's covered in clear varnish. This bad boy here.
Oh, I see. I thought you'd gone. I didn't realise you were pointing at a board.
No,
right.
It's just pointing at a board. I was just test it.
I've gone like blood in the beard here.
Have you?
Yeah. I'm nuts.
Vicious.
Getting
Adam,
out the.
That's it. Adam Garnett, monitor and varnish. That's what they call it now. Games Workshop.
Obvious name.
Oh,
really.
what? Chat.
What? Blood for the black guy.
Reese says, got to varnish in the right conditions too. Give it a good shake, and when the weather isn't too hot. I don't know what that's got to do with varnishing your models, but only joking, obviously. Joe Holzman, I've never varnished a model, but I've played with almost entirely plastic and resin models. But after dropping metal models repeatedly caused chipping while still painting, I think I might have to start. Just try it. Let's try it. If it's not for you, it's not for you. But just try it. Just test spray before you put it anywhere near a model. Tom
Live on the
Armitage.
edge, mate. Don't need it.
Interesting to hear 2 different points of view on varnishing. Yeah, but Damien's wrong, so.
Yeah, Steve's right. Steve's absolutely right. Don't listen to me.
Glyn says paint on varnish seems to work. Do you know? Tell you
wash
what.
Down, blood for the blood clot over the eyes. Yeah, let's go nuts.
Yeah, do it. Here's another tip that I have heard and tried once with varnish, and it was when I was painting Space Marines. And you know,
Didn't work. He's got red eyes. It didn't work. He's got red eyes.
Painting Space Marines, you have to really like fine black line in all the joints in the armor. And someone gave me a tip once, and it worked a treat. And what I did, they told me to buy this stuff, which is called Panel Liner from AK Interactive. And it's basically Nuln Oil, but solvent based wash.
Road by Nuln Oil, you can make that. You know?
It's a solvent based wash, and he said it only works with solvent based washes. But he said spray when you're at that stage, spray your model with gloss varnish, because the wash runs easier off the surfaces and into all the crevices. And it worked a treat. It worked an absolute treat. And then he said once that's done and it's dry, then hit it again with a matte varnish and just carry on your paint job as normal. And it was great. Saved a ton of time painting Space Marines.
I save a ton of time painting Space Marines by not painting Space Marines. Really reduced the hours.
Where are we? Larry Miller, I started varnishing for a different game that was all metal. I'm planning to start doing it on all metals now. Larry knows.
Oh, yeah. Right, you read Larry's comment again.
No. He's doing it on all metals, he said. I started varnishing for a different game that was all metal.
Right.
I'm planning to start doing it on all metals now.
Okay.
Well, what did you think he said?
No, but I was talking at the same time, so we just had the
right. I thought you meant read Larry's message because you've read it in the wrong context. You silly northern fool. Lonely Brick, gloss then matte over the top. I seem to think, could be wrong, but I've heard it. Seals the model, then takes away the sheen that Damien is worried about taking away from his paint job.
It's not the sheen I'm worried about, it's the clouding.
It's the effort. It's just the effort he's worried about. He doesn't want to put the effort in. Joe says to Lonely Brick, I've heard the same because the gloss is stronger, but then the matte takes the shine off. Yeah, the gloss is supposed to be
They must have been pissed off with you when they already knew your great story about. Oh no, Steve, we talked about this.
It's in the chat. Read the chat, you idiot.
Read the chat, Steve. Read the chat.
Larry says that's what I do, but with brush on varnish. Crazy person. Joe Holzman, I've also seen suggested just varnishing the parts that are likely to be handled and or not, so you don't have to varnish the whole lot. That's insane. Larry says hard coat followed by some other brand brush on matte varnish. Did someone mention tree throwing? Nope. Reese says not tried this, but I heard if you sprayed a model with varnish and it was a bit glossy, if you use Lamian medium all over it, it takes away the glossy look. Yes, that's true to an extent, because Lamian medium is basically matte medium. It's matte medium. It's just watered down matte medium. So that's what matte medium does. Makes it matte.
My point a minute ago was just that it seems that every week we do one of these streams, we find out how I'm bad at hobbying in a different way.
You don't play by the rules, Damien. You're like a rebel.
Yeah, it's just dreadful at it. Do you clean your brushes? No. Do you change your water? No. Do you varnish mold? No.
You know that bit? Did you use your fine detail brush, my what?
One brush. One brush.
Where are we? Tom Armitage, got to go, lads. Great stream. We'll defo tune again. Thanks, man.
Thanks, man.
Take care, buddy. Larry Miller, I had a bit of misting on some models once. I think temperature. I'm not sure what causes it. I'm assuming it's either not shaking the can fully, because you need to shake the can vigorously, or it's cold.
Yeah, well, temperature definitely it affects undercoating.
Yeah.
So because if it's too hot, it dries as it's flying towards your model. Yeah. It makes it dusty.
Yeah.
So I'd presume that heat could have the same effect on that.
Yeah. I'm not sure what caused it. I've never. I mean, I'm detached from the house, but there's heating in here. It's I've never had the problem of it being too hot or too cold. So maybe that's why. I know a lot of people will hobby in like garages and stuff or lofts, and that might be the case. I don't know.
People often go outside to do it, don't they? So you have a can that's often moving from one extreme of temperature to the other quite quickly.
Yeah. Because I've seen other people say, "Oh, you should always put your cans in hot water before you use them." But I don't know.
Never done it, mate.
Don't know. I've never needed to do it, so I don't get involved.
I did
you know what's going to happen now after me preaching, going, never had this problem, don't bother me at all, don't know what you're talking about. I'm gonna spray something tomorrow, it's going to ruin it, and I'll be fuming.
I did it to my Iron Hills Chariot of all the things, £100 Chariot, spray undercoat. It's the only time it's ever happened. It really irritated me because it was one of those. I'm not doing. It must have been a temperature thing. But I was like, I haven't done anything different. I haven't shaken it for more or less. And I was terrified, and I don't think you can see it now on the Chariot, but it was like a textured effect.
Yeah.
And thankfully, the paint is thick enough that it covered up a lot of it.
Yeah.
But I was livid at the time. I never sent anything in. I took a load of photos to send to GW and say, basically I've been spraying models for 20 years. I've done nothing different. Your can's just done this to me.
It's just a £100 model. Cheers.
Yeah. I think because I painted it and it turned out all right, I decided to do it.
Yeah, that's grim. Lonely Brick, don't worry, Steve, not you. I thought that Damien could have a go at wall throwing with his tree bird. Yes, let's do that. Seeing as it was his suggestion, I like you, Lonely Brick.
I reckon Steve.
Could you imagine?
To throw his tree, and I'll be willing to throw one of my Cobain as
well.
No, what's important about that? I never said my Cobain would survive in a tree. That's the important thing.
It's like, do you remember? Because you're kind of my age. Do you remember the old Everest adverts where they'd have like a wrecking ball hitting the patio doors?
No, they'd gone bust by the time I was.
Do you not remember that? I remember the wrecking ball hitting the door. In real life, that door would shatter into a million pieces.
You know that's what Uruk Fryer does for a job?
What?
He tested building materials.
Did he?
Yeah, so I've they're a company that would test stuff that was being used for, I guess, construction.
Yeah.
And so I've been to his workshop when I picked some stuff up, and it's like it was like a torture chamber, like something I saw. It's just full of wrecking balls and stuff that they would just try and smash stuff up with, and in this kind of warehouse on an industrial estate.
Huh. Good job. That's a great job.
Smash it up. Will it smash?
You just go home calm, wouldn't you? You're just getting rid of all your frustrations in work.
You tense today? Nope.
Chris says it sprayed fine. It was when it dried that it whited. Oh, that's odd. Thankfully, it was a shop army, so I just wasted GW's time and money.
It's not worth the risk.
That's odd.
It wouldn't be worth the risk on this guy, let alone Legolas the 10th.
Yeah, it's never happened. So if it happens to me, I might think differently. It's never happened.
It's like insurance, isn't it? It's like a backup. As soon as it happens to you once, you'll never do it again.
Josh Crosby, I'm with Damien. Rather touch up the odd model than varnish the whole lot.
Yes, Joe.
Tomlinson says, just realised it's 12:44. Actually, it's 12:52.
Is it?
Yeah. Alex Kaiser, Damien's opinion is completely correct. Jeez.
Wait.
Jeez.
I've never heard those words before.
What he's doing to me. Larry says, I think it was not shaking the pot enough. Yes, that's definitely it. He uses brush varnishes because he can't be bothered to have to go outside twice when I paint models. Josh Crosby says, sounds like another reason for Damien to get an airbrush. Yes.
I've got the space, mate.
Yes, airbrush, man.
Why would I need an airbrush? Do you airbrush varnish on?
Yeah, you can do, yeah. I've airbrushed varnish. Where's my tree? Look.
Where's your tree?
There's my tree, look.
Right, there you go. Chuck it at the wall.
Oh, I'm not chucking it at the wall. Look, there you go. That's as much as you're getting. But it is solid.
Look like you clapping with the tree.
It's solid. Where's this stuff? There it is. What's this one? This is quite good. This is anti-shine. It goes through your airbrush from Army Painter. This is quite good. That's very matte as well. That's probably as close to Tester's dull coat as you can get, but I don't think it's as hard wearing. It's not really a varnish. It just really takes the shine, but it really dulls things down. That is quite nice.
It takes the shine.
Takes the shine off it. Takes the shine. Where are we? I'm not going to say that, Larry, because it was my idea, but I'm not going to admit to it. Ross Tomlinson, speaking of grim, what's the worst eBay sin you have ever committed, i.e. buying OOP models for stupid money, if ever?
Sold a baby once. What? I don't know. Just buying, you say?
I've not really. Excuse me. I've not really done anything, like bought anything or sold anything bad on eBay. I don't tend to sell for like money making reasons. Like I've literally just got rid of a Knight of the Pelennor.
I love that post that you put up. You go, oh yeah, I need to get rid of it. I've just found a Knight of the Pelennor in a box, and it's classic Crow. Those people are selling their kidneys for it.
But like, I knew like Knight of the Pelennor was sought after, so I sold it as a lot, which I think was well worth the money. It was Knight of the Pelennor, Erkenbrand foot and mounted, Eowyn foot and mounted, and Gamling with banner, I think. For 70 quid. I probably could have got 70 quid just for Eomer.
Yeah, that's a steal. I mean, that's probably not even retail.
No, not really. But
he's such a hero.
It's 70 quid. You know, it's 70 quid, which is going to come in handy for me and the models that are sat there. And the problem is, if I'd have sold Eomer by himself for 70 quid, I probably wouldn't have been able to shift the others, and I'd be stuck with them.
I think you would have been able to shift them for less than 70 quid.
Yeah, I don't know. I just did it as a lot, and it did go like that. To be fair, it went instantly.
I mean, but, you know, there's a way of doing it, but that's too cheap for that.
Yeah, I'm not really. I wasn't bothered. I wasn't bothered, mate.
So you're just doing a good thing for the community. You're just putting another
owner out. Someone in it. I had to ship them to New Zealand. Someone in New Zealand is getting a Knight of the Pelennor, a model that they probably thought, I'm never going to be able to get this, and has got it for a pretty good price. And in fairness, he needed the other models as well, so it was like a bonus for him. So if he gets a bit of enjoyment out of it, then it's win-win, isn't it?
Steve isn't interested in the money. He just wants people in years to come to see him walking down the street and go, there goes Steve Crow.
There's that guy.
I must remember to thank him. That's all he's after.
But yeah, I know everyone's entitled to do what they want, but I just hate that. You know, we used to see the Halbrads going for like 200 quid.
Yeah. No, like, all joking aside, you've done a nice thing there, I think.
No. So it's 70 quid. I've got 70 quid now. I didn't have. Yes, I could have probably got more, but I'm happy with 70. As long as I'm happy with 70 quid and they're happy with paying 70 quid, then both sides are winning. Where are we up to?
I haven't paid the bloody toll.
Oh yeah, you didn't give us any. Have you had any experiences on eBay?
But he's talking about buying, isn't he? Like paying stupid money for something.
Yeah.
The only model I've bought on eBay, which was kind of over the odds, was the Firing Lurts. And this was a good few years ago when the game was dead, so there was no sense of it coming back. But I paid 30 quid for that.
I wish you'd have told me. I'll just give you one.
But that, even now, I don't think 30 quid for what is a very out of... I wouldn't pay it now.
I'll just give you that.
No, not in, mate. Not in, mate.
Oh, the firing one?
Firing one, yeah.
4 of them, mate.
But he was out of production. I really wanted him for the army. And it was like 30. You bear in mind now, like you get what are the heroes now? 15 quid. It's not crazy money for an out of production sculpt.
Yeah.
I really think that's about it. I'd be more likely to do it on something like like the Tariel statue from Weta. That was 300 quid. I think I've talked about this in the past. I nearly bought the old one, which is now, and that's like 900 quid. That would have been stupid.
Yeah. I was like that with the Weta Azog. The Azog stood on the ice. I was so close to pulling the trigger, and I thought, no, I'll get it. It'll come up on eBay at some point, and I'll get it cheaper. And it's OOP now. It just never comes up, and I'm like devastated.
They go up.
And when it does come up, the value is higher. So
better statues, you can't get them knocked down on eBay. Definitely.
It's a nightmare.
Terrier one was goodness now 900 or something.
Yeah, but Thrandle and Elk is like stupid one. I think I got it for about $3,000. Yeah. They only produce so many, but it's a beautiful model, and I think the AIMA is quite a bit like that as well. Yeah, they did a new AIMA last year. Yeah. Anyway, we're branching.
No, I haven't done a lot of stuff like that, to be honest.
Yeah.
Particularly now, I just don't see why anyone would, because it will come back.
Yeah.
So it'll either be back in the range or it'll be made to order or something.
You know, I used to hate, and I used to always want to message the sellers, but never did. But I used to think, I need to message you. Not only go super rare, and you're like, it's in the GW store for £8. What are you on about? Why are you charging £30 for this?
I hadn't actually realised when we were talking about it the other week that the Harmer I was painting, like the Defenders of Rohan one, is now the one you can buy. I
don't know.
I hadn't realised that. So you know the really awesome one, the much better one.
That's the one
that's now on the GW website.
Which one have I got? Let me have a look. Which one I've got? Oh, I've got them both painted. Got them both. That's them, isn't it? Classic, you mean that one?
He's the awesome one, and he's in the Defenders of Rohan set, right? With pointing Aragorn and Leggy with his knife behind his back.
Yeah.
That's what's like. So he was mega rare, and the other one was just in Battle Games of Middle Earth.
Yeah.
But that one is now the one that's on the web store with the Gambling with banner. And I hadn't even registered that. So you can now get that. If you want Harmer, you can now get the really, really lovely one, which is a nice bonus.
Yeah, I know what you mean now about him looking more like the actual character. He's a bit rounder. His face is better.
Oh, yeah, that sculpt.
Because the other one just looks like a Royal Guard with a different head, doesn't it, really?
Yeah.
It's a cool... They're both cool poses, though. I like that. I like both of them.
The old one.
So, yeah, Ross, what about yourself? I'm assuming that question... You're going to tell us that you went crazy and bought something for £1 million. Let us know. Lonely Brick says Ross probably RK on foot for Warhammer, but I forget how much though. Did you hear the story? You heard the story about Will, what he nearly did.
But he didn't pay that, did he?
No. But
I didn't know what the resolution was.
He still paid over the odds for it. He still paid £80 for it.
It's a Mordor catapult.
For a Mordor catapult, but his
maximum bid was like 30 grand or something. Is that right?
Something stupid, yeah. It was grands. He'd done it drunk, didn't realise what he'd done.
Probably need to explain that for the people who don't have a clue.
So our very good friend and local player, Mr. Will Pintar, I say recently. It's not so recent. It's been a few months, but he's fairly new to the hobby. He's come from the X-Wing community, and he's a great guy, really great guy, really good for the community, really. Sort of approachable, and he's really about getting people playing the game, which is fantastic. And he was building up his collection of different armies because he wanted to have a few things to choose from, and he started to collect bits and bobs of Mordor. And he didn't know too much about the game at the time, so he was kind of seeing what people were playing with, trying to work out what the meta was. People saying siege engines are great, blah blah blah. So he was watching a few Mordor catapults on eBay. And with not much success. I
like it, 'cause up to this point, it's a very normal story.
Yeah, and then he had a stag weekend which had been booked in, and like you do in your stag weekend, he's still searching eBay for Mordor catapults.
Classic stag.
Don't know. And in a drunken state, he thought he'd put in whatever amount he thought he'd put in, like a reasonable amount as a bid, his highest bid.
Probably 30 quid, isn't it?
Yeah, and he's basically put something stupid like 30,000 quid. But the thing is, it's not like he put 30,000 quid and I went, oh no, what have I done? He didn't realise he'd done it. And it was just through sheer luck that he woke up the next day and he'd won the catapult for 86 quid. And he was annoyed at that, but then when he seen what his actual highest bid was, he got off very, very lightly. And
brilliant.
And to rub salt in the wound, he said when it come, like it was atrociously painted. Like you couldn't even see details on the wood because the paint was that thick, and it took him ages to strip it. But yeah, just be careful on eBay, guys. Irex is in. He says a weird time to tune in. Welcome, brother. It's good to have you.
What was the? Can you give us context because we're behind? What was the conversation you came in at? That chinchillas, maybe?
What Irex?
Yeah.
He's just come in at the eBay chat. Just come in there, the eBay chat. But we're way behind, I think. Larry says that's also why I don't airbrush. Way too much going outside. Airbrush? You don't need to go outside to airbrush. You just wear a mask or get like an airbrush booth, which are about 25 quid these days.
I've got any space. I don't have space for an airbrush. Definitely don't have space for a booth.
You know what I hear?
Small room.
All I'm hearing from you at the moment, Damien, is excuses. Excuses. Ross Tomlinson, that model is worth its weight in gold, Lonely Brick. I don't know it. Is it
what model?
Archaon?
Oh yeah, he's the Chaos Lord from Warhammer.
Is it Warhammer Fantasy?
Yeah, is it? Well, they talk. Maybe it's the. Is it the old metal one on the horse they're talking about? He's now the massive chaos guy in Age of Sigmar on like a 3-headed dragon or a chimera or something.
All right, yeah, I think I know that model.
He used to be one version of it. I don't know if it's this version, but there was definitely a version with him on a horse.
Oh.
Maybe it's that one.
Larry says I may have bought a convention exclusive Fantasy Flight model not that long ago.
I tell you what I did buy. But I'm not that fussed about that. Are they in? Yeah. So yeah.
Yes.
Can you see on your screen who they are?
No.
It's Aragorn and Arwen.
All right. Okay.
It's the Aragorn and Arwen
in wedding clothes.
No. They're just Aragorn and Arwen. She's awesome. It's like the Wrath of Brunnen. But she's got a little cut on her.
Ah, right, okay.
The cheek, which is a really lovely detail.
Mm.
Now, if I now go and check eBay, so they were like a convention exclusive pop. Maybe later, Aragorn and Arwen pop. That box is 110 quid, 275 quid.
Jeez.
138 quid. So there, and obviously I haven't gone and like filtered them as sold ones or whatever, but that's about right. And I got that. I think I got that for like 40 quid.
Yeah.
And I was really, it was like as soon as it was conventional, I was like, I'm never going to get that. And I had this kind of idea of getting Arwen because of Charlotte's middle name.
Yeah.
To get an Arwen pop, and then of course she is not allowed to go anywhere near it, obviously. But I was then like, I'm expecting. I was like, oh, I might pay 80, I might pay 90. Oh, what am I going to pay? And I saw it for 40. I was like. And I genuinely thought it was going to be one of those ones where you'd get cancelled, and it wouldn't come. It turned up, and now that's mega bucks.
Mm.
I think I've probably spent more money like on stuff like that than I have on GW models. You know?
Yeah. It's weird what you spend money on. It's weird.
Yes, I mean we all spend money on paints and toy soldiers.
Yeah.
Incredibly weird what we spend.
But it's that the new. Have you seen the Katashan model that all the independent retailers are getting? The money that's going for on eBay, it's insane.
If you're interested in that, you don't know, go and check out 7th City Collectibles. They are auctioning it for charity.
Most
it will cost you. I mean, it can cost you as much as you want, I suppose. But it's like £2 for a ticket, or £5 for 10, or £10 for 20, or something. And you can obviously get as many as you want. And they are sending all the proceeds to charity, which is awesome. And they've just announced that they hit their targets. They're actually putting 2 in.
Yeah.
So there's now 2 chances to win.
That's awesome. That is
wonderful
idea. Where are we up to? Reese says speak to Will about eBay purchases. That's Will Pinter who just said about the £30,000 model catapult.
Keeps predicting you. It's great.
Larry Miller says, in my defence, I got a bonus from work on top of a Christmas bonus, and also I really wanted it. Fair, if you wanted it, it's worth. He got a Fantasy Flight convention exclusive model.
Okay, yeah, absolutely.
So
I've done it for Lego
Star
as well.
Star
Went
Wars?
over the odds for Lego models, Lego kit, because they're all out of production now.
Yeah, like you got Orthanc, haven't you? That goes for crazy money now, right?
Yeah, but the crazy thing about Orthanc, I'm not suggesting for a second this is a reasonable amount of money. Orthanc hasn't gone up much.
Right.
So I think Orthanc was about 180 when it came out, and it's about 300 quid on eBay. That's what Emma paid for it. But it's been 300 quid on eBay for years.
Yeah.
Whereas something like the Weathertop set, which is far, far smaller, the percentage that's gone up is much, much higher. And so it was actually one of those things where I was like, a few years ago, it seemed absurd that was 300 quid. Whereas now, it was like, that seems like pretty good, actually.
Yeah. Yeah.
And there's this kind of, I don't want to sound, we're not crazy flush or anything, but there was a certain point where you're like, if you can spend 180 quid on Lego for Christmas, you can probably spend 300 quid on Lego for Christmas. It's not a crazy, it's not an absurd jump. So that one for me, I've done some Lego kits like that. But yeah, that was awesome. It was a brilliant build as well. Like, we had really good fun with that. Just got to figure out where we're going to put it now.
Yeah. Which one was that? Was that Orthanc or?
Tower of Orthanc, yeah. It's amazing. It's got
how big is it?
3 foot. It's about yay. Got it downstairs. I won't bring it up. You can't see the top. It's probably about 3
waist height.
Yeah, I reckon.
Yeah.
It's bigger than Charlotte. I could probably bring you a picture. I've got some photos of it, and I think I've got one next to her for scale.
Yeah, put it in the thingy thread. Larry says, "Oh no, I've read that. Rich,
Larry will have all sorts of facts about out of production Lego now. I reckon we'll start to see them coming in."
Rich Clever says, "When I first got back into the hobby and started my collection, I bought lots on eBay. Thought I was saving lots of money, but with postage, I paid more than retail on some riders of Rohan and Shelob. I think that happens quite a lot on eBay. I think sometimes you can get caught up in like a bidding war, and you don't realise that these things are actually available brand new for cheaper than what you end up paying for them. I've heard lots of stories like that. Larry says £70. That's probably what he'd cost from GW in New Zealand. Who's that for?
That'll be Night of the Pelennor.
Night of the Pelennor, yeah.
Talking about New Zealand.
Yeah, it must be. Yeah. Chris Murphy says I sold. I don't know what that is. That Ramirez class Starfort from Battlefleet Gothic. I don't know if I've said that right. For 250 quid, and he paid 30 quid for it. You scalper, Chris. You scalper.
Yeah, Battlefleet Gothic. That's completely out of production now. So he's sort of saying that was a long time ago that he bought it for 30 quid.
Yeah.
It's all the War Master stuff. War Master stuff's through crazy money.
Yeah. Ross Tomlinson, I paid £32 for 3 Warriors of Arnor. Then they were re-released a month later. No. Mate, no. Lonely Brick says, Steve, eBay scalpers are the worst. Separate layer in hell for those folks. The thing is, like, I don't do it, and it does make me go, oh, when you see it. But to try and look at it on the flip side and maybe look at it from someone else's point of view, they might be selling a model that's very rare, that they've had for a long time, and they might be in a position where they haven't got any choice and they need the money. We don't know, do we? Really?
I think there's a world of difference between if I now sold my shooting lurks.
Yes.
So I wanted some cash, and I charged 60 quid for it. That's one model from my collection I'm losing. What I don't like is when they do a made to order, and then as soon as made to order, you see 5 packs of that Halberad for twice the price.
They've bought it for the intention to make money.
Yeah, exactly.
I know what you mean,
that's exactly it. It's your intention.
Yeah. Well, they do that a lot with the starter sets, don't they? So I noticed a lot of when we were doing some of the 40k content a while back. It was when the new Space Marines. I can't remember what they're called, but the new models Space Marines. The what?
The Primaris Marines.
No, yeah, it was another model. What are they called? Oh, it's on the tip of my tongue and I can't think.
Librarian, Chaplains.
Yeah, it's a variant on Primaris Space Marines. You could only get them in this starter set for about 6 months. You couldn't get them on their own. Yeah, so people were just buying the starter set to split it and sell them on. And the other thing was we did a 40k event, our first and up to now only 40k event. Me and Ben ran it, top table at Element Games, and the prize was remember when the Sisters of Battle box came out and you couldn't get it for love nor money. We managed to get one through Element and give it away. And the guy, when they come in, someone won it, but Element actually had one on the shelf, and one of the players at the event picked it up off the shelf, went to the till and said, "I'm only buying this to sell it on," and they refused to sell it to him, which I thought was fair play. They said we can't sell it to him. There was a bit of a hoo-ha in the shop. He was kicking off a bit, the guy.
I don't. I mean, morally, I like the fact they refused it. I don't see how they could refuse it.
Yeah, no, I was like that. I was kind of like, I don't think they can, but they did, and they wouldn't sell it to him. So
it's not up to them to decide what he gets to do with things he buys.
yeah.
I don't feel, maybe I'm about to be slaughtered for this, but I don't feel bad because it wasn't limited. Did I ever tell you I did it with Goblin Town?
What? Split it? Yeah, you're one of them guys. You're one of them guys, though.
Because you know the starter set.
Yes.
It was limited edition, but it wasn't limited, right?
Yeah.
I bought, I think about 10 of them. I took all the scenery out because I wanted the scenery, which again is, I think, important. I sold the bits on, and I ended up in profit. So I think I've got 24 sprues of Goblin Town scenery for like a 1-day Goblin Town board, and I made money out of it. And yeah, not a lot, but even eBay fees, you could sell Thorin's Company, the mini rulebook, the Radagast, the Goblins, etc., for more than the cost of. You used to have to get it for 75 quid. You could get it for about 60 quid from it.
What that was. I still think that's probably, in my eyes, I know everyone's different. In my eyes, probably the best start set that we've had for our system.
Yeah, I agree.
It was absolutely loved it. It was great. Goblin Town is a great army. You got the big hero. You got minor heroes. You got a captain. You got the scribe. You get a few sprues of goblins. You got a full army. You get all the dwarves, 13 dwarves, Bilbo, Gandalf, and scenery. It's crazy. Yeah, it's crazy. And Radagast. Forgot about bloody Radagast.
I think the Paladin one's great, but obviously it's a brilliant deal, but it's a lot of old models. Whereas I remember that starter set came out going, this is incredible.
Yeah.
We were saying in the chat I had with Ben, I suggested that I think the Thorin's Company sprue is the best Middle Earth sprue. What do you reckon?
I wouldn't disagree with you. It's definitely up there. It's I like you saying you remember it coming out and looking. I can remember pre-ordering that box at Alta GW, and I'd come away from the game for a bit when that was released, and kind of pre-ordered it as a bit of a, just to sort of see what it was like, and pre-ordered it, picked it up, and I was on my way home, and when I didn't even realise, it was only when I read like it was all plastic, I was kind of like, oh, it's all plastic. And I was thinking back to like Moria Goblins, plastic wood elves, like, oh, what are these going to be like? The heroes are plastic, they're not going to be great. And opening them and thinking, these are amazing, these are the best things I've ever seen. These are better than some of the metals that I've got, because they're just great sculpts, and still are great sculpts. It is a great sprue, yeah, you're right there.
I remember like when it came out, because in those days, I think because of the confidentiality laws about the Hobbit, or whatever that was, I just laughed there because I suddenly realised, oh, if only there was someone in the chat who could provide insight. But when that came out, there was no preview time at all, so they couldn't. So I remember there being like a page poster in the previous White Dwarf that said the Hobbit strategy battle game and was a still from the film, but there was no previews of any models of any sort. And then a week before the White Dwarf was released, they leaked online. Yeah. And I just remember the community just going nuts for these models. And then it was then on sale in about a week from that.
Yeah.
And I got it in Games Workshop Watford. I pre-ordered the box and the book, and I remember getting the book, the hardback rule book, and going and sitting in Waterstones in Watford, and one of their armchairs, and reading through it. And it was like, I think the joy I had reading that book was more than the Middle Earth rule book for me, because it was the Middle Earth book for me was like it was a rebrand of the game that we knew, but the Hobbit was like a new game, because it had with all the profiles for the Hobbit one were new, and it had kind of previews and teasers for the films and stuff. I remember the troll scenario had a little designer's note box out that said something along the lines of, you may realise that this isn't playing out how it happens in the book. That's because it happens slightly different in the film, but you could do it like this if you want it to happen in the book. And I just remember going through page by page and the rulebook had like the Eagles, the Rivendell Knights, Radagast, who hadn't seen at that point, and then the forums at the time going nuts from people like, you know, seeing that for the first time, and that to me was like a real definitive moment for me, like a kiddie moment. I like today with the Andy Serkis thing, where I was like, the joy, the excitement in early December of reading through that book I love what we've got now, but it's never been matched for me. That was the best Middle Earth release I've ever had. That opening weekend of The Hobbit.
Yeah,
when the
was.
rain was just so spectacular.
It's what, like I say, I'd come away from the game a bit. I wasn't doing any hobby. Wasn't doing anything, and then that got released, and that then got me back into it.
Yeah.
And then like here I am now, being a massive nerd. So cheers, Hobbit box set. Nice one.
Yeah.
Where are we? Where are we? Where are we up to? Oh yeah, Joe Holzman. I bought some of the Arnor heroes last year, thinking they were OOP for slightly more than they were, and sale for on the site. Yeah, like I say, I think that happens a lot.
Did that on some guy a while ago. He put some stuff up for sale, and it included Groblog, and he put him on for a tenner. And I did a public service announcement. I'm like, mate, just so you know, that model's like mega rare. Probably get you about 50 quid. And then someone commented, going, he's on sale on the web store. Sorry.
Matt Prescott says, good night, guys. It's been a great stream to chill to, as always. Thanks, Matt. I'll speak to you soon, brother. Lonely Brick. If it's an auction, that's not so bad. Sometimes prices reached can still make me flinch, but people asking for ridiculous buy it now is irritating. Yeah, if it's an auction and it goes up that much, then I don't suppose I can have a problem with that, really. If people are willing to pay it, it's worth that much, isn't it? Adam says, not had any overpriced models off eBay, but I got the Metal Troll Chieftain, Terrence, for those who've met my version, for £12.50, and then saw the fine cast one was £25 bargain. Larry also says, I was going to tell you that I bought him recently from GW last stream, but I didn't want to break it to you that he isn't OOP anymore. Who's that? Don't know. Don't know. Which one is that, Larry? Glyn says, I'm going to have to head off for the night too. The stream is great to take my mind off things. Cheers to both gents and the chat. Take care. Yeah, take care, Glyn. Hope to speak to you soon, buddy. Hope you're feeling a little bit better as well, my mate.
See you in the next one.
Lonely Brick, bit behind, but to explain the version of Archaon I was on about was an on-foot version that was a Games Day exclusive.
Oh right, yeah. That'll be crazy, man.
Larry Miller, I have a few friends who are really into props. They can go for crazy money. Yeah, I can imagine. Reese saying good night to Glyn. Lonely Brick, Asterix and Obelix pops were the last crazy prize finals I looked at. Reese says, do you or Damien own any of the Weta Lord of the Rings weapons? If not, which one would you get? I know Damien does, because he won one, right?
Yeah. I forgot about that game. There.
Oh, he's gone. He's gone. He's gone. Right, he will be back. So till he comes back, I will chat. Let me get the chat up. 1 second, bear with me, folks. Here he is. Here he comes. He comes back.
Did you cut me off? You didn't want to talk about my sword.
It was as soon as your finger landed on it. You just went,
let's see if it happens again. Like Dr. Don, what did I touch? What did I touch? That is Feely the Dwarf Sword, and genuinely one of my happiest and proudest gaming moments was winning the Nova Open doubles in 2017 with Jamie, and it was great, and we got Feely and Keely's sword. And so that's that one, which is awesome. It used to be on the wall, but as soon as Charlotte was born, I don't have the guts to put it on the wall just in case. And I've got Sting that I won for coming second in the league. So those are the two weapons I've got.
Yeah.
If I was to get something, I'd probably get Kelsa Breeze, Tariel's knives.
Yeah,
I reckon.
I've not got any. I'll look at them every so often. I think should I? But if I'm totally honest, you can't really tell because I'm just looking at my webcam. I have no wall space left in here, really. Not enough that would warrant spending a couple of £100 on a sword.
Yeah.
And I definitely wouldn't get away with putting it on the wall in the house.
Yeah, exactly.
For multiple reasons, children being one of them. Again, the second one being like my wife go, "Why would you want a sword on a wall, you weirdo?" Yeah,
and I'll put it in you.
And I don't want that. So yeah. So I own them. Who knows in the future? I mean, I'd like to own some. Andrew, I'd love to own, but yeah.
I've got, you know what else I've got? But they're at work. You know, I've got Legolas's knives.
Yeah.
Have I told you this?
No.
I feel I don't know when. I would have been certain that I'd told people this a few years ago because we would have talked about it on the Palantir, but maybe I've just done it in like a pub at events now. But I was at work, a couple of months ago, and I got a notification from the post room that I had a package, and it was Legolas's knives, and I was like, what? When have I got these?
You're gonna stag do?
It was from the York Armoury, and I was like, the York Armoury, and I was going to a stag do in York, and I got wrecked. And it's something. As soon as you start thinking that, I was like, oh yeah. And we were like in between pubs. There was an armoury. I went over.
Good work getting them sent to work, by the way.
What?
You say good work getting them sent to work.
That's where I get all post on because we're not in during the day. And it was quite good. They were like 50 quid. They're the United Cutlery ones. And I'd gone in there smashed and ordered knives, and then it all came back where the guy went. I said, can I take them now? And he went, because I was like, I'm out for the night. And he was like, you can take them, but if you unwrap, we can't. We'd have to wrap. It was something like we'd have to wrap them up or something because we can't allow you to carry a weapon essentially. So I ended up getting them shipped home, and it was like a present from drunk me to future me. And I remember going back into the pub, and they were like, "Oh, did you like it?" I was like, yeah, I bought knives. See, I've got Legolas's knives. They're up in my office, because I can put stuff up on the walls there.
That's cool. That is cool.
Good old past drunk Damien. He's a legend.
Where's it up to now? It was Reese who asked us that, wasn't it? Alex Kaiser. I have the Lego Helm's Deep and Weathertop. Nice.
Weathertop set is amazing.
Yeah.
Such a good little build.
Larry Miller. Vaguely related, but glad I bought the big Lego Ghostbusters Firehouse before that went OOB. It goes for quite a bit now. That'd be cool.
My cousin built that over Christmas. He's had that sitting around for ages. He's sent us pictures. Looks amazing.
Lonely Brit Reese, I could be misremembering, but I think Damien won one for a tournament. Larry Miller, just as I posted, Damien predicts I will and have comments about OLB Lego. And Alex says, yeah, Damien snatched some swords at Nova. Larry says, yeah, he is one sting, so got it for free. One sting. Well, he is one sting, so got it for free. Don't know.
Is it a pun about the word one? He's one sting, or he has one sting.
I don't know. Oh, it's jumped. Where's it gone?
Minus
the cost of one
form of wordplay.
Minus the cost of one radiator.
Is that what he's put?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does it make any sense?
You not know this?
No.
So yes, you'll see this lumbering over the horizon, but. So in the old games room, I had Sting up on the wall.
Yes.
And it was hanging.
Yes. Wait
for it, above a radiator.
Right.
And at one point,
this story is starting to.
I can't remember what I had to do, if I was bleeding them or something, but it was something to redecorate. But the point was, I realised that there was a risk. I think I might have been changing the fixings on the Sting, and I realised there was a risk that Sting might fall on the radiator.
Right.
So I went to take Sting off to remove this risk, and I dropped it on the radiator. And it was a real sword. It fell, and it made a hole, and then water. And then, you know, like in a comedy sketch, you stare at it for a few seconds, and then water went.
So the thing that you tried to preempt and avoid happening, you actually
caused.
And
of course, if I hadn't tried to preempt it, it probably wouldn't have happened.
Classic.
Good, that, isn't it?
Classic O'Brien. Classic.
And Dave Fredericks came around to my house and put, because I'd obviously, I turned it off and everything. But I was like, I don't know what to do about this. It's got a bloody hole in it. He green stuff.
I was going to say green stuff. Yeah. But green stuff is actually used by plumbers. That's originally what it was made for. Where are we up to? Chris says the Star Fort was bidding. I put it on for 50 quid. I'll let you off there. Larry Miller says I bought one of those halberds purely to sell on for the same price I got it for. So one more would be made. Then never got around to selling it.
Oh, that's quite a nice idea.
Just make an armoured Legolas out of it. That's what I did.
That is a really nice idea, actually, isn't it? Buy loads up on made to order, and then sell them for the cost, so that they're out there.
So there's loads in circulation. Irex says you can refuse to sell a product as long as you are not discriminating against a protected class. Hobbits, dwarves, goblins, etc. Scalpers are not protected by law. Fair play.
So that means he's saying you can refuse to sell it?
Sounds that way, yeah. Sounds that way.
You just wouldn't say it, would you? Why on earth would you bloody say it?
That was the thing. Like that, they even said that to him. They said if you didn't say what you said, obviously there'd be no problem. Because they called us out because it was our event and he was at our event, and I was like, well, this hasn't really got anything to do with us. But I was like, whatever. Larry Miller said, I wonder if I bought any of those Thorin's companies off Damien before I met him.
Yeah, maybe.
And Irex says, I believe that starter set was specced out and mocked up by a genius.
Not the Hobbit one.
Do the next one as well. Do the next one.
He's handsome as well, word on the street.
Larry Miller says, I definitely have 3 of those sprues, maybe 4. I went through a stage where I was picking up loads of them sprues. I don't know, I'm not sure why, but I did end up with about 4 or 5 sprues of Thorin's company.
Radagast used to be the mega money. Radagast would go for about 15 quid.
Radagast. Limited edition Radagast. The actual limited edition Radagast ended up being the one that wasn't limited edition. The Finecast one.
Yeah, well, that's it, isn't it? The irony is, people used to joke about that plastic one being, oh, it's limited edition, blah, but yeah, isn't it hilarious? It's limited edition. And now I was like, can I have the plastic one? Anyone? Can't get it anywhere.
Joe says, full army, do you know how many points all those goblins add up to? How many goblins were in it? Was it?
I want to say it's a 400-point army, I think. Because you got 36 goblins.
Was it 36?
That's,
yeah.
What are they, 4 points? What are they, 4? So that's 120. That's 134 points. The Goblin King.
There's a couple of 200 ones in there, weren't there?
50. Grinner, 300. The Captain, 330. The Scribe, 20. It's about 350 points. The Goblins. I'd say something like that.
Still a great army.
That's some sexy math. You like that?
Yeah, it was sexy maths. Quick maths.
Probably wrong.
Chris says, I am so glad I got my box set early to ensure I got a limited edition of Radagast.
Here it comes.
Larry says, also, I get annoyed at work when people would buy multiples of things like SNES minis. When you know they're just going to sell.
Minis?
What's SNES minis?
SNES is obviously, the SNES, the Super Nintendo Entertainment System. Were there little figures about them, or maybe?
I don't know. That Waterstones is a gourmet burger place now, Damien. Just FYI. FYI.
In Watford?
FYI.
It's on the corner in the, what's the centre called? Harlequin. Oh, that's a shame.
Nick Gardner, I regularly strip and repaint models. Just finished Haldir and Rummel for the 5th time. I pick up new techniques and refine my abilities, so they're always the best I can. Fair play to you. That's dedication, my friend.
Nick's dedication to one army is both a great combination of admirable, incredible, impressive, and crazy.
Yeah.
It's just amazing how you can find that much joy in one army over that length of time.
Larry says, Hamer. We were talking about something. What were we talking about, Larry? We did ask you, Larry, to let us know what you're talking about. Now you just let us know what you were talking about, and now we can't remember what it was that you were actually talking about.
He has a comment about...
That's Tired Steve talking absolute gibberish.
He's got a comment about a model, and we said, can you clarify what it was?
Yeah.
And now we've forgotten what we asked to clarify.
It's like Twilight Zone. It's craziness. I'll let you look back while I carry on through the chat.
There you go. There you go. I found it. I was going to tell you that I bought him recently from GW last stream, but I didn't want to break it to you. Right. So last stream, I was talking about.
And you were saying he was OOP.
I was saying he was OOP, and Larry has very kindly spared my blushes.
Yeah. Lonely Brick says, Steve, after hearing your story earlier, maybe you could mount a golf club on the wall in the house. Sorry, couldn't out of myself. I wasn't even allowed to bring my golf stuff in the house, so I definitely won't be allowed to bring it in now, without a doubt. Joe says, headed off for the night shortly. Dad duty is calling. My 10-year-old is asking me to play Lego Hobbit with her, and I can't say no. That is a very good excuse to leave us, and I hope you have a great time with your little one, my friend. Take care. Thanks for joining us. No.
Oh, good.
Be a bit late.
I mean, this is no time to be doing Lego Hobbit with him.
No, he was from the States, wasn't he?
Yeah, cheers for joining us, man.
Ross says, do you think GW creates artificial demand by removing models for re-releases? I don't think so. I think this has been explained quite a few times. They only have so much space.
Yeah, it's about SKU, isn't it?
And obviously releasing new models, they have to make room for that stock. Because obviously Middle-earth isn't the only system they're doing. They've got systems that they produce a lot more of, items for, should I say. So no, I mean...
I think they've always been pretty transparent about it since they came back. And they sort of say, we've literally got... You can see them doing everything they can to help with, like, the multi-buys. So you used to have Gundabad shields, Laketown shields, Laketown archers, Laketown spears. And that was 3 items, and now you have a Laketown warband, which is 1 item, and that allows them to put 2 other items back into the range. So if they weren't doing that, I might be a bit more paranoid about it. But you can actually see them clearly doing things that reduce the size of the range without reducing the number of models available. And so the way I always look at it is, if they remove something like they remove the Arnor stuff, and I don't know how many packs that is. Arnor Warriors with Spear, Arvidway, Arnor Command. I don't know. Is that 4? It's like if you want them, you have to pick 4 of the new products that they don't make.
Yeah,
that's kind of how I look at it.
I think they did say as well. They did say there's going to be times when things do come out of the range, but it's only temporary. They will come back.
Yeah.
So I think if you really, I know it can be. It's easy for me to say if you really want something, you should get it before it does. It's dead easy for me to sit here and say that. But I suppose it can be frustrating if you only decide that you want to get into an army after it's been pulled from the shelves. But the only thing that I say is, like we say, it is going to come back, and there's a reason. There'll be a reason why they chose that one. That reason could be maybe it wasn't selling as much as the other stuff. That reason could be maybe they want to take it off the shelves, rejuvenate that line in some way, shape or form, and then sort of release it all in one hit. You know, it could be a new source book or something. You don't know. We don't know what the reasons are, and I don't think we should take it too negatively. But
I've lived through this twice now, because around I don't really know when it was, 2014, 2013, the models were vanishing from the store, like the metals, and then everyone was like, they're gone now. The game's dead. They're not coming back. And so it was very, very depressing then. You know, I remember all the conversations then on forums and stuff about how are people going to get into the game, and they were very much legitimate. Whereas now it's like, the Arnold stuff and the Far Harad stuff's not on sale, but it will be.
Yeah.
At some point, the game's alive and well now, so it's annoying if you want to get into them now, but
stick a pin in their army list that you're writing.
Yeah. What we've got now is so much better than what we had 5 years ago.
Yeah.
When none of this stuff was available.
Yeah. Joe Holzman says I had to borrow a Gothmog to get a 400-point game in. Is Gothmog not?
Is that talking about the starter set?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
That sounds like it's talking about points values.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Larry Miller says SNES Mini is the one you have unless you have the NES Mini, the little one with the right.
SNES Mini, yeah.
I thought you meant miniatures, SNES miniatures, right? Okay.
I like Larry that he goes. The thing that you don't know what it is the thing you own. He knows
a few years later, they opened up another one further up the high street on the other side.
About what? He's talking about Waterstones.
Yeah, it's crazy. And then Tom Liveries has retracted a message.
Ooh, always risky.
I think we're getting to that stage. I'm yawning like crazy. So, shall we start getting to that point with the tokeny giving away thingy?
Yeah, well,
malarkey?
I've just been adding loads and loads of layers to this guy, so I'm kind of happy to call him done, to be honest. Like,
Yeah.
I was at the point where I'm going to keep painting him until Steve tells me he wants to go to bed and have a curry. So shall I?
Cake, mate. Cake.
show you a
There
little
is a
picture of
slice
this
of
guy?
cake left. Yeah, let's do it.
What shall I do? Shall I just put it on the camera?
Or do you want to send it to
photo.
the thread? It might be clearer for everyone in the thread.
Yeah, all right, I'll do
I'll
that.
get the thread up.
Yeah, you could have a last. It'll be worth having a last catch up on the thread as well, won't it? In case anyone's, what's the word? Painted Uruks that we don't have a record of.
While you're doing that, I'll talk through what is on the thread. So Adam Garnett has posted up part of a commission he's working on at the moment. It's from Fantasy Flight Games, Lord of the Rings: Journey to Middle Earth. They're looking very pretty, my friend. I'm guessing they're Barrow Whites, or they might be Wraiths. Them three Scully guys, and that's Legolas, Aragorn, and Gimli by the looks of it. Reseller's posted up his card horsemen, which are beautiful. Very nice.
Steve, just so you know, I'm currently photographing my model, so I'm not making a note if there's anyone.
Yeah. I'll remind you. That's it. I'm up to date with the Facebook chat, so we're cooking. Boom. Just waiting on Damien, guys. Now Damien's just taking his time. He's getting his filters on. Hashtag filter life.
Because what I'm doing is I'm saying like, oh, I'll send you a photo and see what you think. And now this is the first time I'm seeing it as a photo. I go, oh, that's dreadful. I don't want to put that on me. All right, where is this? I don't think I know where this post is. I presume it's near the top of the GBHL, isn't it?
Well, it might not be there now, but just search my name.
I know I didn't know
it. Facebook. What you do is the search bar, and if you type my name in it.
All right, let's try this.
Okay. Let's do it, man.
Stephen Crow, 400 hits.
Yeah, boy.
From today. That's interesting.
Selling tickets. Selling tickets, taking names.
I'll put Stephen Crow in Great British League. Right, the first three are about your brie board.
Are they?
Yeah.
Facebook is odd. It's odd, Facebook.
Did you call it Battle Streams? Yeah.
Yeah, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll tag you.
No, I've got it.
I'll tag you anyway because I've done it now. So just for lols.
Right, delete that tag. I do not need it.
Oh, it's too late. Press send. Oh.
It's quite irritating. He's so I haven't done the base room on him, but I literally think that'll be it for me.
Yeah.
I think I just need to do the base room and then
let's have a look.
I might do one highlight on the banner shaft. Yeah, he looks pretty cool, I think.
Let's blow him up. He looks good from here, man.
Please with my dead guy in the end. Once I got rid of his bright red eyes, I accidentally painted.
The internet's very slow at the minute. Yeah, it looks cool then, man.
Is he appearing? Yeah. I'm just 20 seconds in the past.
He looks cool. Yeah, it looks ace, that one.
That's it, yeah.
I like the hand.
Yeah, it came out right in the end.
Yeah, I like the hand.
Come on, load your stupid orc. Oh, he's coming.
Here he comes.
There he is. Yeah, that looks right.
Yeah, I like it.
You think the face is alright?
Yeah, it looks cool, man.
And then like white eyes, like they've rolled up in his head. He looks a bit like a demon. I'm not sure if I've done that right.
No, I think you're being too harsh.
I think it's alright. It's alright for a banner that I'm never going to use it. Yeah, the hand came out alright in the end.
Yeah, that's good.
Cool.
It looks good, man. But yeah, no one else has jumped in the comp. So I think we're good. Yeah. Looks awesome, Damien, says Adam. Aaron says the corpse head looks cool. Where are we? Lonely Brick says, might never have been selling either, so why keep it on a shelf? Some of the line is now around 20 years old, although some of the new 40k models coming out now are replacing 30-year-old models. That's talking about that Games Day exclusive, is it, I think? Larry says, related to what I am painting, not what's happening, but do Uruks have some problem with thigh armour? I think just like to feel the breeze on the thighs when they're running across the place.
I'll tell you some of the problem they have. They don't strap it on, do they, Steve?
No.
They do not strap it on.
Just sticks it on. He also says, FAQ question doesn't affect me as I don't own any, but what if someone painted plastic Uruks from the Journeys in Middle-earth game or a Boromir next week?
Oh, no. Oh.
Would that count for the draw?
Nah, it's got to be GW stuff, right?
Yeah.
I think otherwise, if we're not letting in like the siege, the siege crew from the ballista, I don't think we can let in another company's models.
No, got to stay true.
Haskell would be furious.
Aaron says the corpse head. Oh, we said that. My sound's gone a bit funny. There we go. Nick Garner says I paid $10 for the original Radagast about 5 years ago. And Reese says, good night, guys. Getting off now. Cheers for the stream. Thanks, Reese. I won't be far behind you, brother.
So were there any additional names, by the way?
No.
After
just the 10.
Yeah, the last one I've got is Aaron Noonan.
Yeah. That's it. Just the 10.
Sweet.
So do you want me to do a number between 1 and 10, or do you want to do it another way? Or
we did a dice last time, didn't we?
We did a what?
We did a dice.
Yeah, but we had 12, didn't we?
Yeah, but we could just re-roll it if we get a number higher than 10.
Do you want me to do it live on camera?
Yeah, go on.
Go on, mate. Go on.
You got a D20 now?
Nope.
Got a D10?
Nope.
You got any dice with at least 10 sides?
Oh, I might have. Give me a sec.
What do you mean you might have? What were you expecting was going to happen here?
Give me a sec. When I take these earphones out, I can't hear you, so there's no point carrying on talking.
That's what I want.
There's no point. Give me a sec.
The guy's a moron. Let me know in the chat, guys. What did Steve plan to do there? To roll a dice to determine which of the 10 people won without a 10-sided dice.
We're in luck. We're in luck here, guys.
Tom Livery says, my comment earlier was about having bought a Thorin's Company sprue off Damien years ago. Did you really? That's amazing. How are they? I'm so happy for you.
It's a D20.
Brilliant. Steve?
Yeah.
I don't know why it's vanished, but there was Tom Liveries has commented to say that he bought one of my Thorin's Company sprues back in the day. So he's got part of that kit that went on.
It is. Oh. You enabled Damien to be one of those scalpers, didn't you? You enabled it.
Think about that Goblin Town. Emma still tells me about that Goblin Town. It's like painting Smaug. Every now and again she goes, you built that Goblin Town yet?
Right, I've got a D20, so how do you want to do it?
I think you roll it.
Yeah.
11 or higher, you re-roll it.
Okay.
If it's 1 to 10, I tell you the number. Do you want to? Should we tell you people what numbers they are so they can cheer themselves on if they're in it?
Yeah.
1 Jack Harper, 2 Henry Marshall, 3 Matt Prescott, 4 Pavel, 5 Max Bolter Drill, 6 Warwick Griggs, 7 Joshua Crosby, 8 Kane Raystrick, 9 Larry Miller in the chat still, 10 Aaron Noonan, who I think is also still there.
Are we ready for this?
I'm excited.
Okay. Here we go. It's a re-roll. It's number 12.
God, you paused for that long.
Yeah, ready? Re-roll. Here we go.
Excited.
Oh, it's a single number.
Oh, the tension.
Oh.
I don't know which side of that you're meant to be showing me.
It's number 2.
Number 2.
Number 2.
That is Henry Marshall.
Well done, brother.
Is he still in the chat?
I'm not sure. Henry, if you are in the chat,
you are the proud winner of one of these
done.
tokens. I've got to say, in lockdown and the fact that we've run out of them, Tim very kindly offered to send some more, but quite rightly hasn't. I don't think I've replied to him. We're out of these; they're gone. But we're getting some more. And what we didn't really plan for was this thing going weekly.
We didn't think anyone would tune in after week 3.
Yeah. If it's weekly, you have to give one of these away a week. So I am Henry Marshall. Congratulations! But I need to go back through the bloody streams and find out who won them all.
Yeah.
So yeah.
But yeah, well done. If you are watching, Henry, if you private message Damien and give him your details, he'll hook you up. So yeah, congratulations and thank you everyone who entered and took part in the theme, which was plastic Uruks tonight. It's always a lot of fun. Shall we jump back in the chat and just catch up with where we're up to before we say good night?
Next week.
Oh yeah, we need to do that. Yeah. But Adam G, have to admit, my favourite Radagast is the pre-Hobbit figure. A lot of people say that is a really nice metal. Like, there's nothing.
I think for people who don't like the Hobbit films, Radagast is a particularly problematic interpretation.
Yeah.
So you have people not liking the Hobbit films and then really not liking Radagast in them.
Yeah. Larry Miller says, "Ooh, more Steve looking for something before the end. Found it, man. Found it.
You've had a good.
I've had a good night. I've had a good night tonight. Yeah, good night.
Come back with everything you needed.
Lonely Brick possibly was going to roll his fingers.
That was when you went away. I was suggesting, given that you offered to do this, but you didn't have a 10-sided die, so what were you thinking was going to happen?
Go like this.
Yeah, I'll do it. What? I need a die. Oh, I didn't see that coming.
Tom Livery says still mostly unpainted. I think he's talking about the dwarf that he bought off you.
That's mad though, isn't it? It's like what Larry's
crazy.
saying. It's weird how those things happen when you don't know the people. Whatever.
And David Sweeting still going strong. LOL. He must have tuned in at the beginning, tuned out, and has come back.
All credit to Steve here. I've been absolutely buzzing about nerdiness and hobby today, but Steve was very much like, I haven't got a lot on me tonight. I need to refresh from morning. We're at 2 a.m. 5 hours in. He's like barely blinking.
Oh, it's grim. I'm tired. I am tired.
That's fair enough.
Adam says, "Wow, bingo has changed since last time I played." So we do it now. A D20, mate. D20 and a priority token, and we're in. Damn, I didn't win, but the first time I joined the paint along. Join in again next time. Join in again. Win. You never know. Perfect timing is I've just finished my test Uruk. And Chris Murphy says, "Good night, gentlemen. I am off to buy some chinchillas."
What kind of lunatic leave now? That reminds me. I can't remember what it is. That reminds me of something where
it's like, right, I'm going. See ya. Everyone's got one of their mates on a night out, and they're like, you're thinking, right, what should we do? Should we go somewhere else, or should we get a kebab? Right, I'm off, lads. See you later.
There was something like I feel like me and Emma had half a row once because I don't think it was a cinema. I think we were just watching a film at home, and there was something about there was clearly like a minute left of it, and she was like, "Right, should we go then?" And I was like, "Well, let's watch the last minute because it'll have no impact on our lives." You know, it's like we're near the end, Matt. We're near the end. Stick around, Chris. Find out about next week. Chinchillas will still be there.
Chinchilla dust. There's going to be a shortage on chinchilla dust now. I'm going to run out and not be able to get the stuff.
It'll be like the loo paper a few weeks ago. So, speaking of, issue 10. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Oh,
on the back.
It's a good one.
Oh, let me get rid of this picture of this Uruk of yours. There we go, that's better. That'll help. Oh.
We get Boromir. We get a metal Boromir.
Oh.
Nice stuff in here. We've got Might, Will and Fate for the first time.
Oh, look at that.
You're getting your real, the biggie rules. And then there's the Amon Hen bat rep.
Nice.
Exclusive Amon Hen scenario. Painting guy for Boromir and making a standing stone. We'll obviously we're not going to have a look at that now because otherwise you wouldn't tune in next week. So yeah, Boromir. Steve, so are you just going to keep working on that one?
If I've still got it, the plan is not to have it here next week, but I also have I've had this unfinished painted conversion for very many years.
That's awesome.
So I'll finish that if I've already sent that one off, because they're a commission. They're not. That's a fellowship commission. I think they'll be finished before next week, so it'll probably be finishing him.
So I'll tell you mine. Right, I've done Boromir Gondor. I've done Dying Boromir. I've got Breaking of the Fellowship Boromir. But for a couple of, I don't need him at all. I know that's the point about games Middle Earth. But what I could do with is a new Fellowship Boromir.
Mm.
And what I'd like to do is paint the plastic Fellowship Boromir. I haven't got him. And I really want to paint him for the purposes of Battle Streams of Middle Earth. But I don't want to go and pay 30 quid for that sprue. So...
1 minute. 1 minute. 1 minute. Let me look at my boxes. I've got a feeling.
I've already asked you for him and you said you hadn't got him.
Did I say I didn't have him? Have I looked? I was lying, look.
Have I looked, he says. So, you can watch me and Steve have a row on the internet now if you want. You know, all the other models that I asked you for.
The problem I've got is, I have no intention, I don't like this model. I'm like you, I like the pose. I wish that was like a better sculpted metal or resin model and bigger, and it'd be great, but it's not. It's plastic and it's a bit crap. If I give you that, I haven't got one. That's the problem.
But here's how this works, right? It's a bit Army of the Dead Banner. I want to get that sprue at some point because I need the Legolas.
Right. Okay. So I'll send you this one then.
Can you write that in the post to me?
Yes.
And then I'll owe you a plastic Boromir.
Now here's another thing where this is a little insight into Steve's world of madness, right? So this guy, which is not mine, is a commission, right?
Mm-hmm.
I have that on that shelf over there, painted twice.
Yeah.
Okay. And I've just found these. Forgot I had them. And I've got that conversion. There's one. that I obviously painted. It's not a bad paint job, but it's an early paint job. There's another.
Yeah.
Why have I painted so many Boromirs?
I've got.
What the hell?
You painted those two?
Yes. Why?
So you painted them 4 times for yourself?
The same sculpt, though. The same sculpt.
I was actually going to say, the reason it has to be the plastic one.
I remember spending a day looking for that.
He's different, though. He's a different one.
Yeah, but I couldn't find that. And I spent a day looking for it. You know what I should have done? I should have looked in the box that says Boromir on it.
I just confirm them a couple of things. One, while I've got you here, bear in mind that clearly you don't look for the models I asked you for. Have you got a box up there that says the Hobbits from Weathertop?
No. I definitely have.
You got Mary, haven't you? Stick Mary in the same packet, will you?
Oh, where have I put him?
Oh, for God's sake.
This one, right?
Yes, please. Yeah.
Yeah.
Same
right.
packet.
Okay.
So I've got.
Do you not want these anymore? Did you want them?
Yeah, well, at some point, but I'll probably buy the sprue. So then I'll just have to send you a Frodo.
Well, shall I send them you just in case you need them before you buy the sprue, and then you just send them back?
Yeah, all right, perfect.
Right. You know, I'll put you out the shit. It's all right. And while I'm doing that,
you know the metal Boromir Gondor, right? The one you've painted 4 times.
Yes.
I've got him and I've painted him, and I've got another copy of him from. He's in like a bundle deal or something.
So I'll send you them as well.
What are they?
Morannon's that were not mine and I stole from
what, Will?
Are they yours?
Wait, they're the one Will's painted. They're the magazines, technically. Yeah, you can do if you want.
May as well.
It'll probably drive the price up, won't it? Rather than keeping it in a little flat envelope.
Well, but they're yours, aren't they? I've got to send them to you at some point.
There's no rush, mate. You can give me them in the 2022 when we see each other.
Okay.
But yeah, so I've painted that Boromir Gondor, and I've got another one, the metal one. But I won't do that because I can't do what you do. I can't paint. That's a waste of a few days painting for me. Painting the same model again. That's why it has to be the plastic one because I need it to be a Boromir without his elven cloak.
Yeah. And
that's only the plastic one.
Yeah.
But yeah, mate, that would be amazing. If you can post me that, I'll paint him. That makes me feel that's like a hooray because I don't need the Breaking the Fellowship one at all, and it seemed like a waste of energy. But if I get the plastic one, I'll do him.
I'll send him here. I just need to find a little box from. I'll send him. And you know what? I'm not going to put them in somewhere where I think I'll put them there. I'm literally going to put them on my keyboard.
Yeah, tune in next week, guys, when I'll be painting the Breaking the Fellowship Boromir.
So they're in the way.
Steve, we're going to open up with Steve going, send you what?
Was I supposed to send you this?
Steve's going to be painted that plastic Boromir.
I'll have to get that John Travolta meme out again. Oh dear. Right,
Hey,
okay.
This has been a pleasure as always. It's now it's 2 a.m. UK time. I started my nerding day at 10 a.m. So this is, what is that? That is 16 hours of solid nerding for me today, minus a few meal times. This is honestly, in terms of my hobby, I'm going to go huge here. In terms of hobby, this has been one of the best days of my life. I'm so utterly happy today. Watching Andy Serkis do that stream, painting relentlessly, painting Saruman, getting that Banadu, chatting to you, Steve, the pleasure. Boy. Chatting to all of you guys. It's been a truly magical day.
It's been fun.
And I hope you all enjoyed the stream with Andy Serkis earlier, and I hope you've also enjoyed the last 5 hours with us. I genuinely love doing these things with Steve. I think they're so much fun to do. Cool. And we'll keep doing them as long as you keep
Interesting fact.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting fact. I'm 2 streams in on my 2 Uruk Shamans and they're still not finished. They're not far off. Not far off.
This model,
they're getting there.
This for me, Saruman on horse. I did keep saying that I was going to finish the Crebain before I did him, so that's kind of it. But he's been in this state, or not this state now because I worked on him today, but before today, the same state for about 6 weeks.
Mm.
And I need to paint him for that Warcom article. And I've painted so many other models. I keep churning him. It's like now this week now, he's next. He's being done. He's being done before our next stream.
Yeah,
I'm really pleased with what I've got done on him today already.
Yeah,
and sadly, I will then say, I fear for this dude. I really fear for this guy now because there's no more stream coming up with Uruks in it.
We've got there'll be some more scouts though, won't there?
Well, not for a while, I don't think. But he's one of those things that it's like he's so agonisingly close. He's just he's an evening's work, isn't he? I've done the banner, I've done the captain, but as soon as I do him, that's an evening that I'm working on him, and thus the cycle of life of our hobby goes on.
Yeah, it's just a shocker. I've got probably 16 models on my table that are exactly in that position.
Are you ever tempted? I say ever because it's the first time. You if you are, you probably wouldn't say this, but you're painting that Boromir. You've got 2 copies of it on your shelf, yeah. Do you paint that one? Do a bang up job on it.
No, cause I had this conversation about the Gandalf. So this Gandalf that I'm painting for Pat, the original Gandalf, which is a beautiful sculpt. Yeah, this is the second time I've painted this for him because the first time I painted I wasn't happy with him, so I stripped him and started again. Now this one, he's not even finished. His robes are finished. I've got to do his beard. I've got to finish his skin, do his staff and his sword. He's already better than my version. And we were joked about this on the stream with Jay on Wednesday, saying just swap it, send in your old one. But what it's done,
you'd scratch Pat into the model before he did it.
What it's done is it's made me realise how far I've come from when I painted mine. So I will repaint mine at some point. That's awesome. Because I really enjoy painting it.
If you repaint yours, you'll have 6 of that pose painted.
Yes, I've got a lot of Gandalfs, to be fair. A lot of Gandalfs.
That pose. It's like the Boromir thing.
Yeah, the Boromir. I didn't know they were there. That's annoying.
I didn't know they were there.
That's annoying.
I've got so many Knights of the Pelennor, I just can't remember where they were.
Not lying, I reckon at least 2, 3, 4, 5. I reckon at least 8 Knights of the Pelennor have crossed my path. At least 8. At least 8. I've got two versions.
They're not commissions, right? You're saying that's all for you.
Yes.
You're a monster.
I know, it's crazy.
You're the reason he's out of production.
Yeah, that's dodgy. Got a bad memory. I just forget what I've got and what I've painted. But anyway, right. Let's call it a night. Thank you everybody for joining.
Yeah, thanks, we will assume we're back next Friday.
Yeah, it should be. It should be good.
And we might. This is a huge reveal. we might have a special guest for the first time ever.
Damien's fine detail brush, which you've never seen, and neither has he.
Tifa's going to wake up. But yeah, we might. No promises. We might have a special guest next week. There'll be 3 of us on here. God only knows what that will mean.
Yeah, it's going to be crazy for him. It's going to be crazy for me. I'm going to get nothing done.
So by all means, begin to speculate who it might be. But it might be not. It might be the 2 of us.
That would be a good thing in the thread on the group. Feel free to put your speculations on who that special guest might be. That'd be a lot of fun to watch and laugh.
Beans and just a list of names. It'd be like Andy Serkis' surprise that he promised everyone. Everyone gets really excited about it, and then it doesn't happen.
You got us. We were gonna stream on the same thing straight after, but couldn't make it happen. Couldn't get the sound on.
That's what his surprise was. Like Battle Streams Middle Earth. It was promo for us.
Yeah. Right.
Okay, dude, always a pleasure, mate.
Take care.
And thank you all for watching. We hope you enjoyed it, and have a great week. And we'll hopefully see you soon.
Bye, people.
Bye.